Prabhuji, Mataji, we need fast kartal players. If anybody can play kartal, please come and join the Kirtan party. Mridanga players, kartal players are needed. Please help us.
We are all prasada meters.
చెప్తారా? नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी निति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम शिला प्रभुपाद की फेस्टिवल ऑफ इंस्पिरेशन 2022 की गच्चिबौली सत्संग की समावेत भक्त वृंद की हरिनाम संकीर्तन महायज्ञ की Kartal players, please follow the Prabhuji sitting right side to me. Try to play like him. If you cannot play, only you should be here that Kartal. Play that slow. This melody, first 1 minute will be a little tough, then we will catch up. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So very grateful to everyone who has come here today. So we'll have other 6 Prabhujis coming just in some time. Right after this lecture at 11 o'clock, other Prabhujis also will come. So let's welcome His Grace Radhesham Prabhu with 3 loud Hari. So we started this Festival of Inspiration in 2 years back. We're just continuing now. So we'll first hear from Radhesham Prabhu and then remaining teachers will start. Hare Krishna.
श्रीमती डिवाइन ग्रेस अभय चरणारविंद भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी श्री प्रभुपाद की इस्कॉन फाउंडर आचार्य बीपीटी फाउंडर आचार्य डिवाइन ग्रेस श्री प्रभुपाद की अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की नामाचार्य हरिदास ठाकुर की प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की ब्रजभूमि वृंदावन धाम की मथुरा धाम की द्वारकापुरी धाम की पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्र जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की श्री मायापुर नवदीप धाम की गंगमय यमुनमयी की भक्ति देवी तुलसी देवी की समावेत भक्त वृंद की ऑल ग्लोरीज टू assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories, all glories, all glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. So we have a mic for the audience separately other than this. Where do we have? That's the only one we have. See, like, and you have to give back.
I'll arrange for
Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshugavannmelitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Caitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kada Mahyam Dadati Svavadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatamritam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamiti Namane Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatyadesadarine Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratuje Namaha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Namostute Taptakanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vishwavanusute Devi Pranamami Haripriye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Vacha Paritanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna. By some inconceivable arrangement, Krishna has shifted our program from VSK to this place, probably because big number of devotees have come today, I think. In VSK, probably we'll all be jam-packed there. This hall, is it a clubhouse? It's a very big hall. Very nice. So, you all can see this booklet called Reviving Love. We will do a part of it today. You see, in this world where we are living in, two qualities are very essential for you to be peaceful and happy, and also to make others peaceful and happy. The scriptures say this. Our scriptures teach us that you cannot be happy if you make a program to be in the material world forever. But if you have a program to go back to Godhead, then you also can be happy in this world, and then you can go back home, back to Godhead. You understand what I'm saying? So even if you are sitting in a, what is it, in an express, Rajdhani, I think, is it Rajdhani Express, which is air conditioned. Even though it is air conditioned, would you like to stay inside the train forever? No. You have to reach the destination. So you would like to have a comfortable journey, but then you also want to reach the destination. Similarly, in this world, man is trying to make his life more comfortable with scientific inventions. Like if it is too hot, put air conditioner, and make the houses more lavish and more comfortable. Have a bigger car, bigger size car. Initially, car was only for transport. After that, man started having a recorder in the car for hearing some music also. Then he started having air condition in the car. Then nowadays they have a TV also in the car. Of course, I think driver cannot see a thing. Put it for people behind. If driver is watching TV, there can be accident. So the idea is, he is trying to make car like a home. You agree? Make it more and more comfortable. Then he thought that in the car it's very, stiff. Then he made the moving. In the car also you can move the chair front or back, as much space as you want you can create. And somebody said, why only sit in the car, can't we sleep? Then he made a sleeping facility also. You can move it, you can move behind. What all man is doing you can see in this world. How he is making the material facilities more and more better in order to make his life more and more happier. But no matter how happy you make the car life to be or a home life to be, definitely our bodies are aging. they are getting old, they get diseases. One day they have to die. So, and in between, there are also miseries from pandemic. There are miseries in the office, there are miseries, there can be miseries at home also, and along with the friends also, depending on what we do and what they do. So the scriptures say that you should make a program to go back to Godhead. At the same time, the scriptures teach us also how to lead your life in such a way that you can be happy also here, simultaneously. So, the principle, two principles I told you. One is called unity, another one is called conformity. Conformity with Supreme Lord and unity with other living beings. Once upon a time in a school, the children, small children, how old is he?
5.
5 years, yeah. I think his size children only. You are in upper kindergarten or lower kindergarten? He is in LKG? First standard now? Okay. It's come to 5 years, okay. So those children were LKG children, I think. So one madam took some LKG children, some few of them, and dressed them like a butterfly, and put one letter on their front. And she told them all to go to the stage. As soon as they entered the stage, the audience of 2,000 people just clapped hands and standing ovation for a long time. And the children are looking at each other. We haven't done any performance, still they are getting applause. What have we done? They did one wonderful thing. What was it? The teacher sent them all in a particular order, and they agreed to go in that order. And then they went to the stage and they stood, and there was, the board. Each of them was carrying one board. It was, it was E and M and O and C, like that, L and E and W. What is it? Welcome, yeah. So that welcome board they were holding. So can any of you tell me what made the audience applaud the children? Anybody? Yeah? Why did the audience applaud? They didn't do anything. For that, they got a big applause. Yeah. She is giving answer. Yeah, what is it? They showed the welcome board. So people saw the welcome. That is because they clapped the hands? Who said that? They followed the teacher. Give her one applause. They followed the teacher. That is called conformity. That is called what principle? Conformity. So, Tasmat Shastra Pramanam Te Karya Akarya Vyavastitau. And Krishna is saying, Shastra Praman, based on the scriptures, Karya Akarya Vyavastitau. What to do, what not to do, that you should decide in your life. Yeah? You should, based on what scriptures say. Recently, one boy wrote to me a shocking mail. He is saying that, some man went to his brother's place and his brother was beating his wife. So then he pacified her, and then he, marked the sindoor on her forehead and told her that I accept you, don't worry. So and he said the brother is having now, giving her shelter and, so is it all right because the Shastras, do they approve giving such a shelter? I said, this is nonsense. Already she is married to another man. How can you keep a sindoor on her forehead and accept her? Because people just don't know what is right, what is wrong. Kali Yuga is the age of topsy-turvy completely, everything. People are so foolish. Because they don't study the Shastra, they don't know what relationship you should have with everybody. Except one's wife, one should see every woman as a mother. Matravat paradareshu. I told him it is illicit relation. It is a terrible, terrible sin. So, they may be innocent, they may claim innocence because they are ignorant. Because they are ignorant, then they are going to do nonsense. Therefore, Tasmat Shastra Pramanante Karya Akarya Vasita. We should exactly know what the Shastras say. What should one do? So then I wrote to him, then I told him, if you are a man, a woman is younger to you, you should see her as a daughter. If a woman is elder to you, you should see her as a mother. If a woman looks at a man, if a man is younger, she should see him as a son. If a man is elder than her, she should see him like a father. Other than husband, this is the way one should see. So I was trying to educate him. So now conformity is very easy if you hear from devotees in Guru Parampara regularly. Every week you attend a program, you come to know what God wants you to do. It's very easy, as simple as that. Then the other principle I told you is unity with one another. But there's a problem in unity. You know that religious riots happen between one religion and another. And it is not only religious riots. Sometimes there's a quarrel between states also, like between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, for Kaveri River or something like that. Isn't it? There can be such quarrel also. Then there are also quarrels based on racism or color, skin color. You know what happened in America? You know, one policeman was keeping one black between his 2 feet. And because that fellow couldn't breathe properly, he died. And that became a very big issue. It was a couple of years ago, I think, right? 2-3 years ago, yeah. You saw that. So that was seen as a white oppressing the black, correct? No? So you will see that in this world, people see more differences and less commonality. Because of which there are quarrels. And the root of differences is bodily consciousness. Jews were thought of to be enemies by Germans, headed by Hitler. That is because of skin. Srila Prabhupada uses the word skin disease, he says. Skin disease means looking at the body. You are thinking that he is Jew, I am a German, so I have to kill him. Or he is a black, I am a white, or whatever. Prabhupada says, or he is a Hindu, he is a Muslim, he is a Christian, he is a Sikh. So these are all bodily consciousness. So the very first thing the scriptures teach us is you are not a body, you are not the material body, you are a resident of the body. And in this body you are only the resident, but there is a president also. Who is president? Super server. Upadrashta. So there is a president and a resident. Both are residing in the same body, 2 people. So to know the difference between body and soul makes you intelligent. If you are not knowing this truth, you are called as a mudha. Krishna says, Vimuda na anupashyanti, pashyanti jnana chakshusha, the very first thing. So Prabhupada says everybody in this world is like a bird put in a cage, trapped in a cage. No bird likes to be inside the cage. When you open the cage, the bird flies in the free sky happily. All of us also are suffering in this world because we are trapped in this bodily cage. So we should first of all have information about the soul. And then one should know the occupation of the soul, Prabhupada says. Anybody can say, what is the occupation of the soul? See, the occupation of your body is to eat and then, pass stool, And the occupation of the body is to sleep. The occupation of the body is to throw out all foul-smelling substances from all the 9 holes. These are all the occupation of the body, you'll see that. And what is the occupation of the mind? The mind's occupation is to think, feel and will. Similarly, what is the occupation of the soul? For example, if I ask you, what is the occupation of an engineer? You know what it is. What is the occupation of a doctor? You know. What is the occupation of a chartered accountant? You know. So everybody has a specific set of activities they do. Is it not true? Now in the same manner, see, an engineer cannot do the job what a doctor can do. A doctor cannot do what an engineer can do. They have 2 different set of training programs. Similarly, the soul also has an occupation, which is actually called dharma. The word dharma is used for the word occupation. So what is the occupation of the soul? Anybody knows? Hey, one of you? She is saying chant, she is saying, okay? To serve and to love, he is saying. Correct. That is actually the occupation of the soul, yeah. For example, the horses, the dogs, the cows, the bulls, the camels. So are they all serving or not? They are all serving humans. Humans are their masters. They are domestic animals. They like to live with humans. They don't like to be in the jungle. They like to be with humans. And they know that I will render service and they get something in return. They get maintenance by the human being. Now, not only humans are taking service from them and giving them something to eat. Now, amongst humans also, you'll see they are serving somebody else also. Every one of us sitting here, you have a boss, correct, no? To report to. And do you make an effort to please the boss or you don't make an effort? You make an effort, right? Because if you don't please the boss, you don't get promotion. Especially the newly joined fellows in the companies. When the boss leaves at 9, after the boss leaves only he will leave. And also he will come and stand in front of the boss and smile also. Sir, please know that I am also here. Please take a note that, tomorrow when you have to give promotion, don't forget my name. Correct, no? So we all try to please the boss. It's an obvious thing in this world. It's a very natural thing. So everybody is trying to please, but there is a big difference. When you try to please the boss, the goal is more money, promotion. That is a material thing every time. Nobody can say that I am going to company because I love my boss so much I would like to give free work in the company. Nobody will do that. Unless the paycheck comes in a month and you won't work. So, but when we talk about the pure love, or eternal love, that love is such a love that you don't expect anything in return. That kind of love, maybe you have some experience of that love when you deal with your mother or with your father, because mother has done sacrifice for you. Mother and father, they have done so much sacrifices for you. You also want to give back something to them. So you wish to do. So in this world you find two things I have told you till now. Why there is no unity? One of the things between the living entities, they see superficially, the superficial bodies they see, which we are not. Body is simply like a dress over the soul. It is like, just like you are all wearing one dress today, tomorrow you will wear another dress. You change your dress. Like that the soul changes the bodily dress. So that is the fundamental thing Lord Krishna teaches in Bhagavad Gita. Prabhupada gives another very brilliant example. He says, you all have seen the green nariyal, big one, you have seen that? The coconut. It has got fiber outside. And then when you break the fiber, then you get a shell inside. Then inside the shell you have white coconut. Inside that you have coconut water. So Prabhupada says this outside fiber is like our gross body. And the shell is like what body? Subtle body. And the coconut is like the soul. And the coconut water is like Krishna Prem juice inside. So in the coconut, what is important, what is less important? What is more important, what is less important? If you are going to eat, what you will eat? Yeah, you will take coconut and coconut pulp you will take and you will drink coconut water. That's the edible thing. Other thing you throw it in the fire right now. Maybe coconut fiber you will dry it and use it in the furnace. Similarly in this body also, you throw the body into the fire. And subtle body also is burned away. You know that? See, stopping of the gross body is called death. Stopping of the subtle body is called moksha. Jarayatyashya kosham nigirana manalo yatha, like that Lord Kapila is telling. Jarayatyashu ya kosham nigiranam analo yatha. Analo means just like the gross body is burnt in fire, similarly the subtle body also, the subtle mind mixes with the global mind. Subtle intelligence mixes with global intelligence. Subtle ego mixes with global ego. Then the pure soul goes back to spiritual world and meets the Lord face to face. So both these bodies are like the coconut fiber and the coconut shell which are put in the fire. But soul is like the coconut and the coconut water is like the juice of Krishna Prem. Prabhupada gives nice analogy like this. So we should clearly know what is important and what is less important. Between your dress and the body, what is the more important out of the two? Tell me. Body is more important. For example, you are wearing a new dress for Diwali. People like to go and show to others, correct now? When we were small kids, wear a new dress, go to different homes and show, I am wearing a new dress. So when one of the boys went to one home to show his golden shirt, very beautiful color shirt, the entrance there was one nail like this. And the nail went into his pocket. When he ran inside, he tore his clothes and started, he was burst into tears because the shirt got torn. But his mother pacified the boy, saying that imagine if the nail went on your body, like that the body, it went into your body and it cut across your flesh, it will be bleeding like anything, at least nothing happened. So out of the two, which one will you prefer? You will not mind the shirt being torn or you will not mind the body being torn? That means out of the two, which is more important? Body is more important than your shirt. Similarly, out of the soul and the body, which is more important? Soul is more important. Correct now? So, that's the most fundamental knowledge Krishna teaches, which most people don't know. So, this is one thing they don't know, that they are not the body, they are the soul. Another thing they don't know is that we all have one common father, that they don't know. Vasudha eva kutumbakam, that they do not know. That's another big problem in this world. That's the reason why there There was a very beautiful poem by Rabindranath Tagore, you must have heard it. He says, where the world is free from fear, where the knowledge is free, where the world is not divided by narrow domestic walls, he says, no, into fragmental parts by narrow domestic walls. That's such a beautiful poem it is. He says that people are making domestic walls, uncha jati, nicha jati, or people are thinking, I am educated, you are illiterate, I am fair, you are black, I am Indian, you are some other this thing. So, in this way you find that everybody is making compartments, and in that compartment they all have misunderstandings and quarrels. That's the main problem. Actually, behind the material body, all of us are similar entities. That commonality we should learn to see. Once upon a time, many frogs were living in central India. At that time there was a sudden famine. And the frogs decided that because there is no water in our pond, we all will die. So let us find out, let's migrate to some place where we will get water. So they all went in 4 different directions, north, east, west, south. So when they went to a new place and joined other frogs in new lakes, those frogs told them, see, if you want to come to our area, you should be of our color. So if you are coming to North India, you should be orange color. If you are going to South India, you should be green color. If you are going to east side, you should be blue color. At this side, you should be yellow color. So they said, look at us, you should look like us, then only we can accept. So these frogs said, okay, you paint us if you wish. So they all painted them. So now they were all painted in 4 different colors. They all lived there for 3 years. Later on, they heard the good news that in the central place where they were living before, now there are heavy rains, there's a big lake now. They wanted to go back to their hometown. So again they returned back. Now there was a problem. Anybody can say what was the problem now? Different colors. So it happens or not. Say like you go back to your village, your America return. And somebody has never gone out of the village, then there is a difference we feel, correct? So they were also feeling difference. Hey, you look different, I look different, your colors are different. So when they were quarreling with one another, suddenly the rain poured down and all the colors went off. Then they realized, oh, this color was superficial. We all have similar identity. Then they became friendly again. So the easiest way to become friendly with other living entities is to realize that we are all one in quality. Everybody is Satchidananda Vigraha, one in quality. I heard an interesting story. Once upon a time, a boy was sitting in a bus stop in a village. I don't know whether you have been to Indian villages, the buses come with heavily loaded buses, Most of the buses are like this land. Sometimes buses have fallen also. So many people hang from the bus. So he was sitting, there was also an old man also waiting for the bus. But when one bus would come with heavily loaded with people, both of them would want to board the bus. They would go. And then the old man will sniff at the boy would sniff at the old man. They'll be unhappy with each other because both would try to barge in and both couldn't get in. And the bus would go away. So 1, 2, 3 buses went like that. Guess what happened? They were really upset with each other. They were actually throwing angry glances at each other, but they couldn't say anything. Because the boy thought, anyway, the old man, I should not shout at him. The old man also thought, let me control my anger. But then the next bus would come after half an hour. So the old man asked the boy, do you belong to this village? He asked him. The boy said, yes. Do you know one Ram Sharan Sharma in this village? The boy said, what to speak of knowing? He is my grandfather, he said. Really? He's a grandfather. I am Ram Sharan Sharma's elder brother, he said. I am Hari Sharan Sharma, he said. Immediately the boy got up. I have only heard about you, Dadaji, I never saw you in my life. And then the Dadaji said, I came to this village 22 years ago, he said. And the boy said, I was only born 20 years ago. That means the boy never saw him in his life. So immediately the boy bowed down to him and the old man blessed him. And then what ensued was a very wonderful talk between them, about the family, about your father, your mother, uncle, aunt, everything, and the village, and the cows, and the farm, and everything they were talking. They didn't know how the half an hour went. And then the bus came. Now the whole situation changed. The boy was showing hand to the grandfather. After that, you please get in. And what the grandfather was saying, the boy, you get in. So they had a pleasing smile on their face. Can anybody tell me what made this difference? how did both of them become so congenial and friendly with each other? Who knows the answer? Don't tell the answer, you raise the hand, I will ask you. Well, let us give one chance to Prabhuji's also. Yeah?
The relationship between them.
Okay, he's saying relationship. Okay, one side, one from Mataji's side, yeah?
They came to know that they're from the same family.
They are the same family, okay? One this side. They experience love for each other, yes?
Realization.
Yeah?
Realization.
Okay, he says realization, yes?
Knowledge.
Knowledge of who each other is, okay?
Connection.
Connection, give him an applause. That was the word I was thinking of. Of course, all of you are right, none of you are wrong, but that was the word I was looking for. What is the word? Connection. Yes. If we all know connection with each other, we will not hate anybody. At all. It's just not possible. Okay, let us ask these men, how many of you men have a sister here? You raise your hand. Good number of them, okay. Now, see, before your sister was married, you know her. But after marriage, the sister's husband, whom you came to know after marriage, he became dear to you, correct no? He becomes very dear to you also, as much as your sister. And then when you go to his house, then you deal with his mother and father very respectfully. You may carry some gifts for them, because you want to see that they will keep your sister properly, correct no? You have to deal with them very honorably, respectfully when you go also. So anybody in sisters, newly wedded family, they, the way you feel some kind of affinity to all of them. Her husband, husband's mother, father, family members. Where did that new affinity came in your life? You don't even know them. Just now you have come to know them. Maybe engagement is over and just now the marriage is over 1 month ago, 2 months ago or something. But you immediately feel some affinity for them. So can any of you say the secret? Where did that affinity newly became born in your heart for them, for those unknown people? Yes, Mati, yeah?
Acceptance.
She's saying acceptance, she's saying, okay. Anybody? Yeah?
They are connected to our sister.
Connection to our sister. That is the answer I was looking for. You see, you don't see them, you see the connection to your sister. Because you love your sister, you also love them. Because your sister is very important for you. You want to see her happy. Now you see that this is the man who is taking care of my sister as a husband. So he is very dear to me because he is taking care of that object which I love very much. Therefore you love that person also. And to the degree your love for your sister is very thick, to that degree even if sisters, mother-in-law, father-in-law strongly taunt you or something, you will not mind it also. Because you know that, even if they taunt me, I will behave very nicely with them because I want to see them keeping my sister happy. So you find your happiness in her happiness. This is called a tat sukhi sukhitvam, we call it. That's the meaning of a devotee. Devotee means a devotee finds happiness in Krishna's happiness. Vrajabasi means they find happiness in whose happiness? Krishna. You find your happiness in your sister's happiness. So you want to see her happy, so you will treat all of them very nicely and you feel natural affection for them. Now, a very simple question to all of you. If you love Krishna, then which living entity you can comfortably deal with? All living entities. What is the reason for that? All are connected to Him. That is the secret. Therefore, all of you repeat, love God, love all. That is the essence of this chapter, reviving love. Love God, love all. So God is like a master switch. If you love Him, you will love everybody. Like, I'm going to America now. Recently I went to America for 30-40 days. So one of the devotees I have deputed that to stay, in Brooklyn and New York to preach. So he is preaching and bringing some new boys to me, to introduce them to me. Now I don't know those new boys, but I feel a very strong affection for them. Why? Because they are connected to the boy whom I have sent, is preaching and is making them devotees and they are taking to Krishna consciousness. So I thought about how there are many new people whom I don't even know who they are. I don't even know their name, but I feel affection for them. So where their affection comes from, our affection is connected from Krishna to them. And just like satellite connects two people, correct, na? Through the mobile. Same manner, Krishna is the supreme satellite, connects everybody. If you're connected to Him, you're connected to everybody in the creation. And you can't hate anybody. So Prabhupada has scientifically explained in Nectar of Devotion how this happens systematically. He says that first you love only one person in this world, that is your own mother. Then you love your mother and father. You come to know of your father. Then you love your brother and sister. Then you love your blood relatives. Correct, no? Then probably, say there's a likelihood that somebody may be taking all the garbage from one's compound and throwing it in the neighbor's compound. Some people do that. They may do that. So initially one may do that. But imagine if a boy from this family got married to the girl in the next house. Can they throw like that? Because they become sambandhi then. Correct, no? That means, you see based on connection. So if they are related, then your love is only for them. If they are not related, you may not love them. Then you find that your love expands to jati people, my caste people. I am born in this particular caste, a particular surname also. Like somebody's surname is Patil. Another boy tells, my name is Ram Patil. Hey, Patil, I am also Patil. They feel connection like that. You all have seen that? If somebody has your surname, like my name was Ramakrishnan Iyer. Somebody says Iyer. Oh, you are also Iyer. I am Iyer, you are Iyer. Or I am Iyengar, you are Iyengar. Correct? No? The surname matches. So we are attracted to those having the same surname. Or everybody is speaking the same language also. Language makes familiar also. Like if somebody speaks your language. Like imagine you are going to America, everybody is speaking in English, everybody. They're wondering, will somebody speak my language? Somebody is telling me, Randi, they're telling you, Kuchandi? No. They're saying, Bhagonara? You ask like that. How do you feel? You feel very happy or not? Somebody speaks in your mother tongue. You feel very comfortable with that. So you consider your language, your state, but later on you travel to different parts of India, especially if you are in army or bank, they keep on transferring every 3 years. Then you speak multiple languages. Then you love all Indians. Then from your state, you go to Mera Bharat Mahan. Correct, no? You see, in Tamil Nadu, there's one poet called Subramanya Bharati, He wrote a poem, Sendamil Nadinu Podinile Inbaten Mandu Payedu Kadinile, like that one song he wrote. He says, when you say Tamil Nadu, honey flows in my ears, like that he says. So I told this song to one boy in Maharashtra. His eyes became dilated. He said, Prabhu, in Maharashtra, one poet has written another poem. He said, I asked, what is it? When you say Jaya Maharashtra, honey flows in that fellow's ears. Then I understood everybody thinks about their state like that only. Correct, no? So then you expand from your state consciousness to country conscious, Mera Bharat Mahan. And then many of you here, you have been abroad. You have been to America, Australia, Canada, Russia. And you stayed there for a few years. Lilananda came to Krishna consciousness in Boston when he was. One thing amazed me, for me, when Lilananda Prabhu was in Boston, introduced to Krishna consciousness in the temple, Boston temple, very famous temple, Prabhupada's time, since Prabhupada time is there. He came back here, settled, and then he started preaching in Krishna. How many years have passed now? You can think about it. Now there is a huge community here. Now he wanted to bring deity to his home. And his spiritual master gave the name Radha Gopi Vallabha, which is the same deity name in Boston also. So I was thinking how Maharaj knew that. It's very amazing. Gopi Vallabha in ISKCON Boston. He got the same name for his deity, Radha Gopi Vallabha. So now when you go abroad, now you can ask him, he may have friendship with many Americans also, who may be very good-natured souls. And we have, our movement has seen such a humble-natured American Vaishnavas, correct, no? So then we don't hate, even people abroad. So in this way your consciousness expands from your own caste, from state and country, and then people all over the world. But Prabhupada says, even if you love all the people of the world, all humans of the world, still your love is incomplete, Prabhupada says. Can you guess why? If somebody loves all human beings all over the world, still his love is incomplete, he says. Why?
Different species.
He says, Prabhupada says, still Americans, there are many Americans talk about humanitarian behavior. Once Prabhupada was talking to 40 theologians. One theologian asked us, Swamiji, you always say love Krishna, love God, chant Hare Krishna. Let me ask you a question. He said, is it not enough if you have a humanitarian consideration? You become a good human being, you don't insult others, you be sensitive to others, and you be kind, considerate, courteous. Is that not the goal of life? Yes, Prabhupada said, that is incomplete love, Prabhupada said. And Prabhupada just said and kept quiet. And the man was wondering, why do you call it incomplete love? If everybody loves all human beings, that should be considered complete. Prabhupada said, you may say you love all human beings, but you eat a cow. What does that mean? Where is your love? But if you become Krishna conscious, Prabhupada said, you will not harm even an ant. You are walking on the road, you will not put your foot on an ant also, because you know that in that ant's body, who is residing?
Krishna.
Krishna is residing a super soul, but the soul is also residing, isn't it? So the soul is residing. Imagine, for example, somebody is going in a 24-wheel big truck. What do you call that truck? You know that long truck? He's going in a big truck. And in front of him a small, a boy is going in a Luna. So imagine the truckwala says to Luna Wala, hey Luna Wala, look at you, how small you are, how big I am, let me hit you. Can you hit like that? He won't hit because he knows in the Luna is sitting a driver who is similar to me, who is a driver in this big truck. Both drivers are one in quality. They both are like humans, correct, no? Truck may be big, Luna may be small. Similarly, elephant's body may be big, ant's body may be small, but elephant cannot crush an ant. Correct, no? One should know that we can't, every soul is similar in nature. So this kind of, what is it, Pandita? Samadarshana. Pandita Samadarshana. So when you come to this, like that Mata said, connection, the word she said, when you know connection with other living entities, Krishna says, Sarvayonishu kaunteya murtayas sambhavantiyaha tasam brahma mahat yonir aham bija pradaha pita. Krishna says in 14.4 Bhagavad Gita that in this world, not only I am father of humans, he says, I am father of all 8.4 million species of life. How he is father? Because he is the one who is giving them, the food for each different type of food. Like, animals eat grasses, the birds eat fruits or worms or things like that. Humans eat vegetarian food. You can just see varieties of species, different types of food. He is providing for all of that. So, aham bija pradha pita. He is one pita at the top and we all are his children. Now in Islam, they will not accept if you say we are children of God. Because their understanding is what? They will say that all of us are eternal beings and God is also eternal and we are also eternal. And we are not his children. And that is not against our Krishna consciousness also. I will tell you how. You see, one man asked Prabhupada, Swamiji, can I consider Krishna as my father and I am his son? Prabhupada said, no. You should think Krishna is your son. And you are like his father, like Nanda Baba is thinking or Yashoda is thinking. And the man asked, that feeling doesn't come in me very easily. Seeing God as my child, or God as my friend, or God as a lover. I see more like God is father and I am child. That is, I am very comfortable with that, he said. Prabhupada said, why you are comfortable? Because small kid means keep on asking, Mama, Mama, Papa, Papa, please give me this, give me this, give me. If you are a child, you are the center of attraction at home. Mother, father, they run around and get so many things for you and feed you. And you are the enjoyer and he is a servant. Therefore you like that relationship. How many of you understand this point? Yeah. On the other hand, if Krishna becomes your child, who is the center of attraction? Krishna. And what are you? You will be serving. So he is the point of attraction. That is actually the relationship in Goloka. Lord is the center. And the devotees run to serve him very happily. That is the ideal type of relationship. But if you are considering you are the child, God is mother and father, therefore Prabhupada says, aham bija pradha pita. That pita is not Krishna, that pita is Shiva, Prabhupada says in one of his lectures. Why? Because Shiva and Durga, they are the mother and father of the material world. And in the spiritual world, Radha and Krishna, the divine couple, they are the center of everybody's attraction in the spiritual world. There is Radha and Krishna. Surrounding them is all the services in the spiritual world. So in the material world, Shiva and Parvati are avoiding so many material benedictions. But if somebody is intelligent, if you go to Shiva also, you should tell him, Shiva, you have dual role. One is a material role, for providing material benefits. And the other role is Vaishnavanam Rashampu. He is the greatest Vaishnava. You can ask him to give you darshan of Krishna, and he can very easily escort you in that direction. So now you can see the booklet will be very easy for you now. See, this is a poem. You can sing this poem together. It's a very simple meter. From the world of illusory thrills and increasing perils to the world of blissful eternal service. Okay? We will sing together. Is it big enough for you to see?
It's coming up.
It's coming up. Okay. Where is the projector? Okay.
It went to sleep.
So, I think it's big enough. I think they can follow it.
Yes.
Yeah. This light can be switched off. Then they can see clearly, I think. Huh? While reading the poem, you also should contemplate on its meaning also, okay? So the meaning is not very difficult. You're able to see? Yeah. A wealthy man is in anxiety, a penniless beggar roams carefree. One suffers not due to poverty, but only due to past misdeeds. Why? All of you can sing together. Why do bad things happen to good people? If God is all good, fair and gentle, rogues and thieves seem to flourish at ease, while pious and righteous suffer and perish. God is all good and undoubtedly just. He simply rewards us based on past acts. If we store rotten grains before adding good grains, get rotten grains first and good grains next. Our present pains come from past bad acts. Our present joys come from past good acts. Life is a mixture of pain and pleasure, like a man tent released. You know what is this example? In the Vedic times, a man was put on a stick upside down, thieves, and they would be submerged in water, and you'll be struggling to breathe. He will be struggling in the water. Then they would release him. When he does like that, police will say, "Tell the truth." They will tell him, and then little truth he will say. Now they will say, "No, you are not telling the whole thing." Again, they will dunk him in water, upside down. So, excuse me. So now, in the same manner, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu only told this example. He says that in the material world you get little relief from problem, and that you call it as happiness. And then again one more problem comes. Then again you are released. Kurvan dukkha pratikaram sukhavan manyate grihi, it is said. So that's what he is saying here in this world. This world is a place of hunger, thirst and sorrow, disease, old age, death, and next birth follows. You are soul, not the body, like a driver of a taxi, and you suffer in this body many untold miseries. Rise above all these perils and pleasures, from the world of uncertainties and varieties of dangers, to the world of mirth and merry that has slipped out of memory. It's the home of everybody and free from all worry. Lord is very lovely with his millions of devotees, serving him purely with their heart and soul fully. It's a world of non-envy and mood of humble service. By chanting Lord's names holy, you will reach there safely. By eating delicious prasadam as Lord's supreme mercy, by reading and reciting Srimad Bhagavatam daily, by chanting holy names and living life purely, you can reach Lord's abode in this very life surely. So, this is like the summary. So one interesting thing is said here, a wealthy man is in anxiety. Why is in anxiety? Not a beggar is roaming carefree, but actually the suffering is not due to poverty. It is due to past. Like sometimes there is a Lifebuoy soap advertisement, if you see. They say use this soap, you'll become happy. They say, I don't know what is the connection between Lifebuoy soap and happiness. Simply putting soap, do you become happy? If somebody scolded you, by putting soap also you won't become happy. So actually, our suffering doesn't come by simply having a bigger car and a bigger house. I mean, you can't overcome the suffering. Generally people think, I am in a 2 BHK, if I have a 3 BHK or a villa or something, or instead of a smaller car, if you have a bigger car, there will be no misunderstanding, you'll be more happy. No. With all those things, happiness doesn't come. The unhappiness actually comes from Purva Janma Papa. Purva Janma Arjita Punyam or Papam, Argre Davati Dhavati, it is said. And then why do bad things happen to good people? Because if you have stored rotten grains in the previous year, and now you are putting fresh grains in the top, when you are taking out from the bottom, what will come first? Rotten grains will come, that's the point that is said. So our pains and pleasures come from the past acts. And one should also know that we are living in a world which is infested with so many contaminations and dangers and difficulties and pains and sorrows. Therefore, one should not make a program to stay here. Even in Bible, Jesus says that the world is a bridge. Let us cross it, he says. Don't try to stay here. It's like, here in our scriptures also, in the Bhagavatam you find, it says this world is like a restaurant where you eat and you wash your hands and push off. Or this world is like a train journey. Train journey, you get into the train, you have to get out of the train at one time. So in the same manner, make a plan for going back to Godhead. Or this world is called as a seashore where you may make some sandcastles. But you can't remain with the sandcastles forever. Your relation is not with the seashore. Your relation is with the parents. Correct, no? Parents will call you, hey son, it's getting dark, now let's go home. So you will just dust your hand and go with the parents. Similarly, to go with God is our nature, not to stay in this world forever. That's why he's talking about the spiritual world here. So you all told about love and service. In the beginning you told. So we have spoken all these things. Okay, let us. Complete love and incomplete love, I told you. Loving God is complete love. Okay, now I need 2 devotees who can read this. Ram, Shyam, they are having a dialogue now. Please, 2 of you read. Why should I love God? Actually, how I wrote this dialogue, one boy is ignorant and other boy is enlightened. He's a devotee boy. So they both are having a dialogue. Okay. And you should hear the dialogue and then you will be able to answer the questions. Then I will ask you questions, okay? Who will take the role of Ram? Okay. You can read it loudly, you have one mic. 2 devotees should be next to each other so you can quickly exchange and read, okay?
Very sharp.
Okay, both of you can read, okay? Start. I heard
our Hare Krishna teacher speaking about loving God.
Lilananda Prabhu.
I heard our Lilananda Prabhuji speaking about loving God in the last week's class. Some of our friends are challenging me. Why should I love God? What do I tell them, my friend?
Don't you enjoy the sunlight, rains, wind, water, fruits, grains, cereals, flowers, gold, silver, diamond, etc.?
I do. After all, we are all sons of God. Can't sons enjoy father's property?
Yes. As sons can enjoy father's property, the sons should also love the father.
So Prabhupada, one Christian asked Prabhupada, Swamiji, in this world God has created everything for us to enjoy because we are after all his sons. Prabhupada said, yes, you want to enjoy father's property, but you should obey the father also. So what is the meaning of obedience to the Supreme Father? 3 things I told you last time when I came in the VSK. If anybody remembers, if you are obedient to God, I told you anything you accept you should check. There's a 3-point check system. So one clue I will tell you, other 2 you have to remember. Sanctioned, and then there are 2 more, I said. Anybody remembers? Yeah, sanctified, 3rd one, and regulated. Give her an applause. Sanctioned, sanctified, regulated. For example, vegetarian food is sanctioned. And then when you offer the vegetarian food to Krishna, it is sanctified. And if you eat in moderate proportion, it is regulated. Yeah. For example, if it is prasadam, you eat too much, so much prasad sometimes people eat. Prasadam is so tasty, right? Some people eat so much that the rice particle comes from the nose. That much they eat, So what are they breaking out of the 3? Yeah. Somebody says, I only eat vegetarian. One fellow was telling Prabhupada said, even a monkey is a vegetarian, Prabhupada said. So what is he following out of the 3? Sanctioned is following. But he is not offering the food to God. It's not sanctified, correct? No? So it should be all the 3. Sanctioned, sanctify, regulate. So that's why he's saying that, okay, you say that everything belongs to God and God, you're all God's children, we should enjoy. Yes, you can enjoy, but how you should enjoy? Whatever you enjoy should follow these three things. You should be sanctioned, sanctified and regulated. Okay, now you answer the question quiz for all of you. When will our love be considered complete? See, there may be more than one correct answers also, okay? You should say which ones. Okay, who can say answer? You raise your hand, I'll ask you. Yes.
D.
He's saying D, he's saying. Anybody else? Yeah, she's saying C. Anybody else? Yeah. C and D, that's the correct answer. First one. Okay, why should we love God? Anybody? Okay, yes, ma'am. A and D. He's also raising hand. Seeing others raising. Okay, Ramsham can continue.
I agree. In our family,
See, there are three people. Nastik, Astik, Bhakta. Three people, yeah. Ram?
I agree. In our family, we do visit Balaji at Tirupati every year. My father never starts his yearly business without praying to Balaji to ensure good profits for the year. I also visit temple before going for exams to ensure good result. I heard a Christian prayer in my convent days, addressing God for daily bread.
I appreciate your piety, Ram. Even Lord Krishna appreciates pious people as Sukritinaha in Gita, and he calls atheists as Dushkritinaha, who never care for God or thank him for his gifts. At the same time, going to God only to ask for wealth, health, problem solving or curiosity is not good enough.
Then what more should I do?
Even without our asking, God gives us our daily bread. If there is a food problem, that is due to our mismanagement. When we align with nature and God, everything will be profusely supplied. In fact, we have to express our love for Him by our obedience to His instructions in Bhagavad Gita, offering prayers of glorification, offering a leaf, fruit or flower to Lord, rendering service to Lord and devotees by cooking, cleaning, washing, worshipping, teaching Gita and loving Him, following in the footsteps of Hanuman, Arjuna, Prahlad, etc.
Is God attractive only to some people and not to others?
Some people say it is optional to worship God. What do you think of it, Shyam?
One who attracts everyone, He is God. By His opulence, by His richness, by His power, by His beauty, by His knowledge, by His renunciation and by His reputation. God is all attractive.
Aishwaryasya samagrasya viryasya shashashriyah jnana vairagyayoschaiva shannam bhaga itingana. Vishnu Purana, yeah.
God cannot be attractive for some men and not for others. Everyone is either attracted to God directly or to His Maya Shakti in the form of women, wealth and sense gratification. Just as Lord abiders follow Prime Minister and law breakers follow jail laws. Maya is the jail department of Krishna for the rebellious souls. If we are intelligent, we can love God, Krishna, serve Him, go back to Godhead and be happy forever. Those who are foolish, however, serve Maya.
Oh, that is true. I have seen our friends who claim themselves atheists but chase after opposite sex. Others are mad after sportsmen and some others are after Bollywood actors and actresses. And some are crazy for eloquent TED speakers or millionaires. But I wonder, Shyam, don't these great personalities also control and pull thousands or even lakhs of populace by their charm? Can't we call them also God in one sense?
God, the supreme controller. In the Brahma Samhita, it is said, Ishvara Parama Krishna. Brahma Samhita 5.1. Ishvara means controller or the powerful man who controls. Take for example, the president or the king. So there are many Ishwaras or controller. You are also Ishwara. I am also Ishwara. Because you also control at least your family members or some animals. So this controlling capacity is there in everyone. Because we are part and parcel of Krishna, but we are not supreme controller. We are controller of some entities, but we are controlled also by something superior. Controlled also by something superior. Therefore, we are not absolute controller. We are relative controller. But about Krishna, it is said, Ishvara Parama Krishna. Brahma Samhita 5.1. Parama means supreme. He controls everyone or everything. But he is not controlled by anyone. All other living beings like Bollywood heroes, sports heroes, all become zeros over passing of time. When Sri Krishna was in Kurukshetra battlefield, he was 125 years on the earthly planet. Still, he appeared like a 16 years old youth. Thus, God is oldest, yet he appears young and ever fresh.
Other question now we can do the question, then we'll come back to the question. Yeah. Please read the question.
Why should we not pray to God for bread?
Yes? Okay, how many of you say B and D? That B and D is the answer actually. Yeah, correct. Anybody thought of any other answer? B and D is the correct answer. When I make these quizzes, I make some answers look like correct answer. And if you have a doubt, that means then the doubt has to be cleared. Huh? Okay. What if somebody says that they have no interest or no need to love Krishna? Some people are saying C, some people are saying C and D. Anybody else? Yeah? Who? He's saying A and C, he's saying. Anybody? The correct answer it has not yet come. Some are saying C and D. Only C is saying, some people. A, C and D. That's the correct answer. A, C and D. Because one who is not interested in Krishna, God, they become attracted to perishable heroes of the world. He said Hollywood, Bollywood heroes and all that. Similarly, if you don't follow state laws, you have to follow jail laws. Similarly, if somebody doesn't follow God's laws, they have to follow Maya's laws. Correct, no? They can't escape. Similarly, love and serve God or love and serve dog or Maya. That is also correct. Sometimes students choose B also, they choose sometimes. They say, it's ultimately choice of anyone to have interest or not have interest, accept or not. No sir, you have no choice. You have to follow somebody. Either you follow God or you follow Maya. Nobody can say, I am not attracted to anybody. Prabhupada is saying in America, he says that the hippies gave up parents. The hippies gave up education. The hippies did not follow police. They didn't follow government. They didn't follow military people also. Nobody could control them. They became unruly. What do you call the counterculture people? But they didn't give up one thing. What is it? Sex life, he says. Even though they gave up everything, they wanted to carry partners with them and they gave up also. And they couldn't give up. In this way you will see that in this world, the attraction, attachment, nobody can give up. Either you are attracted to God or you are going to be attracted to at least a dog. Even old people you will see in big housing, rich colonies, you find that the man's wife has passed away and his sons and daughters are abroad, he is alone. He gets a dog with a leash. He walks in the morning. You've seen that? And he feeds costly biscuits because he wants somebody to, serve and also express his affection. You will see that. So no one can say, I am not attracted to anybody. Next, since great sportsmen, Bollywood actors and actresses attract millions, can't we call them God? Yes, all four are correct, yeah. See, the opulence of these people remains only for some time. They are beautiful for a while. When they get old, they also become ugly. The beauty will not remain forever. Huh? And the opulence is reduced, like Mike Tyson or Muhammad Ali. Their strength was enormous when they were young. When they get old, that strength wanes down. Huh? Yeah. Now you read the question, Ram, now. This question. I do agree.
I do agree, but I wonder whether God is a person or he is some concept. Because I have seen some of our spiritual minded friends consider God to be impersonal. What do you say about it?
Absolute cannot be zero or impersonal because controller must have brain. Without brain, how can he control? And as soon as you have got brain, you have got other limbs of the body to carry out the order of the brain. Therefore, the absolute controller cannot be impersonal. From our practical life, we see government. Government is an impersonal word, but behind the government, there is a prime minister, a person. A person is required who will apply his brain. So how can the whole cosmic manifestation be controlled without brain? That is not very reasonable. We all have a head and heart physically. Also, figuratively, a heady person is intelligent and hearty person is sensitive to others. We need a balance of the two to be a complete personality. We can see from God's creation his intelligence as well as his emotion. Thus, with head and heart, God is a beautiful person.
I'll just show you some. I recently made this. How beautiful, isn't it? So by looking at this kind of things in nature, what comes to your mind? God must be a person with a beautiful heart, isn't it? She's the lilies, and that is lotus and lilies, and garden. Similarly, the rain shower and the warmth of the sun. Similarly, so many varieties of fruits, you see. So man can only make plastic mangoes. He can't make these things such tasty, nice. Even he copies. He is a very poor imitation. So many varieties. See here, how beautiful, huh? So when you look at these things, surely God must be a person of very loving heart. He has a very, very artistic sense. Aesthetic appeal and artistic sense, very profound. Therefore, William Wordsworth, when he would go to places like this, he would write profuse poems. Poems will arise in the mind of great poets, they say. So that's why he said God is a person of heart. And also, he is a person of head also, because he is too smart. Like, scientists say the earth is revolving around the sun in 365.256 days. Up to the third decimal it is perfect. So perfect that you can set your watch according to that. So everything is so precise. You heard about Fibonacci? You heard about that? Yeah. Ram? Go ahead.
Marvelous, Shyam. I totally agree with you. And I also feel there is no one as jolly as Krishna, playing on his flute, surrounded by cows, calves, deers, peacocks, monkeys, and Yamuna river behind. He is really a cool God, attractive God, and lovable God, as he loves his friend Sudama unconditionally. And he is quite different from other gods who carry big weapons to attack anyone or having to be busy in creating universes. At the same time, some of our friends aroused a doubt in my mind by asking, since he seems to be herding cows and playing with cowherd boys, how could he be the main God, source of everything?
Yeah. So, recently when I was returning from West, I returned India from Seattle. So the Seattle airport, when I was doing the security check, so my laptop was also put in one of the boxes. So one young American boy, so he saw this one. You see here, no? He saw this. He immediately got stunned, frozen for about a couple of minutes. Then he asked me, hey, wait a minute, can I see? Please give it, bring it here. So then I showed him. Then he called his friend and said, hey, they look very cool, isn't it? And he didn't know who they are. So he asked me, who are these people? So his friend was telling, hey, that is their God. They call him Krishna. That fellow is saying. I was amazed. At least even an American knows who Krishna is. He's telling them. So when I was packing my luggage, when I was about to leave, he again showed me. Can you please show me once again? He said. Then I once again showed them. Then I want to connect him to the local temple. Surely he'll become a devotee. Because he's appreciating as soon as he saw them. So, therefore, even any common, there is a philosopher called Nietzsche, Nietzsche. This Nietzsche said God is dead. So some Christians thought that he is an atheist, but he is not an atheist. You have to read the full statement. He says, which God is dead? He says, if you think God is beyond the clouds with a thunderbolt to punish us for the evil deeds, I don't believe in such a God who is simply cruel-hearted towards his creatures. And the creatures are always striving for perfection and they may slip sometimes. And he has to teach them a way by which they can be uplifted rather than just be a punisher of the evil. But he said, I believe in God who is a singing God and a dancing God, like that he wrote. There is a quote by Nietzsche. But poor Nietzsche must not have met Hare Krishnas, I believe, at that time. If people got to meet Hare Krishna, he would have become a devotee, surely. I believe in a dancing God, he said. So, that's what he says. Now Shyam can read, yeah.
I told you the verse from Vishnu Purana, which said, Aishwaryasya Samagrasya. Samagra means complete. One rich man can claim that I am owner of 100 crores. Another can claim, no, I have got 900 crores more than you. Others may say, so on, and go on. But nobody can claim that I am the owner of all opulences. But in the Bhagavad Gita, you will find Krishna claims, Bhoktaram Yajnatapasam Sarvaloka Maheshwaram. Sarvaloka Maheshwaram, the supreme proprietor of all the lokas, that is admitted by the Shastra.
Yeah, correct, huh? Somebody will be Lakpati, or Karodapati, or Arabpati, but Krishna is Lakshmipati. All Lakshmi of everyone belongs to him. Yeah.
Krishna is God at home and Vishnu is God at office. Like you find a military officer on battalion appears with uniform, cap, belt, gun, shoes, stars, strips, etc. The same officer at home won't be showing his gun to his wife or children. Also, he may be wearing a lungi and banyan, relaxing in an easy chair at home. Vishnu and Krishna are like that.
Oh, that is simply superb. I think it is like our PM of India is in Parliament and PM at home. Is it not?
Perfectly right. Do you like your father in office or at home?
Oh, naturally I love my father at home.
Therefore, the form of Krishna in Vrindavan is most charming to heart of all, where God gives opportunity for all jivas to access him in his sweetest aspect and be a part of his playful, sportive, joyful pastimes. And in Vaikuntha, he is the master of all his devotees. Going back to Godhead and joining the eternal service to God is ultimate goal of life.
That is really worth aspiring for. To go back to Godhead and dance with God. Carefree with no study tension, job tension, old age or disease. That would be a joyful life for all time. But I see most human beings in this world chasing after sense gratification are caught up in their worldly duties with no plan for going back to Godhead. They seem to have forgotten their goal of life altogether.
Yes? Who knows the answer? Somebody is saying A? Answer is A, C and D. Actually some are very quick, they will quickly catch up. So, anybody thinks B? If you think B, then you can study. God is personal, God is not impersonal. There's one more. Some wonder how Krishna, who herds cows, is the ultimate God. What do you think? Yes? Yeah, B, C and D. That's the correct answer, yeah. So, now I will stop here. What is this page number 7? We are in page number 7. Next time when Lilananda calls me, I'll continue from here, where I left. You all found it interesting? Yes. Actually, one thing with this booklet, you have to be very internally alert. Because if you are interested in the dialogue, you hear well, then only you can grasp it, because I don't speak much once this booklet starts, correct, no? Because the Ram Shyam and they take over, they both really matched very well, I feel. Huh? Ram is like a small, it's very boyish like voice, and Shyam is like a very mature fatherly voice. Huh? I think next time we should continue and complete it. So we will continue from there. This booklet may have about 12 pages, I think. So I will remember where we left and we will continue, and next time we will finish it. Shri Prabhupada ki Jai.
Let us thank Radheshyam Prabhu with 3 loud Hari. Can off the projector. Once more. Yeah, thank you. So there is a special reason why we are meeting today. As you all can see, it's Festival of Inspiration. Festival of Inspiration, there is a history to it. It was started, of course, it's Srila Prabhupada who inspired the whole world to come towards Krishna. But his disciples in New Vrindavan, one of the farm communities in America, in Pennsylvania, they started the Festival of Inspiration, I think 2 decades ago, if I'm not wrong. Somewhere in 90s they started. And every single year, in the month of May, the Mother's Day weekend they say, there are like so many devotees, like 700-800 devotees who go to that place, and it's like a remote place between mountains, right? And there are so many speakers who come, and there are 3 lectures going on at the same time in 3 different camps, right? Like a hall like this, you can see like 3 halls, or maybe more. And 3 people, like great sannyasis are giving one lecture in one place, and the biggest anxiety for the people who attend is where to go, right? So when I went there for the first time, I think in 2009 I went there, it was a big question. One place, Niranjan Maharaj, one of my favorite sannyasi Maharaj, was giving a very nice lecture and his kirtans are unbelievable. And another place, there is one more Swami Maharaj, and there is another place, another one Mataji, she was giving amazing, Urmila Mataji, if I'm right. So she was giving, so we were like, what to do? So I told my wife, okay, you go to Urmila Mataji, I will go to Niranjan Maharaj. They're like, what about that Maharaj? Oh, we'll just keep a speaker there and some recorder there and come. It was like that. And since the time we came back to India, we were always missing this aspect of, Festival of Inspiration. And it's really an inspiring day where we are all inspired to go closer to Krishna, right? So this is the background. So I welcome you all for the Festival of Inspiration 2022, and maybe many more such inspiration festivals will happen every coming year. Now there is one more important reason why we have some very special esteemed guests here is, may I request all the Bhakti Shastri students who have not yet passed can get up. Yeah, everybody here who has...
There are 40 students, huh?
48.
48.
There are 2 dropouts, they can also get up. So let us say Hari Bol for all these 48 dropouts. Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Hari Bol! May I request all of you to please sit down? Yeah, so there is one Mataji from Bangalore, she was attending. Mataji, can you please get up? That's Padma Mataji. She is the elderly Mataji, and she gets the highest marks in sloka recitation. And okay, there are some who have really been struggling on sloka recitation. I'll not take their names. They only asked this festival to be conducted because they wanted to somehow do some back-end working to get the marks. Anyway, so once again, so may I humbly request all the teachers to please once get up here, please. Let's welcome Vamsi Vadan Prabhu with 3 loud Haribol. I'll introduce Prabhu, more when Prabhuji comes here to speak. I'll give his introduction. May I request Prabhuji, Caitanya Prasad Prabhu. Right. Atmaram Gaurang Prabhu, Hare Krishna. Hari Bol. Yes, please. Sakshi Chit Prabhuji. Hari Bol. And I can't see. Ananta Go Prabhu, where is he? Oh, okay, can you go and call them? Yeah. Because, please go and call them. Yeah, we have Ananta Go Prabhu and Sripad Mahaprabhu Prabhu. So it's been an amazing journey. I'll not take too much time to say, we can just keep going on. Because, we have seen them on the video screen, right? I mean, this COVID. And they have seen us and not seen us because most of us never opened our screens, right? So this is an opportunity for them to it's like, I'm sure if I can speak for anybody, like, why these people are not opening their screens? and one of the things that we did is, now since the COVID is gone, or we have let it gone, right, we have stopped putting any online classes. Only in-person classes. So there is no way we can miss your face, or whatever you're doing. So it's been a great journey of doing this Bhakti Shastri. And in the beginning we thought Bhakti Shastri, I didn't know what was there. I did it in the past in US, but it was like a crash course. Then I asked, can we do it in 6 months? And then I was like, 6 months you want to finish Bhakti Shastri? It will take 5 classes a week. No, we can't do in 6 months. But can we do in 1 year? Then they said 3 classes in a week. And all of us are working devotees here, Everybody is already being tortured by their bosses and, So, getting in the evening, 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock is like a struggle. If I can say the secret, some of them were even, I don't know in what meetings they were. 1 year on the Bhakti Shastri class, let me hear it, let me not miss it. Yeah. So, somehow we did go through the struggles and we reached a point. Now we are finished with all the modules except Shloka recitation test is pending for Bhagavad Gita 3 and for Nectar of Devotion. These are the only things pending. 3 days a week, probably. Yeah.
2 hours each time.
2 hours each time. Yeah. Monday, Wednesday and Friday. Last July we started and this July we are ending. So it is exactly 1 year. Prabhu saying probably the fastest batch. So the journey was unbelievable and we really felt, that we as a group, we all used to meet, especially for writing the exam. So me and Satya Prabhu, we had this office software company and we used to just block the place for doing a Bhakti Shastri exam. Right? So everybody used to come there and every time we used to meet, they're like, how can we reciprocate what we have received? Because the knowledge that we received and with the affection that we've been given this knowledge is really, unbelievable. I can't forget the stress on atonement that Prabhuji gave, in his class, in Nectar of Instruction. Like, what is the importance of atonement? So much he was explaining. We really felt that every teacher really wanted to give us something very, very special. And we didn't know how to reciprocate. We were like, what can we do? Then we said, why don't we call everybody here? Is it possible? One option is we all go there, or the second option is, can we bring them here? So we discussed and we said, okay, let us request and see. So this date was actually decided 3 months before. And then we said, okay, let us call all of them. First we took Radhesham Prabhu's time. And once Radhesham Prabhu's date is finalized, then we requested everybody. Everybody are so busy preaching. They are very senior preachers, and they have the congregations and projects. And Vamsi Vadan Prabhu literally was traveling to Bombay. Prabhuji said, I'm not going to come. I called him 3 times. Prabhuji, please. And really, Prabhuji made it here. So grateful. So we have a small, is Prabhuji coming? Anantago Prabhu? Yeah, we need to give. So with no more delay, we wanted to give a small gift of, though the gift only represents what the least we could think of, what would be best suited to give, because they're brahmacharis and all preachers, and on the run preaching. So we thought, okay, let us try to do something which will be helpful in the preaching process. So may I request Radhesham Prabhu to just give a small token of gift to each one of them when I call.
See, the gift should be given by you and your wife together. Call Mataji also. You both should give on behalf of this congregation. You both should give. No? I am also living with them in Pune only. If you give, it will be most appropriate. Mataji, Anuradha Mataji here?
She's at home. She is
Okay,
preparing.
then you only give. You should give.
Okay, last one of our group. Okay, so may I request Giriraj Prabhu, Shri Giriraj Prabhu, please come and give the gift to Vamsi Vadan Prabhuji. Can you find? Prabhuji, come here. Prabhuji can come here.
Prabhuji maybe near the first.
Big, very huge gift.
Prabhuji, please.
Looks like a big heart.
Let us welcome Vamsi Vadan Prabhu, 3 Lord Hari Bol. Hari Hare Krishna.
Team of BVRV, you know that?
Yes. Oh.
We have in Pune Bhakti Vedanta Raja Vidyalaya we have, no? In that, I am playing the role of a director, but he is a chairman. I am the chairman, he is the director. And whatever, of course, I just have to make sure the things happen by observing them. But he and Kanya Krishna Prabhu and Gopacham Prabhu, 3 of them, he plays a very, very vital role. Bhaktivedanta Raja Vidyalaya was started just about a couple of years ago. Actually, a couple of years ago we started with no website. Last year website was launched. Now there are more than 1,000 students and 50 classes are going on in different places. 50 courses.
Yes, Prabhuji, please. Prabhuji, please accept from our behalf. Prabhuji. Thank you. Thank you, Prabhuji. Yes. So may I request Subbarao Prabhu to give to Caitanya Prasad Prabhu. Please come. They have come. Yeah, next. They may come. Yes.
See, all of you are seeing this Caitanya Prasad Prabhu is from Karnataka only, and he is the primary. He has been a primary teacher for many Bhakti Shastri courses before, and he corrects the papers also, test papers and all. Currently, he is BVVA, we call it, Bhakti Vedanta Vidyashram in Pune. He is one of the very prominent teachers in that. We have more than 70-80 boys. These are all congregation teenage children between the age of 10 to 15. So he is one of the main teachers who is running the BVVA in Pune, Bhakti Vedanta Vidyashram. It runs every morning, a couple of hours every day morning. And all the congregation children, the cream children of congregation are taken care by him.
Okay, one thing I'd like to say, something that some of us are a little angry with Prabhuji, is that we made a big recommendation to BVRV that please allow Grahasthas not to learn the shlokas. And Prabhuji straight away rejected that. So you all have to learn the shlokas, we have to. And we did learn because of you. Thank you, Prabhuji. May I request, Praveen Prabhu, please. Anantako Prabhuji, please, please accept a gift from us here. Let us welcome Anantako Prabhu with 3 Lord Hari Bol. Anantako Prabhu is our class teacher who has arranged everything for us.
He is a primary teacher for the whole course I heard here. Anantako Prabhu also has heard many lectures of His Holiness Bhakti Vidyapurna Maharaj in Mayapur. So he is a very intellectual devotee. And he also is also Lakshmi bringer for the temple. He is in the life patron department. That is one of his services, but his main interest is Krishna conscious philosophy. He is very analytical in nature. He is a good teacher and he is a coordinator of the whole course.
Thank you very much, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna, Hare Bol. The most austere time that Prabhuji took, I mean, really we all felt from our heart, Prabhuji. Shloka recitation test, like crazy time we gave. I mean, sorry to use that word, but 12 hours continuous test, 12 hours from morning till night. And sometimes devotees are like, Prabhuji, they announcement, wait, I'll tell. Prabhuji said, okay, you only tell, but wait. Prabhuji was so patient in, getting through all the Maybe we can add some words when you But let us thank special Hari also, Prabhuji. Hari May I call Sripad Mahaprabhu to please come. And Udayanand Prabhu, please come here. Yeah. Let's welcome Sripad Mahaprabhu, three loud Hari Bol. Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Hari Bol!
Sripad Mahaprabhu, he stays in the Vella farm and he does a lot of village preaching also. Apart from that, he has a natural inclination, flavor for Shastric study and teaching. He's also doing youth preaching, as well as he has taken one during this recent times. What is that village project you call it as? 108 villages now? 125. 125. Prabhupada, 125th year, they are going to 125 villages to distribute books and many things they are doing. Eventually, they are going to do preaching in all these villages around the Vella farm.
Thank you. Please accept a small gift from our behalf. Hare Krishna. May I call Sakshi Achyut Prabhu and Balgovind Prabhu? Please, can you please come here? Please, Hare Krishna. We have a very senior devotee also here, Balgovind Prabhu. Let's welcome Sakshi Achyut Prabhu, three loud Hari Bol. There is one more devotee to give, no? 1 minute. May I request actually Mahalingam Mayor Prabhu to give this gift first? No, next Prabhu. No, there is a reason. Mahalingam Mayor Prabhu met Sakshi Achyut Prabhu in a train. And he's got introduced to Krishna consciousness in a train. It's so amazing that Prabhuji is now aspiring and so much progress is making, and the Siksha Guru is right here. So please, gift should go from your hands. Hare Krishna. Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Hari Bol!
He's preaching in NIT Warangal. He's a very wonderful youth preacher, and he also, in Pune also he has been doing youth preaching. But in Warangal he is the main preacher now. And he is a very good Pakshat preacher also. Hari Bol.
Yes, now I request Atmaram Gaurang Prabhu, please come here. Balgovind Prabhu, please. Let's welcome, yes, Prabhu. Let's welcome Atmaram Gaurang Prabhu, three loud Hari Bol. Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Hare Krishna.
Caitanya Mahaprabhu was personally trained by His Holiness Bhakti Rasamrita Maharaj in Belgaum many years. Maharaj has guided him and his wife personally in Grihastha Ashrama. Later on he had to go to Calcutta for some years, a couple of years, 2-3 years I think. A few years he was in Calcutta, now he is settled in Pune. But Atmanam Mahaprabhu is one of the most inspiring leaders in Pune. In his house he puts up a program every month. About 30-40 cream congregation leaders come for that program. I go there once in a month to his house. Although, the house gets flooded with devotees because he has such a nice relationship with all those leaders. For me, it was very difficult to assemble those leaders in the temple. Earlier, we were doing a program in temple. People won't come. Somebody will come, somebody may not come. Once he started in his house, everybody comes, pakka, every month.
Please accept a small gift from our behalf. Hare Krishna. Hari Bol! So Atmaram Gaurang Prabhu, as Prabhuji was saying, Prabhuji used to quote so many times from different sannyasi Maharaj, especially of Bhakti Rasamrita Maharaj. So many times. You all remember that? Yes. Yeah. And we were so inspired that we finally asked Prabhuji, can you ask Maharaj to give us some audience? And he actually made Maharaj come and give a class to all of us. Yeah, we all had the fortune. Those Sundays were the most blissful Sundays, in the beginning, where we had so many sannyasi Maharajas coming and giving one after the other. In one way, COVID was a good thing to happen. But we really want to thank you, Prabhuji, for giving the audience of Maharaj. And let's thank Radhesham Prabhu and the whole amazing preachers from BVRB, from Pune, who have educated all of us with 3 loud and enthusiastic Hari Bols. Hari Bol! Okay. And whoever is...
We are going to...
I think they also wanted to say, please pass.
Actually, in Hyderabad also we are going to start BVRV, same name only, Bhaktivedanta Rajavidya. But why I am telling you, all of you have to become teachers. I'm saying.
Hare Krishna. So we are restarting again the Festival of Inspiration. Prabhuji has to leave. Prabhuji will stay for some time, and Rajesh Prabhu has other classes to give today. This is a busy schedule. So we will begin with each one of the speakers. But I would request, we have another, how many minutes? 11:30 is the time it starts. Yeah, we have 10 minutes, right? So I would request anybody in the classroom, so-called classroom now here, to share any of your reflections of what you experienced in the Bhakti Shastri. Anybody? The teachers are here. Any special moments? Yeah? Yeah, Deepa Mataji, she is again, very, very sincere student, writing notes. You want to say something? Yeah?
PhD in Bhakti Shastri.
Hare Krishna Prabhujis and Matajis. I really want to thank very, very sincerely to all the teachers.
Yeah. Hare Krishna, settle. Where is Prashant? Okay. Yeah. Everyone can sit down. Hare Krishna. Can everybody please settle down? Yeah. Hari Bol, yeah. So, yes, Deepa Mataji.
Hare Krishna Prabhujis and Matajis. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak first on Bhakti Shastri, though I am no Shastri at all. So, yeah, my reflection is that I want to sincerely thank every teacher who actually gave us the class, because they made us love the scriptures so much and learn from the scriptures, learn about Krishna and get so much closer to Krishna. So for my main intention of actually joining Bhakti Shastri was to get closer to Krishna, and the mission is accomplished. So thank you very much. And if I compare myself from pre-Bhakti Shastri days to now, originally I should not say this, but I used to find Bhagavad Gita very dry. So I wouldn't understand anything what I was reading, and I would come till the 4th chapter, and then again I would take a break and again come back to the 1st chapter, again read till 4th chapter. I don't know what was there in the 4th chapter, but yeah, it is confidential knowledge, so I wouldn't get past it. But when the classes started, I felt that there was so much of rasa in it, the bhakti rasa, and I actually enjoyed every bit of the Bhakti Shastri class. So everybody knows me so well because I was like sincerely attending every class. I think I can count on fingers the number of classes that I have missed. I have hardly missed any classes, so probably some 3-4, but not much. So yeah, that is what my whole day I would just wait for the Bhakti Shastri class. In fact, I took my work so lightly. I made very few clients in this 1 year, so I put everything aside for Bhakti Shastri and my mission. No, I really can't say that there are so many exalted devotees in this, and I am hardly anything. I don't even participate in many services, but I can vouch for it that I am always sincere. My sincerity is there to learn and to associate with all the devotees, be it online. I am a person who will actually laid back, always sitting at home and try to associate. So it's like kind of a lazy devotee. But yeah, that's what me. But Bhakti Shastri is a really wonderful thing to happen to me. I think it's Krishna's blessing and all the teachers' mercy, because without mercy I wouldn't have been here. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So, for some of you might be thinking, what is this Bhakti Shastri they're talking about, right? Yeah, so to know that, you can go and register yourself in that corner. Whoever has not. So who has not done Bhakti Shastri, there is Hema Mataji standing there. So please go and register yourself, you'll know everything about Bhakti Shastri. So it's an amazing explanation, and we had the first class about the introduction of Bhakti Shastri by Vamsivardhan Prabhu. It was a very, very beautiful understanding of how Srila Prabhupada wanted all of us to be formally educated in Shastra, and how much it was very important that we quote Shastra whenever we speak any philosophy, because there are so many philosophers everywhere, but how many are speaking the philosophy that God has spoken? So the way Prabhuji explained, and so many quotes of Prabhuji gave, where Prabhupada himself is saying that Bhakti Shastri has to be, taught. And in fact, Prabhupada gave a little more version of Bhakti Shastri also, like there are a few more, which I think looking at Kaliga's situation, like after Prabhupada they decreased it a little bit, but most of the main part of Bhakti Shastri is still kept intact. So I highly encourage, if somebody wants to really formally learn Bhagavad Gita, nectar of instruction, nectar of devotion, Ishopanishad, these 4 scriptures, they give a full understanding of Krishna conscious philosophy. Please do sign up for Bhakti Shastri, and you can still do it. I think, I always say that, there was, when I did my CA, I don't know how I did it, but when I did my CA, one of my friends came and asked me a passport size picture. I said, why do you want my passport size picture? He said, just give it to me. He was really frustrated at that time. So he took my passport size picture, and then I asked him, what are you going to do with it? So he was not passing CA. He was going through many attempts. So he said, I'm going to keep your picture on my office desk, and every day morning I'm going to think that if this fellow could do it, anybody can do it. So this first batch of Bhakti Shastri that we have are, without your permission, the most notorious batch. Right? Everybody has a different flavor of writing answers, or asking questions, or so many things that used to happen behind the curtains. So if we could do Bhakti Shastri, do you all want to say that? Yeah, if we could do Bhakti Shastri, everybody here can do Bhakti Shastri. So please, on a serious note, there is Hema Mataji there. Can you lift your hand, Mataji? Yeah, both the hands she is lifting it. So you can go and give your name, and we will start a Bhakti Shastri batch maybe 2 months from now. You all can sign up. It doesn't have to be so aggressive as Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We'll try to figure out maybe 2 days in a week, but it still can be done. You all can do it. We all can study, and we all can become more authentic in what we are doing. Right? So without any more delay, we will start the Festival of Inspiration, the first lecture from His Grace Vamsivardhan Prabhu. I'll just give a brief introduction of Prabhuji, with your permission, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. So Vamsivardhan Prabhu is here. Prabhuji, come to the Vyasa. Let's welcome Vamsivardhan Prabhu. Three loud Haribol. No, it's okay, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. Can you please help Prabhuji sit down? Could you move it? So Vamsivardhan Prabhu studied MBBS from Pune University, and is a medical doctor by profession. Prabhuji was introduced to Krishna consciousness in 1996, and Prabhuji joined ISKCON Pune as full-time brahmachari in 1999, where Prabhuji served in youth college preaching and corporate preaching departments. Vamsivardhan Prabhuji teaches Bhakti Shastri, Bhakti Vaibhav, Bhakti Vedanta, TTC, ISKCON Disciples course in various parts of India and outside India. Prabhuji is a teacher of Mayapur Institute. Prabhuji is also a member of ISKCON Board of Examinations, and is serving as a Secretary General for ISKCON LEADS. LEADS means Leadership Education and Development System. So let us once again thank Prabhuji for giving us the course and coming here all the way to Hyderabad for again giving his audience and maybe one amazing class again. Hare Krishna. Hari Bol. Hari Bol. Hari Bol.
Yes, brother.
जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजना यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजना यमुना तीरा बनचारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजना यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजना यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजना यमुना तीरा बनचारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे जय प्रभुपद जय प्रभुपद हरिनाम संकीर्तन की
जय, श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय, समेत गौर भक्त वृंद की
जय।
ओम ज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूप कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकं। वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुतापदकमलं श्रीगुरून् वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपादान् सहगना ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनिति नामिने। नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यदेशतारिणे। नमो महावदन्याय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नामने गौरद्विषे नमः। हे कृष्णा करुणा सिंधो दीनबंधो जगत्पते गोपेशा गोपिका कांता राधा कांता नमोस्तुते। तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, Hare Krishna. So first of all, I would like to thank His Grace Lilananda Prabhu for kindly inviting us for this festival of inspiration. And I'm sure we will be very much inspired by being present over here. And of course, we would like to thank all of you for kindly being present over here for this festival. Definitely, we would like to thank all the Bhakti Shastri students for taking the great, performing this great yajna of going through this Bhakti Shastri course for one long year with so many other responsibilities and duties, but still you'll manage to attend the classes and go through all the exams and everything. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all the other teachers. When the request first came to us at BVRV for conducting this course, so we were wondering as to who would be the primary teacher and take responsibility for the whole batch. So we approached Anand Gopru and Prabhuji kindly agreed. So we are grateful to Anand Gopru for kindly agreeing to service, and then also all the other teachers who kindly agreed to do the service in spite of all their very, very busy schedules. They took out time. So extremely grateful to all of you. Okay. So we are planning to speak on this topic of rights and responsibilities. So we find that in this world, everyone has a desire to claim their rights. We find in the world, in the history, there have been so many revolutions, so many people have laid down their lives to get their rights. Right for freedom, right for getting so many other things in this world. We find the workers go on strike to have their rights. So in this way, everyone wants their rights. But one becomes qualified, eligible for rights when one performs responsibilities. So when the responsibilities are performed, then one can claim the rights. Everyone is interested in getting their rights, but if the responsibilities are not done, then they don't become eligible for the rights. Srila Prabhupada writes, I'm sure it maybe at least some of you remember, the first sentence of the purport to the third mantra of the Ishopanishad. Anybody remember? Don't worry, we're not taking another exam yet. Ishopanishad, mantra 3, first sentence of the purport. Prabhupada begins the purport by saying, human life is a life of responsibility. So the human life differs from animal life because in human life one can take responsibility. So the word responsibility, if we split it into ability to respond. So only in human life one has the free will, the choice to decide how to respond in a particular situation. And depending upon how one responds in that particular situation, then that creates reaction, which in turn decides the future. So this ability to respond in a particular situation, that responsibility is there only with human beings. And because the human beings have been given this responsibility, they also have been given certain rights or certain facilities. So what is the special facility in the human form of life? Again, in that same purport, Srila Prabhupada explains, giving the example of a clerk and a high court judge. So there's a high court judge and there is a clerk working in that same court. But what is the difference? The High Court judge may come just for a few hours, but he is given much more facilities. He may be given a bungalow, a car and servants and so many facilities. And the servant or the clerk working in the same office, he may be working from morning to night, many more hours, but he may not be getting all those facilities. Why? What is the reason? Responsibility. The High Court judge has a greater responsibility. Because he has a greater responsibility, therefore more facilities are offered. So similarly, the human form of life also, there are better facilities than the animals. In what way? Anybody can say, in what way the human beings have better facilities than animals? Intelligence, okay. Communication, fine.
We have the discrimination to choose the right from the wrong.
Okay, that's correct. But what is the additional facility which we have as human beings? Prabhupada gives a very simple down-to-earth example. He says that just like you have seen a small bird eating, when the small bird is eating some grains or something, what is the bird doing? Looking here and there. The bird is always looking here and there. Why? There is always fear that somebody will attack. Somebody may do something. When we are eating, do we have any such fears? Do we have to look here and there if somebody is going to come to attack? No, we don't have that. So definitely as human beings, we have better facilities than the animals. Why? Because there is a greater responsibility. And therefore, one has to understand what is that responsibility in the human form of life. Therefore, in the 11th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, we have this famous verse, Nirdehamadhyam sulabham sudallabham plavam sukalpam gurukarnadharam Mayanukulena nabhasvataritam puman bhavabdim nataratsa atmaha. So here he is saying that nirdeham, the human form of life, Sulabham, one has got it easily. Okay, so definitely after many millions of lives in different species, but we have got it easily. At the same time, it is Sudurlabham, extremely rare. And this human form of life has been compared to Plavam, a boat. And the captain of the boat is the Guru, the spiritual master. And Maya Anukulena, Krishna himself is speaking this verse. And he's saying, I myself have given Nabaswa, the favorable breezes, to take the ship across the ocean of material existence. So Krishna himself has given the various scriptures. So in spite of all these facilities, if one does not use all these facilities for crossing the Bhavabdhim, for crossing the ocean of material existence, then he is compared to Atmaha, the killer of the soul. Soul of course cannot be killed, but we are destroying the propensity of the soul, we are killing the propensity of the soul to love and serve Krishna. And so therefore, the human form of life, there is a great responsibility to perform the activities which are meant for human beings. And that is to study the scriptures, to understand what is dharma, to practice dharma, and to cross this ocean of material existence. So we find that amongst the human beings, Srila Prabhupada would often say that civilized human beings means there must be practice of varnashram. The 4 varnas and the 4 ashramas. So the 4 varnas and the 4 ashramas, we see that in each of them there are certain rights and responsibilities. So we see the brahmanas. So the brahmanas, they can accept charity, that is their right. But at the same time, they have to perform their responsibilities. What is the responsibilities of the brahmanas? Yajan, yajan, patan, patan. That is their responsibility. So when they perform their responsibility, then they also have certain rights. Similarly, the Kshatriyas, what is their right? They can tax the people. But what is their responsibility? They need to give protection. So in this way we find in every varna, in every ashram, there are certain rights and there are certain responsibilities. So the Shastras are very clearly saying that one is entitled to the rights when one performs the responsibilities. So especially in that connection, we find in the 4th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, Maharaj Prithu is giving instructions to his citizens. And here we find that Maharaj Prithu, he says, this is Canto 4, Chapter 21, Text 24. He says, any king who does not teach his citizens about their respective duties in terms of varna and ashram, but who simply exacts tolls and taxes from them is liable to suffer for the impious activities which have been performed by the citizens. In addition to such degradation, the king also loses his own fortune. So if the king, he simply levies taxes, he gets the taxes, but he does not perform his duty of educating the citizens, of giving them instructions, if he does not perform his duty, then what happens? He has to suffer for the impious activities of the citizens. And not only that, it is mentioned that he has to suffer the 1/6 of the reactions for all the sinful activities of the citizens. And not only that, but he loses his own good fortune. So in this way, if the king doesn't perform his duty and he only gets the rights, he only levies taxes, but he doesn't perform his duty, then he actually has to suffer. So here, Srila Prabhupada mentions that how anyone in a responsible position, they need to perform their respective duties. That is a very important aspect for everyone. So we find these same instructions were given by the Supreme Lord to Maharaj Prithu, which Maharaj Prithu is now repeating to his citizens. So this is the way how a responsible person needs to give instructions to his subordinates. And when giving instructions, it is important that one simply repeats the instructions of the Shastra, one simply repeats the instructions of the Supreme Lord without any concoctions. That is what is basically called as the Parampara system. So the instruction which Lord Vishnu gave to Maharaj Prithu is to give protection to the general mass of people who are citizens of the state is the prescribed occupational duty for a king. By acting in that way, the king in his next life shares 1/6 of the result of the pious activities of the citizens. But a king or executive head of state who simply collects taxes from the citizens but does not give them proper protection as human beings has the results of his own pious activities taken away by the citizens. And in exchange for his not giving protection, he becomes liable to punishment for the impious activities of his subjects. So in this way, the Lord himself explains that how when one does not perform duty but simply executes the rites, he takes his rights, that is, he collects the taxes but he does not do his duty, then that's how he has to actually suffer for the sinful activities of his dependents, of his subordinates. And therefore, the performance of responsibilities and duties is a very important aspect of Vedic life. Prabhupada writes in the purport, the same principle can be applied to parents and spiritual masters as well. If parents simply give birth to children like cats and dogs, but cannot save their children from imminent death, they become responsible for the activities of their animalistic children. Lately, such children are turning into hippies. Similarly, if a spiritual master cannot direct his disciples to become free of sinful activities, he becomes responsible for their sinful acts. These subtle laws of nature are unknown to the present leaders of society. Since the leaders of society have a poor fund of knowledge and the citizens in general are rogues and thieves, there cannot be an auspicious situation for human society. At the present moment, the whole world is full of such incompatible combination of state and citizens, and therefore there is constant tension, war and anxiety as an inevitable result of such social conditions. And that is exactly what we see in the world today. So much of war, so much of anxiety, so much of tension, because different people who are supposed to perform their different responsibilities are not performing their responsibilities. So nowadays we see political leaders, what do they know about Shastra? Hardly anything. And yet they are put in these high posts and positions, but they are not able to perform their responsibilities. But yet they are claiming their rights that they are taking, but they are not able to do their responsibilities. In Dwarka, once there was a Brahmana. So the Brahmana, as soon as his wife gave birth to a child, the child immediately died. So when the child died, the father, the Brahmana, he took the dead body of the child in front of the court of Maharaj Ugrasen. And the Brahmana started criticizing Maharaj Ugrasen very severely. And he said, Brahma Dvisha Shata Diyo Lubdhasya Vishayatmanaha Shatra Bandho Karma Doshat Panchatvam Me Gato Arbakaha. So he said, this Maharaj Ugrasen, what are his qualities? So even a person like Maharaj Ugrasen, because this Brahmana lost his child, the Brahmana, he immediately blamed Maharaj Ugrasen. And he said that this king, he is envious of the Brahmanas, Brahmadvisha. He's shata, he's duplicitous mentality, shata diyo, lubdhasya, he is very greedy, vishayatmanaha, he is attached to sense gratification. He is not a true Kshatriya, he is a Shatra Bandho. And because of karma doshat, because there has been some dosha in his karma, Therefore my child has died. In this way, he started blaming Maharaj Ugrasen. So then, second time, again his wife gave birth to a child. Second time also the child died. Third time, again the child died. And every time the child would die, the Brahmana would come in front of the court of Maharaj Ugrasen, and every time he would in this way sing his song of lamentation and blame Maharaj Ugrasen. So the ninth time when the child died, at that time Arjuna and Krishna, they were passing that way. So Arjuna, hearing the lamentation of this Brahmana, Arjuna asked the Brahmana, what happened? Why is there no Kshatriya who is ready to protect your child? Why are you lamenting? And then Arjuna says that if a Kshatriya is not able to protect the Brahmanas and a Brahmana is lamenting, then such a Kshatriya is actually only an actor. He is a natta. He's simply he's simply acting his role. He's not a real king. In this way Arjuna says. And Arjuna, he says that now you don't worry. Now I will protect your child. Don't worry. So Arjuna says that. The Brahmana says, Vasudev, Pradyumna, Aniruddha, all these people have tried to protect my son. None of them were successful. And you claim you can do it? So Arjuna says, I am not Aniruddha, I am not Pradyumna, I am none of these people. I am the wielder of Gandiva. So definitely I will protect. So anyways, so the Brahmana, he puts faith in Arjuna's words. And then the next time his wife was going to give birth to a child, immediately the Brahmana, he runs to Arjuna and says, please protect my child, please protect my child. And immediately Arjuna, he comes over there, he chants mantras and he covers the whole house of the Brahmana with arrows. He makes it like a cage surrounded by arrows. And as soon as the child was born, what happened? Again the child died. So as soon as the child died, the Brahmana started saying, oh, what a great mistake I made by trusting this liar Arjuna. This person, he simply brags about himself. He's not able to do anything. And then Arjuna had made a vow, if I'm not able to protect, I will enter fire. But before that, Arjuna, he travelled throughout the entire universe, from Patal Lok till the highest planetary system, Brahmalok. Throughout the universe he travelled, trying to search for the child, for the children. He could not find. And then he came back, and then he was going to enter fire. And at that time Krishna stops him. And then he takes Arjuna beyond the material universe to the abode of Mahavishnu, where Mahavishnu had taken all these children to have darshan of Krishna. But the point here is that how the sense of responsibility and the sense of performing duty was so much stressed in the Vedic times by the Shastra. And so we find that when the king would not perform his duty, the citizens would blame the king if anything wrong would happen in the kingdom. And similarly we find the kings also would be so responsible for their duties. We also have examples of Maharaj Rantidev. You definitely may have heard stories of Maharaj Rantidev, how he fasted for 48 days and then he was going to break his fast. And then first a Brahmana comes and asks for food. Rantidev gives. Then some Chandala comes. Then some person comes with a pack of dogs. He feeds all of them. Finally only a glass of water was remaining. And then finally one Shudra, he comes saying, I'm so hungry and thirsty. And he gives even that. So Maharaj Drantidev, as he was giving the glass of water, he says, I am now offering this glass of water, understanding that my happiness lies in the happiness of all the living entities, because the living entities are all parts and parcels of Krishna. So that was the sense of responsibility of these kings. We also hear about the story of Maharaj Shibi, how there was the pigeon and there was a hawk chasing the pigeon. And then Maharaj Shibi was ready to cut off his flesh equal to the weight of the pigeon to feed the hawk. So we have all these examples to show that how in the Vedic times the sense of responsibility was always there. And so because there was the sense of responsibility and everyone was performing their duties very wonderfully, then the subordinates were also very happy to serve the leaders, to serve the seniors. They were all very happy to do that because the leaders were very wonderfully performing their responsibilities. So therefore we find that in the Bhagavad Gita also, Lord Shri Krishna in so many verses, he explains both these aspects. One has to perform the duties, the responsibilities, and then Krishna reciprocates by giving facilities. So should we have some shloka test? So which are the shlokas where Krishna says he is ready to give rewards, but first responsibility has to be performed? Anyone can say at least one shloka. Yes, those who have finished Bhagavad Gita.
There is one sloka called Karya Karya Vyavastito. Is it related to that?
Okay, that is there. Performing, one should know what is to be done, what is not to be done. But which is the shloka where Krishna is saying, I will give something, but first you have to do something? Okay.
यज्ञार्थ कर्म अन्यत्र लोको एवं कर्म बंधना तदर्थ कौन्तेय युक्त संगति.
Okay, so there he's saying, okay, everything must be offered to Vishnu, otherwise there will be bondage. Okay? Yes, Prabhu. Wait, Prabhu. Okay, fine. So Krishna reciprocates, okay, according to the level of surrender. Okay, fine. Any other? Somebody was saying? Yes, that is a good verse. Ananyas chintayanto ma yejana paripasate. They learn the shlokas well. So you find that Krishna is saying, I am ready to reward. Yoga kshemam vahamyaham. Whatever is lacking, I am ready to give. Whatever one has, I am ready to protect. But there is a condition. What is the condition? Ananyas chintayanto mam yejana paripasate. So if one is ready to perform devotional service 24 hours, thinking of Krishna, worshipping Krishna. So like here, I've been hearing that Lilananda Prabhu is mercifully keeping everyone totally packed, 24 hours engagement in Krishna service. So it's very, very inspiring to see so many Grihastha devotees performing their responsibilities. We're talking about responsibility, but I think so. We have so much to learn over here from yourself and all the wonderful devotees here, that how everyone is performing their so many duties and responsibilities, both conditional duties, constitutional duties, with so much of responsibility. And so therefore, I think so definitely Krishna is reciprocating by providing everything what is needed for the community to flourish so wonderfully. So I think so there's so much evidence of that that we can see over here. So yes, so Krishna is ready to provide whatever is lacking, and he's ready to protect if we perform our duties, our responsibilities of trying to satisfy him, of trying to serve him. In the same way, anybody would like to think of 1, 2 more verses, very famous verses? Yes, good. Tesham satati yuktanam bhajatam priti purvakam dadami buddhi yogam tam yena mam upayanti te. So here also Krishna is saying, I am ready to give all intelligence by which one can achieve me. But again there, responsibility, duty has to be performed. What is that? Tesham satati yuktanam bhajatam priti purvakam. So if one performs devotional service, satata 24 hours one performs devotional service. At the same time, there is an important element in that devotional service, and that is priti, with love. So the devotional service definitely needs to be performed. One has to be engaged in service. But there has to be a quality of that service, priti. That is what Krishna is expecting. So just like anyone in this world wants to be served with love, correct? So Radheshyam Prabhu was just speaking on reviving love. So everyone, the Atma is actually, the soul is seeking for love. And everyone is seeking to be served and to serve with love. That is the constitutional position of the Jivatma. Just like if one somebody is cooking, say somebody is cooking, a mother is cooking for the child, the favorite item. So how the mother cooks for the child? Yes, with lot of love, needless to say. But how that love is exhibited? Okay, one is favorite. Okay, the favorite dish is prepared. But then what else goes into that preparation? Okay, there's hard work, consciousness, best ingredients. Yes. So when there is priti, when there is love, then one makes sure that the service is done in the best possible way. Correct? That is the sign of love. If one wants to here what is the devotee's favorite item? What? Huh? Gulab jamuns.
Amma's phone needs charge.
Okay, let's take an example of I don't know if devotees here like ISKCON right from beginning there was halwa, suji ka halwa. Here nobody likes it.
There is nothing we don't like.
From ISKCON early days, in big pandal programs they would serve hot halwa, butter halwa. So if one wants to make halwa, one can take suji, put some water, put some sugar. That is halwa, correct? Ghee is opulence, isn't it? If you just put these 3 ingredients, you can call it halwa, isn't it? Huh? You can call it halwa or no? Yes. You can call it halwa. But if somebody just mixes these 3 ingredients and gives to you, how happy you will be. But that same halwa can be made in so many different ways, right? Along with those 3 ingredients, you can add so many more things. You can add ghee and dry fruits and what else? So many flavors, pineapple flavor, mango flavor, so many things you can do.
Colors.
So many colors also. Then that is the exhibition of priti, love. When one makes some sacrifice. Love means sacrifice. Yesterday was a very special day. Who can say for what? Yes. The incorporation of ISKCON in New York. When?
66.
Yeah, definitely 66. Anybody knows the date?
22nd July.
22nd July? That was yesterday. But when was the original date?
22nd July 1966.
In 1966, what was the date? When it was actually incorporated. Okay, homework for all of you. It was definitely July, but... Yes, that's right. 13th July, 1966. So, in this incorporation of ISKCON and the starting of ISKCON, we are all over here because of Srila Prabhupada's sacrifice of love for starting this ISKCON. And I think so, Anand Prabhu and one more speaker, I'm not remembering this. Okay, Sripad Mahaprabhu.
Three of us are speaking on.
Srila Prabhupada, correct? Yes, good. So definitely they will speak wonderfully on the glories of Srila Prabhupada and Srila Prabhupada's pastimes and Srila Prabhupada's sacrifice. But that is love. When there is love, there is sacrifice. So here, of course, we find Lilananda Prabhu's sacrifice because of his love for all the devotees. So, this is responsibility. When one has that sense of responsibility, one is ready to sacrifice. So Srila Prabhupada made that amazing sacrifice, unparalleled in the history of Vaishnavism, to give us Krishna consciousness because of his unlimited compassion. But that is love. When there's love, there's sacrifice. One is very attentive to performing that service in such a way that Guru and Krishna are actually pleased by that service. One wants to offer the best. That is the meaning of love. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, we read in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, would glorify Raghav Pandit as if he had 5 mouths. Why? Mahaprabhu explains, Raghav Pandit had hundreds of coconut trees in his garden. But just to get the best of coconuts, he would travel many kilometers away to get the best coconuts, even if it meant paying a higher price. And he would get the coconuts, he would wash them, dip them in cooling waters, then remove the coconut water and offer to the deities. And the lordships, the deities would be so pleased with that offering because it was made with so much of love that they would actually drink the coconut water leaving no Mahaprasad. And one day, Raghav Pandit sends a servant to bring the coconuts. So the servant brings the coconuts, and as the servant is entering the door, for some reason he stands over there, he touches one hand to the wall, and the same hand he touches the coconuts. Raghav Pandit happens to see that, and Raghav Pandit says, "You're so foolish, you don't understand. There are so many people walking through the gate. The dust from their feet goes on the wall, and that same dust you're putting to the coconuts. These coconuts are not fit for offering, throw them." And he sends the servant again many kilometers away to get the coconuts. So why Raghav Pandit was so, you could say, fanatic about cleanliness? Was he a cleanliness fanatic? Or as Prabhupada says in that purports, Raghav Pandit was not suffering from a cleansing phobia. You know what's a cleansing phobia? fear of something unclean. Phobia is a fear. So some people just fear, they're just allergic to something being unclean. Is it that Raghav Pandit was suffering from something like that? Why he wanted to maintain that cleanness? Yes, the best offering. He wanted to give the best offering to the Lord. And Raghav Pandit and his sister Damayanti, every year, they would cook hundreds of preparations for Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. And as they would be cooking for Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, their entire consciousness was focused on how Mahaprabhu would be pleased by that offering. What are the ingredients that Mahaprabhu likes? What does he not like? Every aspect was thoroughly taken into consideration as those preparations were being made. And it's Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami describes that when they would cook, Lakshmiji herself, Srimati Radharani herself would come and cook in that kitchen. So when they would finish preparing all these hundreds of items, then each item they would pack. Now of course there may be so many packing machines and this and that, but those days no machines, everything hand packed. And then few items in bigger packs, they would pack them together, and all these items in 2 huge bags they would pack. And 10 men would carry all these bags from Bengal to Jagannath Puri. They would go walking. And when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would receive these items, Mahaprabhu would tell his servant Govinda, keep them in a separate room. And Mahaprabhu would continue to eat these items for 1 full year. Why? Because he loved them so much. And why did he love them so much? Because they were prepared with so much of love. So, that is what Krishna is looking for. Krishna is looking for love. And that is what Krishna says again in the 9th chapter, 26th verse of the Gita. What is that famous verse? Patram pushpam phalam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachati tadaham bhakti uparatam ashnami priyatatmanaha. So Krishna is not hungry for those items. Krishna has so many people to cook for him. But what does Krishna want? He wants that love. He wants the devotion. That is what he's looking for. So, when we talk of responsibility, responsibility is an exhibition of one's love. So when, just like a mother has love for the child, therefore she performs her service with great responsibility. And so anyone who has love towards their subordinates, towards their dependents, has love towards the spiritual master, towards the Supreme Lord, then they render that service with love, with responsibility. And so therefore, this is an integral part of the Vedic system, of the Varnashram system. The Lord has given responsibilities for everyone, and when one performs those duties, those responsibilities with great care, then Krishna also reciprocates with those who render those services with great responsibility. And therefore, in the practices of bhakti, our ultimate goal, as the Srimad Bhagavatam says, Atapumbi dvijashreshta varnashrama vibhagasha svanushthitasya dharmasya samsiddhir haritosha. The purpose of all varnas and ashramas is ultimately to please the Supreme Lord. And therefore all duties have been given by the Supreme Lord, and when one performs duties with that consciousness to please the Supreme Lord, then the Supreme Lord is pleased, and then the Supreme Lord reciprocates in all the wonderful ways that He has spoken of in the Bhagavad Gita. Therefore, what is very important is, first of all, to understand what are our responsibilities. If we don't know what are our responsibilities, then how can we execute the responsibilities? So the first thing is to understand what are our responsibilities. And those responsibilities have been very, very clearly explained in the scriptures. So both conditional duties, that is the duties according to Varna. Of course, one may say in the present age one does not know what is one's Varna, who is Brahmana, who is Kshatriya, all that one may not understand. But whatever be one's means of livelihood, what has been ordained and what has been sanctioned by the spiritual authorities, those duties one needs to perform with great attention. And also, most importantly, we have our spiritual duties. And those spiritual duties also definitely have to be performed in a way that will please Guru and Krishna. So when we perform the activity in a way that will please Guru and Krishna, when Guru and Krishna are pleased, then the blessings automatically come. Without an asking, the blessings come. And when the blessings come, then one gets empowered. One gets empowered to perform devotional service in such amazing ways by which we ourselves can make wonderful progress in devotional service. And we can help so many others to also become attracted to devotional service and make progress. So we find that the Lord Himself here is instructing Prithu Maharaj on how duties and responsibilities need to be performed. And because, taking Prithu Maharaj as an example, because he was performing his duties with so much of responsibility, and his goal was simply to please the Supreme Lord. And therefore, you may have heard of this pastime of how when Prithu Maharaj was performing the 100th horse sacrifice, then Indra was coming, he was stealing the horse, he was creating impediments, and he was taking the role of so many bogus sannyasis, introducing some false religious systems. So seeing all this happening, Brahmaji comes there and he tells Prithu Maharaj, stop performing this 100th horse sacrifice. Give up this attempt. Now just imagine, this is Ashwamedh sacrifice. It is not one small yajna in one house or something. This is Ashwamedh sacrifice. So much of expenditure, so much of endeavor, so much of efforts. And Brahmaji comes and coolly says, stop it. Now Prithu Maharaj had every reason to argue. Why are you telling me? You tell Indra not to do this mischief. He could have argued. But Prithu Maharaj doesn't do that. Brahmaji comes, gives instruction. Prithu Maharaj understands Brahmaji is representative of the Supreme Lord. He understands that this is the desire of the Supreme Lord. And therefore, without a single word, without a single question, he stops the performance of the 100th horse sacrifice. And because he stops the performance of the 100th horse sacrifice in accordance to Brahmaji's instruction, what was the result? Lord was so pleased that the Lord Himself appeared in the sacrificial arena of Prithu Maharaj. So what else is required? The Lord Himself appeared. The Lord Himself glorified Prithu Maharaj. The Lord Himself said, I am captivated by the wonderful qualities that you have exhibited. In this way, Prithu Maharaj perfectly pleased the Supreme Lord by his sacrifice, by his sacrificing the sacrifice, in accordance to the instruction of his superiors, just to please them. So in this way, this is what is the goal of all our duties, whether they are so-called material duties. For a devotee, there is nothing material. Ultimately, even maintenance of the body, maintenance of the subordinates, dependents, everything is spiritual, because ultimately everything and everyone is connected to Krishna. So therefore, when one performs those duties very wonderfully with the goal to please the Supreme Lord, keeping that in mind, if one performs the duties, then the Lord is pleased, and when the Lord is pleased, then everything that is necessary for one's progress in devotional service is wonderfully provided by the Supreme Lord. So, from the scriptures, we understand this very, very important duty that one has to perform in regards to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, trying to please Him. That is one of the most important duties that we need to perform. And Srila Prabhupada has very wonderfully taught us how, even as we are performing all our other responsibilities as grihasthas, as householders, we can also perform our spiritual duties. Srila Prabhupada in the purports to the Bhagavad Gita, 13th chapter, verses 8 to 12, Srila Prabhupada says, as householders, if one performs 4 activities, then one can live very happily. Anybody remembers? 4 activities? Common activities which we do. Of course, in one sense it's correct.
Can you repeat the question?
Srila Prabhupada says if one performs 4 activities in grihastha life, one can live very peacefully. There's no need of taking sannyas also.
Vaishnava Seva?
Okay. Okay, these 4 activities which Srila Prabhupada says are chanting the holy names of the Lord, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Second thing is studying Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam, deity worship, and honoring only Krishna Prasadam. So Srila Prabhupada says, if one simply performs these 4 activities in household life, then one can live a very happy life. So, in this way, Srila Prabhupada has given us a very practical lifestyle by which we may be situated, we may have to perform so many other duties, but along with that, if we simply perform these spiritual duties, then Srila Prabhupada and the Acharyas will definitely be pleased, and by that we can make quick spiritual progress and achieve the ultimate goal of human life. So we definitely have our responsibilities to perform as per scripture. When we perform those responsibilities, then we become entitled to the rewards. And the ultimate reward is, as Krishna says, Manmana bhavamad bhakto madhyaji maam namaskuru ma vevesha satyam te pratijani priyosime. So if one performs these activities, becomes a devotee of Krishna, then Krishna is giving assurance that one will definitely go back home, back to Godhead. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Let us thank Vamsi Vadan Prabhu with 3 loud. Thank you very much, Prabhuji. In a busy schedule, Prabhuji was actually in Bombay. Prabhuji base is out of Pune, but he was in Bombay doing some other very important programs. Twice Prabhuji told that he can't make it, but somehow we were like, please Prabhuji, please. Prabhuji really made it. Thank you very much, Prabhuji. Your association means us a lot. Thank you. So now, as we all are there in this festival, our mind keeps telling sometimes, oh, there are so many lectures, there is so much to hear, will I remember? How can I remember? How much can I, listen to? But understand one thing, that here we are purifying our consciousness. Once I asked His Holiness Niranjan Swami Maharaj, he was there in Boston many years back, and I was sitting in, I was very new at that time. Now also I feel I'm new, but then I was really new. So I asked Maharaj, so many bad thoughts keep coming to the mind all the time. very little Krishna conscious thought come. How can I increase this? How can I deal with this? Does anyone have a similar question here? Yeah. So then Maharaj told a very simple answer, which even a first KG class, first class child also can understand. He said, you have 1 million cells in your head right now. Maybe only 10 cells are Krishna conscious. So just keep attending these lectures again and again and again, more and more. So each lecture, one cell will become Krishna conscious. He said, okay, Maharaj. So it's not about how much time we are spending. Will we remember all this? Don't try to see that way. Try to understand what is coming into us and how it is cleansing us. The whole life is about cleansing, right? The whole existence, this human birth you have taken, is to cleanse. Before the sadhus came here, demigods cleansed the entire city. Yesterday it was pouring and raining. So, we're very so fortunate that they are giving their time here, and they are coming all the way. Not that they don't have an audience. Prabhupada has given so much audience and so much responsibilities, but coming from a different city, sacrificing their time, effort, and traveling is the most tiresome activity. Nobody likes to travel. But they're coming early in the morning, coming here and giving their time. Really, it's our fortune. So please stay attentive and please let us sincerely learn this time that we are investing to hear. So next speaker is His Grace Atmaram Gaurang Prabhu. One second, I just kept his introduction here handy. So may I welcome Atmaram Gaurang Prabhu. 3 Lord Hari Bols. Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Hari Bol! So please settle down. Can someone help connect the HDMI and everything? I'll just read the introduction of Prabhuji. So Prabhuji did BTech from Kurukshetra University, MBA from Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, IIFT, and also his PhD from IIFT New Delhi. Now, really this, when I came to ISKCON, I'm like humbled. How many felt humbled hearing this? I know the material ego gets humbled. Yeah. Prabhuji has been working with TCS since 2008, and currently Prabhuji heads the strategic initiatives and marketing function in one of the biggest businesses units of TCS. Prabhuji came to Krishna consciousness after reading Bhagavad Gita in 2005. Prabhuji is married to a devotee from Belgaum in 2009, Leela Radhika Mataji. Next time we should ask Prabhuji to bring her here. Hari Bol. And Prabhuji is blessed with 2 beautiful children, Caitanya and Yaduvar, I'm sorry. Prabhuji's wife has a service as a science teacher in BMS. BMS is Prabhuji? Bhaktivedanta Model School. Everything Bhakti is connected. Yeah. A devotee community school in Pune. Yeah. Services rendered, youth preaching and congregational preaching, they are totally involved, and currently serving as congregational counselor in Pune. And Prabhuji is a regular preacher in IIT Powai, Tolani Maritime Institute. So, and much more. If I remember, Prabhuji was the first teacher in our Bhakti Shastri, right? After the introduction class by Vamsivadan Prabhu, and Prabhuji came and in our satsang, most of us are grahasthas, and I'm the last example you want to look at. But when Prabhuji gave a class, everybody was like, oh, such a grave grahastha, isn't it? It was really, and Prabhuji only dealt with 4 verses in Nectar of Instruction, and the 4 verses were almost like entire, a mountain of study, the way Prabhuji went through, and how much Prabhuji insisted on atonement, at least for me. I'm meant to be atonement, but somehow it is still in the process. So, very eager to hear Prabhuji's class and personally Prabhuji's presence here. So let's once again welcome him with loudest Hari Bol. Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. First of all, I am very humbled to participate in this whole festival of inspiration, and motivation for me was to actually meet all of you, because I could never witness consistently such a sincere group of devotees online. I mean, if you are sincere, so much sincere online, then I was just wanted to see offline. Because 3 days a week doing Bhakti Shastri, 2 hours a day, I can understand. No, I am also working. I gave 4 classes, 5 whatever classes, and went away. But you all attended for 1 year, so my humble obeisances to all of you for showcasing such a great example of being a good student. So thank you so much, and that was my motivation to come and meet all of you, and especially take association of Lilananda Prabhu, because what I speak here is him actually. So preaching is essence. He's manifesting this wonderful quality. So thank you so much, and I'm very happy, honored to be here. And I made a PPT. I thought that it will also, you'll have something else to look at apart from my face, so that you will not get bored. So I think we are done Kirtan, so we'll just quickly start with prayers. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamini Namane Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharya Nirvishesha Shunyavani Prasha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Yadvaita Radha Shivasade Gaura Bhaktavrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Mukam karoti vachalam pangum langayate girim yat kripatamam bandeshu gurudhantanam parmanamaram Shri Chaitanya Ishwar. So now that Bhakti Shastri is over, what next? So, not another course. Definitely another course. But Krishna consciousness is very interesting, You read and you hear, study, and then teach, share with others. What an amazing process, So it's so interesting. So the next step, I thought I'll pick up this topic, that now that Bhakti Shastri is completed, all set, with all the scriptural, all the shlokas also ready. So all set to go ahead and share Krishna consciousness with others. So that's why I thought we'll take this topic. Preaching is essence. Is that okay? Yes. How many of you have heard this phrase, preaching is the essence? Where does this phrase come? Prabhupada states, preaching is the essence, books are the basis, and purity is the force, and utility is the principle. So these are the 4 things which Prabhupada told. So preaching is the essence. Now, I'm sure that all of you must be like, there are 2 classes of people in this world, those who cook and the others, those who eat. Yeah, right? So there are some people who cook and there are some people who eat. Okay. So when we do cooking and eating, we come across these essence, different kind of essence, right? Vanilla essence, E essence, O essence. So when we say essence, essence of what? Preaching is the essence of what?
Essence of knowledge.
Essence of scriptures, essence of knowledge. Okay? Essence of bhakti.
Essence of compassion.
Essence of?
Compassion.
Essence of compassion. Okay. Essence of Krishna consciousness. See, Krishna consciousness itself is an essence of Vedas, and of that also there is an essence of preaching. And then within essence of preaching there is no Bhagavad Gita and preaching that Bhakti Shastri. So essence of essence of essence. So many essences.
Prasadam.
Prasadam. So essence of what? Essence of devotional life. Prana ache ja, sei hetu prachar. One who is having life will preach. So in essence, it is the essence of devotional life, not life. Because life may just go on and on and on. But if there is devotional life, the symptom of that is there is some preaching happening. Okay. Familiar with this word preaching, right? All. So,
Still one time. What is preaching?
Preaching means essentially sharing with others how to serve Krishna. That is preaching. Okay. So we serve Krishna and we share with others how to serve Krishna. Why? Mera vaat laga, sabka lage. Obviously, we want to share the panakia of in this whole thing. We want to share something, an oasis kind of thing in the desert of the world. That's what we want to share. Okay. So it is the essence of devotional life. What else? It is the essence of a devotional community. If there are a group of devotees, when we come together, let's say, if we are preaching, then we have so much to talk. अरे मैं वहाँ गया, वहाँ पे ये हुआ, इसने ये लिया, उसने वो लिया, अरे उन्होंने ऐसे बाहर निकाल दिया, ये करा, वो करा. So much to talk, right? But if there is no preaching happening, then what will happen? ये माता ने वो किया, वो प्रभु जी ने ये किया, उसने ये किया, उसने वो किया, उसने. So, in a devotional community, there will not be any stinking, feeling coming if we are preaching. If the community is engaged in preaching. Okay. Each one does its bit. That is preaching. Okay. We'll come to that later. So it is essence of devotional community. Not just devotional community. It is essence of, devotional, spelling mistake. Organization. Not organizational. You saw everything. I didn't want to. Prabhupada used to say ISKCON. That's what actually he made this point. Preaching is the essence of our. So it's the essence of ISKCON. As long as there is preaching happening, the organization is gonna expand like anything. We should not get worried. Like we all are working, right? I am also working. All of you are working. If every member, if every department, if every unit is doing its job, the company automatically grows, And in one sense, if you see any organization, which is the most important component? What's the most important component of any organization? Learning for what? Profits. How does profit come? Sales. That's why I moved into sales. This is my previous introduction. Now I'm currently in sales actually. Any organization, sales is most important, And here the sales is Surabhi Kundate Namahatta Kuleche. This is Nityanand Prabhu's divine organization. And what is getting sold in this sale, in this market? Holy name. Is getting sold, There are so many customers who are pandemic, not pandemic, Just the market is just, addressable market is unlimited, Unlimited. Only we are limited. Market is unlimited for this, right? So devotional organization, it's the essence of devotional organization. And devotional movement. See, organization came, Srila Prabhupada, when he established this organization. Before that, nothing was there. No Prabhupada. But what is this organization part of? Prabhupada used to say that ISKCON is one of the branches of Lord Chaitanya's tree. It is one of the branches of Lord Chaitanya tree. Organization is still restricted in a time horizon maybe, but movement is never restricted. Movement is beyond organization. So that's why preaching is the essence of devotional movement. That's what Lord Chaitanya came. In Adi Leela, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu says, I am alone and feeling incapable of distributing this fruits which I have got to everyone. So please help me. What a mood of a leader, to inspire the followers. I mean, he is most, what else, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, by his will everything can happen. But he is inspiring, empowering everyone that please come and help me. So that is Lord Chaitanya's movement. It started with Lord Chaitanya. So this is the essence of Lord Chaitanya's movement. Lord Chaitanya himself told that this is fruits of love of Godhead I have got, and this has to be distributed far and wide. So therefore preaching is the essence of our movement. And lastly, preaching is also the essence of, what is this devotional world? Spiritual world. Where we, now you may ask, what spiritual world में क्या preaching हो रही है? Preaching हो रही है spiritual world में? जरूरत है preaching की? नहीं है ना? वहाँ तो क्या preaching है? There is no preaching needed. Everybody is a devotee only. Then why we say preaching is the essence of spiritual world also?
Because they are talking about Krishna.
That is one. They are always constantly talking about Krishna. But there is one more deeper aspect to it also.
We make this world, we make this material world to
Yes, okay. But still, if you talk just of spiritual world, why do we say preaching is the essence of spiritual world? Glorification of Krishna, okay. So who are the most principal deities of spiritual world? Radharani, Krishna, right? So they are love, okay. And when, let's say, how is the love of parents, it gets manifested? And the compassion for the kids. When parents are together, they always think about the kids, right? And that's why Lord Chaitanya was very compassionate, Lord Chaitanya's move is compassionate because Radha Krishna combined, So, mother, father, the heart of Radharani is that everybody should come and enjoy this bliss of spiritual world, of serving Krishna. So it's actually, the compassion is the essence of spiritual world, and that is getting manifested in this preaching. So it's the essence of spiritual world also. So in essence, preaching is the essence in the devotion. Devotional life, devotional community, devotional movement, devotional, right? Some quotes by Srila Prabhupada. Can somebody read some of these quotes?
Let us do something.
There are many quotes actually, just picked a few. To confirm to what we are saying over here,
Let us do something which will bring a peaceful revolution to the whole human society.
Prabhupada is amazing, The way he uses apparently contradicting words together is just amazing. Peaceful revolution. So, generally revolutions are never peaceful. Whether it is French Revolution or this revolution but Prabhupada is saying peaceful revolution. What an amazing. And see, you have to, Prabhupada is a visionary, He is giving the vision to all of us to live our life, People struggle to get a mission in life, and vision. Prabhupada is giving such an amazing vision and mission to live, for us. So what an amazing, peaceful revolution. Because it is just peacefully happening. There is no marketing, there is no as if one is happening and 10 is getting broadcasted somewhere. Peacefully people are getting books. Recently we started one program in Pune. There's a place called Sinhagad Road. In that we went to so one devotee got added in our group. So his building, almost 500 flats are there. So we thought we'll start a program there and we'll do book distribution. So every building had 108 flats. What an auspicious sign. 108. So we went building by building. So many flats already have Bhagavad Gita, and they showed also Bhagavad Gita. एक तो भागवतम ही लेके आ गए. Bhagavatam. Peaceful revolution. As soon as Prabhupada books have landed in their homes, day and time will come when they will open it, and automatically Prabhupada will do his job. And I am myself a product of book distribution, so vouch for it that Prabhupada will do his job. Okay. So peaceful revolution. Second,
as these boys are changing their habits and their ideas, so similarly it can be done for mass of people.
this is a big question for people, no? आप ये बोल रहे हो, लेकिन world outside is at a different pace, which is a reality. See, sometimes when we go and meet with our relatives, or when we start trying to introduce Krishna consciousness to people who are outside, they are not immediately able to connect, to the lifestyle or sometimes to the philosophy. They feel that no, it's right, but it's different from reality where we are living in. Now, actually, that's a reality, what they are saying, but the reality is also that if we introduce this chanting of the holy names in the lives of, automatically changes happen, which happened in all of our lives, right? Once my brother was telling that, when he's elder to me, so he was talking to one of his friends, and his friend told that when we were in college, we wanted to remain good, okay, hum अच्छा करेंगे सब कुछ. But when we entered into our mainstream life, so many events happened in our life, then we ended up doing something wrong, getting into something wrong, maybe a wrong way of living life, or drugs, or whatever it is. So it's very difficult to retain goodness in this life. That was his realization. Because as you go, yes, it is true. Without Krishna consciousness, it's very difficult to retain goodness in our lives. And all of us probably, if there wouldn't have been any Krishna consciousness, we would have been going down at a gliding pace. But it's just that bhakti has come. We may not have been like, as soon as we are hearing Krishna's name, we are falling down, and all those things are not happening. But we are not going down, we are going up, and probably it's the trajectory is up, which means it's working. Baba is saying that. All we have to do is, so instead of showing a to-be state, this is how you should be, this is how society should be, they cannot relate to it. Just, you do whatever you want to do. Just take holy name. And slowly holy names and Prabhupada books will do it strong. Third.
In Kali Yuga, democratic government can be captured by Krishna conscious people. If this can be done, general populace can be made very happy.
Amazing, no? All of us are so much suffering, no? And it's not impossible, See, that's the beauty of our Srila Prabhupada. He never doubted this point that it cannot spread, far and wide. He always had that faith. And first point and third point is very much related, Peacefully everybody is accepting, and suddenly, they would want that a Krishna conscious leader should pick up the reins of this world. It may happen in our lifetime, next lifetime, doesn't matter. Not our next lifetime, but in our next generation maybe. We want to go back. But it's very much possible because the process works. Process is working. Okay. All we have to do is do our bit, and everything will happen. Prabhupada makes this a big quote. I wanted to. Historians will study this period. So he remarks to, I think, 1977, some May. Prabhupada makes this point to Rameshwar Maharaj, I think, that historians is going to study this period of, whenever probably Prabhupada appeared, 200, 150 years, that how this movement actually has changed the course of the world. That's what Prabhupada is mentioning in this quote. So Prabhupada had that faith, It's going to change. And all of us want to change, see that change, right? It's all possible by. Last point.
Complete overhauling of the whole social, political, religious, moral, educational and hygienic principles.
So the scale of Krishna consciousness is so huge, Social, political, religious, moral, hygienic also. No wonder, all of us have been hostels, most of us, right? We know to what extent we can go with hygiene, not taking bath and all those things. So Prabhupada is saying at all levels Krishna consciousness movement will overhaul the lives of people and lives of society. And that's what it has happened for us. So why it cannot happen for others? You know, I mean, how many of you from IT background? Hyderabad, sitting in Gachibowli, if I ask that question, it will be an offense to Gachibowli. No, when you do an innovation, there's something called POC. You do POC, right? Proof of concept, proof of concept. If the POC is successful, the pilot will be successful. If the pilot is successful, product will be successful. Process, So POC is already successful in our lives. It has succeeded. So the pilot will also succeed. The product will also succeed. Sharing with others. So we should not have any doubts. We should just continue. So with this, I thought acronyms, are quite easy to. So I made an acronym, of essence. It is not exhaustive. You may also have this. Just basis my understanding, whatever I've read and heard, I have captured it over here. But let's try to go through all these things. Why we should make preaching, or why and how to make preaching as the essential component of our life. E. What does E stand for? Can anybody say?
Essential for our sustenance.
Essential for our sustenance. Why preaching is essential for our sustenance? Can anybody please? Yeah.
It keeps us again in service.
Keeps us is a very wonderful way of engaging in service. Our mind, intelligence, everything is engaged, Full consciousness goes, If I am giving a class right now, my whole consciousness is here. Probably even sometimes chanting is not absorbing, so we are this here and there. But preaching when we are doing, we're speaking about Krishna. I'm not saying do it at the cost of chanting, please. That's not the recommendation. But the point is that, this is a service which absorbs our complete consciousness. Right? It's so essential. Any other point? Essential in our system?
Constant reminder.
Sorry?
Constant reminder of.
Constant reminder. No. Teaching is the best way of learning. Yeah.
So the preacher learns the most. Because they study the most.
Yeah. If you have to preach, you will be forced to kind of read. No. Otherwise, it may become a occasion. Once last 31st June, 30th June, whatever, I opened Srimad Bhagavatam. But if you're preaching, then obviously you'll open Bhagavad Gita. I know, married life, how does it work? This call, then this, that job. Every day is a new day. Okay. So in all these new days, which will throw new challenges, if we are having that preaching link, it will force us to open Prabhupada books. हम दूसरों को बताएंगे तो खुद भी सोचेंगे अरे हाँ यार मेरे को भी तो ये करना है. Chant and be happy. So I also have to chant and be happy. Preaching automatically. It's a self-correcting mechanism,
It becomes obligatory on the preacher to correct himself.
Yes.
What is preaching?
Yeah. Okay.
I also have observed that it's a self-reiterating also.
Self-reiterating. Something we keep on speaking, we also start confirming to it, because body, mind and words, they should be aligned. When something becomes part of us, when body, mind, words are aligned. Body means physical actions. And then what is there in our mind and what we speak. So by preaching slowly, what happens is in the community of devotees, okay, body, mind and words, they start getting aligned. Approach, आप बोल रहे थे ना ये? हाँ, ठीक है, करता भी हूँ. Body, mind and words getting aligned. This starts changing. It works. That's how it works. Okay. So it is not just any other point on this essential for our sustenance. Any other point? Yeah, Mataji.
Srila Prabhupada says in Srimad Bhagavatam about personal realization.
Yeah.
He says till the time you don't understand what the Acharyas say and study well and scrutinize and understand and teach, you're not going to, you have to be in line with what the Acharyas say and also speak the same thing, but according to time, place and
Circumstance. I'll come to that as a very important point. I'll come to this point on this last C, second last. Checks are standing and thinking. Okay, I'll come to that. That's a very good point. It is not just our sustenance, it is the sustenance of everyone, See, point is everybody should be happy, So, and usually we think, मैं खुश हूँ तो यार ठीक है ना, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? I am happy. But you know, Vedic culture means mutual dependence. We are dependent on everybody. No, it's not that. See, there are two extremes to think. One is that no, I am absolutely isolated. The second is my happiness is absolutely dependent on others. It's a very two extreme way of thinking. The balance is the world we are living in should also be very good, you know. We have to make it a better place. We have to contribute as a, be part of solution, not the part of problem. So it is actually, you are trying to become that. And when the world becomes a worse place, it becomes difficult to sustain. And world becomes a better place, it becomes easier to sustain. Essential for our sustenance is two meanings. Our own spiritual life and spiritual lives of others. Depends on teaching. That's the E part. Anybody has any reflection on this? Anything? Okay. Move to the second one. Second is sublimates my life. Preaching, what it does? It sublimates my life. Because whatever it is, you know, I mean, there was once I think it was Prakashanand Saraswati or Prabodhanand Saraswati. There's this verse which comes and he says that the only scope for the fallen souls in this age is to share the holy names with the other fallen souls. What an amazing, you know, I was very amazed to hear that and see that. It was in Mayapur I read that point. So, you know, it sublimates our life very easily because we are trying to do something which Lord Chaitanya wants us to do. Okay, so it sublimates our life. And to the point which somebody made, if we are preaching, we are learning. No, it gets reinforced even more. And then our changes happen quicker. Changes will take time, but it will start happening quicker. You know, when we start preaching, start sharing whatever we know to the best of our capacity realization. I'll also talk about the levels of preaching, of course. We have to preach according to our level, but preaching has to be there. That has to be there as a part of our life. The third is sacrifice. I mean, Lilananda Prabhu is a vivid example for that. You know. When we preach and we try to bring others in Krishna consciousness, we stop thinking about ourselves. And you know, I mean, in our life, usually, especially when we are married, kids, job and all, you don't get time to think about others. You don't care, you know. You're so absorbed into ourselves. The whole life is designed in such a way. We don't get time. But by preaching, we are also getting benefited and we are coming over that consciousness or kind of transcending that consciousness of being selfish or just thinking about ourselves. It's so miserable, you know. Just thinking about my maintenance, which is having no end. Is there an end to it? There's no end to it, and it's very irritating consciousness. Okay, so what Lord Chaitanya and Lord Prabhupada is giving us, an opportunity for us to transcend that selfish consciousness by giving us a way to share this Krishna consciousness with others and cultivate that consciousness of sacrifice, which is very important for us to go back to Godhead. I mean, spiritual world is not a place of selfishness. और कोई अपने बारे में नहीं सोच रहा है, सब औरों के बारे में सोच रहे हैं, भगवान के बारे में सोच रहे हैं. तो it's a very good way to start thinking about others' growth, others' problems. इसकी life में. When we start preaching, it happens, no, right? That we start becoming more sensitive to others' problems and helping them. And when we see that they accept Krishna consciousness and they are becoming happy, it gives so much joy. I mean, that joy is unparalleled. There is no comparison to that joy. When you see somebody burning and gets Krishna consciousness, starts to chanting the holy names, it just looks like rain has fallen. Like yesterday he was saying, rain. So much satisfaction we get, you know. That satisfaction of doing sacrifice and seeing happiness in others' lives is the consciousness of spiritual life. So S is sacrifice. It really helps us to cultivate that consciousness. Okay. The fourth is easy way. When we help others becoming Krishna conscious, our offenses to chanting the holy names are being erased because we are giving holy names to others. We are helping others becoming Krishna conscious, तो हमारा रास्ता थोड़ा साफ हो जाता है. नहीं तो हमारी वैसी बैंड बजी हुई है. No, we when we come in Krishna consciousness, looks like no, we are right there, you know. But when we start spending time, we understand, no, it's not. It's going to take time, you know. But it becomes a easy journey because the offenses are being removed, because we are helping others. And needless to say, don't think that no, okay, 10 offenses in the holy name, वो मैं करता रहूँगा, मैं preaching कर लूँगा ना तो offenses चलेंगे. That is वो, you know, to commit sinful activities. No, that's not what we are saying. Not that meant that. But generally we commit because of the modes of nature we are in. We do have so many impediments mentally, which inhibits our progress. That is being taken care of. So that's E. Any reflections till now? S, E, S, S, E. Anything anybody would want to say? Okay, absorbing, fine. Pin drop silence.
We become, sorry.
Yeah, please.
We become very conscious of our offenses also.
We become very conscious of our offenses. Absolutely. The fifth point is newness, recreation. The best way not to go back to Netflix, Amazon Prime, and so on and so forth is having some recreation in life. Everybody is looking for recreation, right? Preaching is a very good recreation. It's honestly is right, no? When we go, we give books, and no, we say we do a program, new people come. It's a recreation to see new people interacting and all those things. So it's a very nice recreation. Is it not?
Yes, it's the best part of the week.
Huh?
That's the best part of the week.
That's the best part of the week. So such a generally recreation in Kali Yuga is very degrading. If you have to recreate, then you have to go down only. So this is a recreation which picks us up. Very jolly, recreation, and also liberates us. Okay. So because it is new, because every time we are meeting new people, we are meeting new, so we get new experiences, new problems to hear, new things to hear. And we discover new ways how Krishna consciousness is solving problems in the lives of people. So newness, every time something new. So that recreates, it's a recreation. The fifth point is very important. Of course, all of them are. Sixth point. Checks our standing and thinking. We have a tendency, and this we borrow from our material life, we have a tendency to get stuck in our opinions. ऐसा ही है, ये ही ठीक है, क्योंकि मैं ऐसा बोल रहा हूँ. That's what I'm thinking. Therefore, it is the right thing. When we preach others, when we give Krishna consciousness to others, see, if it has to be effective, it has to be in line with acharyas. Otherwise, it will not be effective. It will not yield the purpose. So it has to be what Prabhupada wanted it to be. But at the same time, for it to manifest, we have to be innovative and relevant enough for people to accept it. So preaching brings that fine balance within us. That we are not in our own bubble of reality. At the same time, in order to become relevant, we are not just giving anything, just to get them. So we are giving what Prabhupada wanted, and at the same time, for it to be accepted, we have to literally see and be open-minded and open to hear. Not that because now I am a devotee, if we have this attitude, we see it's not working, Because I am a devotee, please hear. पहले तुम मेरे को सुनना है. मैं बताता हूँ कि मैं सुन के आ चुका हूँ already. We have to hear. We have to hear their perspectives. We have to hear their point of views, what they are having. Then when we understand, then we express Krishna consciousness in a way which is relevant to them. So that is a very important part of our self-development. It checks our standing and thinking. It checks our standing and whether we are thinking right or wrong, whether our attitudes in Krishna consciousness are right or wrong. If we closely see Srila Prabhupada, his success, he was ready to innovate, He was ready to innovate and at the same time stick to the core. That is this wonderful balance he always managed to have. Okay. So ready to innovate and stick to the core. So as his followers, and it's a practice, as his followers, it's not that one fine day, 21st July 2023, I'll wake up with that balance. No, that will not happen. When we continue preaching and all, we slowly understand, okay, so it is. And this gives us more faith in our own process, what we are doing. Yeah, it is working. Right? So that's the C part of it. And the E is entrance to Lord Chaitanya's mercy. Because of course we want, Bhaktivinoda Thakur has, there is a book of Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Oh, what is that book called? No. Godrum Kalpatavi. Godruma Kalpatavi. Godrum Deep is where Surbi Kunj is there, And you know that bhajan is there, no? Surbi Kunja Te Naam. So Surbi Kunj is in Godrum. So there's a book called Godrum Kalpatavi. So in that Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes that, that it's like sales, again, this Naam Hatta, so sales. You're selling and you get your commission. What is a commission? A preacher gets? Love of God. That's a commission. I share Krishna with her, Krishna gives, which is loving Krishna. Okay. So this is the essence. We'll revise. E stands for essential for our sustenance. Our sustenance, and our means actually our whole planetary sustenance, not just my sustenance. Okay, my family, whole society and so on. Second is sublimates my life. Third is sacrifice. Fourth is it's an easy way. It frees us from offenses. Fifth is newness, recreation. Whatever we know, we give. It's not that because we are giving, we have become perfected. No. Just like a child, Prabhupada used to give this example, right? Tube light. No, child may not know the mechanics of tube light, but because the father has told this is tube light, he says this is tube light, knowledge is perfect. But that doesn't mean since he has told this is tube light, he will stop learning. So his learning continues and his sharing also continues, right? So these two things need to continue and parallelly move. Okay? With this newness, right? Recreation. Sixth, checks are standing and thinking. I'll keep some time for interaction, therefore I am just wrapping it up a bit quick because I want to have more interaction. And sixth is entrance to Lord Chaitanya's mercy. Very easy. A very easy way. Oh, he has made, okay, selected. It's very easy. Okay. But in all this, please remember the balance. What was the 7 pillars we discussed in NOI? 7 pillars of balance. For Grahastha specifically, it's very important, Abhi after hearing this class, let's say you leave everything and no go. Preaching hi karni hai sir. So, there were 7 pillars of balance we discussed, right? Of which, of course, preaching is one of the parts. Because for the Grahastha, the secret to success is balance, not family. It is also chanting, it is also preaching, it is also family, it is also everything. It is balance. So there are 7 pillars of balance in Grahastha life. Sadhana, number 1. So we all have tough time in doing our sadhana. So coming as much as possible in the association of devotees to chant, and as much as possible trying to chant in morning. Because evening chanting all of us know. I don't have to tell how it goes, right? So sadhana. Second is association. If we think I'm going to sustain alone, even drunkards don't sustain alone. To talk of devotees. But to remain a successful drunkard, you have to regularly come in association. To remain a devotee, obviously we have to, right? We have to keep coming in association. So whatever our time allows, once a month, once a week, twice a week, more, as much as possible. but there has to be some defined frequency, not once a year for sure. It has to be some regular, quick sort of chosen frequency to come in association. And association also means making friends, okay? Making friends. So we have to have some groups, like I do reading with one of my friend, because for me reading alone becomes very difficult, right? I mean, all of us know, I mean especially for me, I can tell, because no office, this, that, so many things. After that, getting time out for reading alone becomes very difficult. So one partner we choose, और उसके साथ मिलके reading किया. So association also means that, having friends in our community. Not everyone our wavelengths will match. That is also going to happen. It's not that, so you are devotee, I am devotee, it should match. No, it's not like that. It's not going to match. No. I mean, Yashoda Maiya, Gopis, it's a separate group. Gopas, separate group. So they have their own, ways to hang around with. So we'll always have different devotees we'll hang around with. That's fine. Okay. So that's association. Third part is sadhana, association. Third is hearing. Hearing is very important. So once there was a very senior devotee who came and met Bhakti Rasamrit Maharaj, and almost 25 years in Krishna consciousness. There's no enthusiasm in Krishna consciousness. So Maharaj took 2 fingers and ऐसे बोला कान बंद करने को, बोला hearing is not happening. So we have to hear regularly. Like Bhakti Shastri is a very good way, and later on you can also do, now in online world there are so many courses which is called Desire Tree, wherever it is. We can pick up something, keep studying, keep hearing proper lectures and all, whatever. But we should keep hearing. Sadhana, association, hearing. Fourth, reading is sort of covered in sadhana. Sadhana, association, hearing, preaching. This is the fourth thing. Preaching and services. So there are 3 levels of preaching also. We may not have time and literally this thing. So supporting preaching projects. But somewhere that missionary spirit has to be there within us. It's not that we are insensitive to that missionary spirit. No. That feeling and that good feeling for the mission has to be there. If I am not able to do full time, or if I am not able to dedicate myself fully, or whatever time I have to do, then supporting something, okay. But that component has to be there, okay. So in form of different services, or actually actively preaching, is the 4th pillar. 5th, because preaching services is sort of covered in it. 5th is relationship between husband, wife, kids. ये बहुत बड़ा फ्यूल होता है. So everything is going fine, but if the husband-wife relationship is not going great for a long period of time, it drains our energy, okay. Or with kids, whatever it is, okay. Okay. Sorry. Is that okay? So the 5th point is relationships. We should have good relationships. Actually, Bhakti Yoga or Bhagavad Gita covers everything, It covers the science of relationships also. We can build very good relationships just because what is expected in a good relationship? Not take egoistic clashes seriously. Very seriously. Huh? Yeah, when in the exchanges there are egoistic clashes, don't take it very seriously. Move on. Forget. This is what Bhagavad Gita teaches in Nishkam Karma Yoga. Focus on something higher. Go on, move on. So actually Bhagavad Gita is a very full end-to-end coverage. It is not just giving some only, but it is giving everything to us. Okay. So relationships means having friendly relation, having nice relationships, not bringing too much ego inside and all. And obviously relationships will be good. If relationships are good, we are happy. If we are happy, then we chant nicely, we read nicely, we hear nicely. Otherwise, even while chanting, we keep cursing each other. मेरा जीवन खराब हो गया, मेरा जीवन ये हो गया, बेटर होता। अच्छा, वही पढ़ा था मैंने भागवतम में। पर वो मतलब नहीं है। भागवतम में और भी कुछ लिखा है। भागवतम भगवद गीता के बाद शुरू होती है। So we don't have to give up or think of like no. So but when we have good relationships, automatically we don't think this person is bad. This relationship good, we automatically our perspective changes. Okay? So we are better off when relationships are good. And if we take responsibility in our hands of making the relationship good, chances our relationship will become better. If we put the responsibility in other person's court, chances our relationships will go down only. Because everybody thinks like that only. Iski responsibility is this. So Prabhuji was talking of rights and responsibility. People think responsibility teri, right mera. Ping pong, ping pong, ping. But point is, if we take responsibility, we can get the right also easily. Okay. So this is the fifth very important. Sixth is, of course, job, finance, and all those things come as a 6th point. That was our 6th point. Okay. 6th pillar. So we should have a stable situation. In an unstable situation, unless we are at the level of Tukaram Maharaj, we cannot. तुकाराम महाराज की मूवी देखी है ना हमने, वो सारा गेहूं ऐसे बांट दिया। तो हम लोग का वो लेवल नहीं है, मेरा तो नहीं है, यहाँ पे हो सकता है, बट जनरली वी हैव टू बी kind of stabilized in our situation. Of course, stability has no end to it, you know. I mean, to the nth point, if we want to be stable, then we can spend all the effort. मतलब ये चद्दर का इसमें सिलवट नहीं होना चाहिए, मतलब to that point we can go. The point is, broadly we should be stable in our lives. Okay, broadly we should go by a plan. Of course, in discussion and all those things, when we are especially new, how to manage that part of not being too neglectful or not being too much into it. Okay, so that balance has to be struck so that we are steadily growing, you know. Not hyper growth may lead to some issues, degrowth will also lead to issues, so sustainably growing, you know. So that's the key point, you know. That's goodness, that's mode of goodness. Okay, so Bhagavad Gita or Shastras don't want us to, sorry Prabhuji, Bhagavad Gita or Shastras don't want us to become impractical. Okay, they give us the full this thing, but they want us to be balanced. They want us to be balanced. So this was the 6th point. And what was the 7th pillar? बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज, लेसन अभी मिला हमें 2 साल कोविड के दौरान। Health is a very big factor also. Sometimes everything goes well, health goes down, and everything is being sucked. Okay, so because of our lifestyle and all those things, sitting at one place, we need to, in our own regime, we need to find the ways by which our health is okay, good, continuing well. Okay, so that is the 7th pillar of the balance of Grihastha life. So none of these pillars have to be neglected. Disbalance or imbalance happens when any one of these pillars are neglected for a long period of time. Then what will happen? Imbalance is going to happen. ये नहीं कि मैं ये छोड़ देता हूँ ना क्योंकि मैं कर रहा हूँ भगवान का ही रूल है। Balance is the rule of Lord. It's the rule of Lord only. So we can't say for devotion of Lord, I'll break the law of the Lord. We can't say that. So from our side, in the dynamic world, we have to give our best to ensure that this is being done. And then when we do this, our preaching also becomes meaningful. Because what we are offering to the world is not something impractical. We are offering an addition, a value addition in their lives. A very good value addition in the way they are living lives. So then it will obviously become very good. So I think that's about it. Keeping 7-8 minutes for any clarification. I thought I'll just keep little last portion from Grihastha perspective, because so that's the USP I get to the table in this lot. So, yeah. Any questions? Anything?
Just by way of Bhagavad Gita last verses, preaching improves our spiritual quotient also.
Very much. Vice versa. If your spiritual quotient is higher, preaching improves. Preaching, because when we are preaching, we preach to ourselves first of all. So then obviously we start thinking our spiritual quotient improves.
And it becomes dear to the Lord also.
Absolutely. Yes, yes. Entrance to Lord Chaitanya's mercy. Any other question? Yeah.
Many scriptures talk about 24/7 bhajana. They almost every scripture goes there to 24/7 bhajana, and as grihasthas we have many responsibilities and then balance all these aspects. How do we correlate these two aspects in understanding?
Wonderful thing. Krishna and Uddhav were discussing. Okay. And this is being told to me by Jananivas Prabhu. So once Uddhav and Krishna were having discussion, and Uddhav asked Lord Krishna, who is going back to Godhead? Krishna told, all my devotees are going back to Godhead. Achha, even Grahasthas? Uddhav ne question kiya. So then Krishna told, yes, why not? They are also coming back to Godhead. But they are not 24/7 engaged. What I see is, after doing their duties, whatever balance time they get, they are offering it to me. So honestly, after doing all their duties, they are offering their balance time to me. I take it, consider it as the time, because somebody has complete free time, he offers his complete free time. So after doing their duty, whatever is a free time, offers it to Krishna. That is what Krishna equates both the things. Any other?
During this COVID time,
Yeah.
we have learned to do many things online. So, like we have reading sessions also. I have 3 reading sessions in a day.
Yeah.
Is that required for association?
Yes, why not?
Does it give the same than a personal association?
No, physical association, okay, when, let's say, I don't know what are those reading sessions all about. If it's about personal reading, no, scriptural reading only, but are you reading with some new group of devotees, or how it is there?
It's not...
Or you are reading with your peers some Bhagavad Gita, Mahaprabhu. Obviously that works, because it's not possible for you to come always together, right? So we do our Bhagavatam reading online only. That's one good thing which has happened due to Zoom. We discovered that as well, because if I have to come, because reading has to happen daily, right? And daily from your duties you can't come to each other's homes. पहले उसमें आधा घंटा में हम लोग तैयार होंगे, फिर जाएंगे, फिर आएंगे, तो उसी में ही सब कुछ खत्म हो जाएगा. Everything will be gone. It will not sustain. So Zoom that way has been a very good blessing. So we can do daily reading on Zoom, and it is fast tracked everything. My wife is on 10th canto, completing almost with her group. So she started on 3rd canto in COVID till 10th canto. हम वही 8th canto पे गिर के पहुँचे हम लोग अभी. उनका आगे चली गई गाड़ी. वो रोज 1 घंटा कर पाते हैं. But that helps, because it's very convenient. So obviously you're reading proper books. That's fine.
And earlier also, Bhakti Shastri was actually a physical course you have to attend both.
That is always physical is better, because something which is when you come in association, that different churning happens. So when you are doing a very regular routine thing, you can do it in that mode. But when there is something like a deep down study, discussions and all those things, it definitely, that was a makeshift arrangement. We should not bring it down. Like many companies are now thinking, no, why work from home, work from office. अभी सारे एम्प्लॉइज कह रहे हैं हम आना ही नहीं हमको. वो कहते कह रहे कुछ कामों के लिए तो आना पड़ता है. नहीं हम नहीं आएंगे, जाओ. लोग ज़्यादा कंपनीज बोलते नोटिस पीरियड में भी वर्क फ्रॉम होम करना है क्या, वर्क फ्रॉम ऑफिस करना है. So there are some things in life which are better done physically together. There are some things in life which actually were taking unnecessary corners. You can cut the corners online. So the routine ones are.
For what kind of activities it is preferred to have?
Physical means if you're preaching a new group, or if you're coming regularly for all this Bhagavatam association, or for Bhakti Shastri, which is not happening on a daily basis, a routine thing, right? It is, even a routine, let's say if you're staying near to the temple, it's always good to come to chant in the morning and all this. But you know, in the thick of the day and so many things are there, so then we can shift some of the routine activities. We can actually choose which ones. See, always preferred all physical, but in order to cut the corners and make it sustainable, we can always choose to shift from activities online. I mean, daily reading is one of them, is what I feel.
One more question, sorry.
Yeah.
On balance.
Yeah.
Where in a family where there's only one devotee but the rest are non-devotees. What exactly you should do so that the others are not annoyed by you, and how exactly you should go about things and still continue to do your
It's a tough question. It's a tough thing, and one has to go very sensitive. And of course, one cannot at least externally manifest all devotional activities the way a full devotional family is able to do. And one should be okay with it. It's not that Krishna is getting less pleased by that. Krishna is equally, just same point. See, Krishna is not Kansa. Krishna, he sees whatever best I can do in my situation, he sees that point. So in all this, you have to persevere in the sense that in a very nice way, giving them prasad or whatever, and gently pushing people, not ek mukka nahi marna, gently kind of pushing towards introducing them to other devotees thoughtfully, which kind of association will make sense to them. Then it will happen. Probably it will, if they take it from you, they will not take it. If they take it from others, they will take it. Against. So then better not bother. As long as they are not bothering you. You then protect yourself first. If they are open, then you go ahead, right? ऐसा नहीं हो कि उनको आप ही का ही वो हो जाए. I mean, in the sense, the devotee who is pushing, he should not get. Because everybody has, after all, their own rights and things. Despite telling all these things, Krishna told Arjuna that now tell what you want to do. So, and Krishna is giving that right to Arjuna. What can be done? Yeah? For all, actually for all. It's good for us. We have to understand it is good for us. Doesn't mean that Krishna is giving an option, actually all the other options are equal. No, this option is the best. But the point is that somebody may not able to appreciate it that much, at least at this point of time. So we'll leave it. Take time. Fine. Any questions? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you so much. And it was really a pleasure to interact with all of you. I tried to keep it interactive, and so please forgive for any offenses or anything which I stated which is not this thing. So thank you all so much. Have a good day. No, this is very important.
Hare Krishna. Let us thank Prabhuji with 3 loud. We just want to continue hearing this and shouldn't stop ever. But we have this back-to-back schedule, right? The toughest service in this whole service is to ring that bell saying time is up. Because you don't want the speaker to stop, yet you want the speaker to, give the chance for the next one. So before we disperse for the lunch prashadam, there are some special guests here. Am I audible? Yeah. So Her Grace Champaklata Mataji, if you can please get up once. Let's welcome our Sri Lord Haribol. Mataji is a disciple of His Holiness Bhakti Raghav Swami Maharaj and very, very inspiring devotee in a festival of inspiration. Mataji has herself, inspired blind children to read Bhagavad Gita. And being a mother of 2 children, grown up, and whole family. How many of you remember listening to Mataji in our satsang? Yeah? Yes, Mataji came once. It was such an inspiring session, and Mataji also gave similar session in another group of leaders. Just that how much simple, Mataji from a household background can still make a difference is that today Bhagavad Gita is being printed in a language that all the blind children in the world can read, the entire Bhagavad Gita by touching it. And that's not only for blind people, it's also for us who are blind. Even if we become blind, Mataji is not going to leave us. Yes, thank you, Mataji. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Really appreciate you coming. And I also have my senior God brothers and inspiring leaders here. Mohan Krishna Prabhu, Hare Krishna, Hari Bo. And Darshak Prabhu is here, Hare Krishna. And Madan Kumar Prabhu, where is Madan Kumar Prabhu? Yeah, he was just here. Prabhuji is preaching, he's a Grahastha, he's preaching for the last more than 20 years, So Prabhuji is just here. And we also have Nirendra Prabhu here, Hare Krishna, Hari Bol. So Prabhuji preaches in the Nalagandla area. Yeah, Prabhuji preaches in the Nalagandla area. So if you have any friends there, you can refer to Prabhuji. So there are sessions going on in all over the place. Preaching is the essence. And we all, as Prabhuji said, if we want to recreate, then Maya will recreate us here again. So better not recreate in other things, better to recreate serving Krishna. So without any more delay, my humble request to everyone is please keep your prasadam plates a little careful, because we are going to have continuous sessions here only. We are going to have this, prasadam here only. So there will be back to back. So if anything falls or spills over, then cleaning will be a little activity that we'll try to avoid. It's okay if it happens. So Mahaprasade Govinde, Nama Brahmane Vaishnave, Swalpa Punya Vratan Rajan, Viswaso Nevajayate, Sharira Vidyajal, Jedindriya Trahikal, Jive Pele Vishe Sagare, Tara Madhya Jivhyati, Gobomai Sudurmati, Take Jeta Kadina Samsare, Krishna Bada Jayamai, Kori Bare Jivha Jai, Swa Prasad Nadilo Bhai, Sri Annamrita Pao, Sri Radha Krishna Gun Gao,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Jaya Radha Gopi Vallabha Radha Gopi Vallabha Radhe Jaya Jagannatha Baladeva Subhadra Mai Jaya Sudarshana Jaya Gauranita 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 Shri Shri Gauranita Prabhupada 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jai Srila Gurudev Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Shri Harinam Sankirtan ki Somebody on the projector too. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna to all devotees after Corona, after lunch. So Hare Krishna. So we have His Grace Sakshi Achyut Prabhu. Let's welcome Sakshi Achyut Prabhu with loud Hari Bol. Hari Bol. Hari Bol. Sambar has done a different effect. It is supposed to be positive. Let's do it even louder. Hari Bol. Hari Bol. Hari Bol. Okay. Quick introduction of Prabhuji. Sakshi Achyut Prabhu was introduced to Krishna consciousness. Hare Krishna, devotees, please don't talk. Hare Krishna, Matajis, Prabhujis. Okay, Sakshi Achyut Prabhu was introduced to Krishna consciousness while pursuing his graduation in aeronautical engineering. Aeronautical engineering is difficult for me to 2004. In 2004, Prabhuji was doing aeronautical engineering. Since then, Prabhuji has rendered various services in ISKCON Youth Forum, IYF, Pune, especially in establishing youth centers in NVC Bangalore, SRM Chennai, NIT Tirchi, NIT Warangal. As a part of school book distribution team, Prabhuji has distributed PG context more than 50,000 students in age of 10 to 15 in the last 10 years. As a part of rural preaching, Prabhuji was involved in construction of Shri Shri Radha Damodar Mandir at Rajgarh, a farm community of ISKCON NYCC. At present taking care of NIT Warangal Voice Center under His Grace Radhesham Prabhuji, also rendering service as Bhakti Shastri teacher, IDC teacher for BVRV Pune. Prabhuji has completed Bhakti Shastri and Bhakti Vaibhav courses and currently pursuing Bhakti Vedanta course from BVRV Pune. Let us once again welcome Prabhuji with 3 loud. Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Hari Bol! one devotee sitting far to just come close by. We are spread out first. Okay, good. Just come close. Yeah.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Narayanam Namaskrityam Naram Chaiva Narottamam Devim Saraswatim Vyasam Tato Jayam Mudiraye Nashtaprayesho Bhadresho Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya Bhagavati Uttama Shloke Bhaktir Bhavati Naishtikim Krishnaya Vasudevaya Devaki Nandanaya Cha Nanda Gopa Kumaraya Govindaya Namo Namaha. Hare Krishna. Happy to be amongst all of you. We have been virtually meeting for the whole Ishopanishad, but physically when we come in front of all of you, it's a different experience. So, while doing Ishopanishad, we have been seeing the different section of Ishopanishad. First is laws of nature, invocation to mantra 3. Mantra 4, mantra 5, mantra 6, mantra 7, mantra 8. It's about vision of Mahabhagavat. Isha Vashyam Idam Sarvam. If Lord exists, can we see Him? If we can see Him, then what is the eyes of knowledge required for it? What vision we should have? First thing we should understand is Lord is inconceivable. Atarka. So why I am revising that? Because what impelled me to take this topic was, at various sections in Ishopanishad, Prabhupada writes about Ishopanishad indirectly indicates to Lord as a person. But Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita directly points towards Lord as a person. Not only in one purport, in various purports. Especially Sambhutim, Asambhutim, that section, Mantra 14, Mantra 16, Mantra 17, Mantra 18. Prabhupada clearly writes there. If you want to understand Ishopanishad, Upanishad for that matter, we need the help of Nyaya and Smriti. So, Srila Prabhupada writes, if you read Srimad Bhagavatam, then immediately will realize God. So this is from Srimad Bhagavatam, first canto, first verse, first chapter, second verse. We will see through the verses. This is the first shloka of Srimad Bhagavatam. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Together we can recite. Janma Dyasya Tonvayaditarataschaarteshva Vignasvarat Tene Brahma Hridaye Adi Kavaye Muyyanti Yat Suraya Tejo Vari Mridam Yata Vinimayo Yatra Trishargo Mrisha Damna Svena Sada Nirastha Bhuvam Satyam Param Dhimahi. Basically, Vasudev is trying to invoke this. This is ending with Satyam Param Dhimahi. So Dhimahi is a Gayatri mantra. In this, Srila Prabhupada has written a translation which speaks on these 5 topics, 7 topics. This shloka speaks on defining the absolute truth. That Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Janmadhyasya Yatonvayat. The source of everything. He cannot be a chunk or a stone, nor a hole. It cannot be a black hole. He has to be a person. So therefore, there is a primeval cause. But that primeval cause is cognizant. He is all-knowing. He knows present, past, future, and his Swarat is independent. And he is the enlightener, and he bewilders. Tejo vari mridam yata vinimayo trishargo masha. Muyyanti yat surya. Even demigods cannot understand him. Mantra 4 and Mantra 5. Tad dejati, tad naijati, tad dure, tad vantike. Tad antarasya sarvasya, taddu sarvasya bhayata. So there Prabhupada writes, even demigods cannot understand Supreme Lord. Then how is that we are able to understand Supreme Lord? By the mercy of a pure devotee. It's only when Lord Krishna revealed Srimad Bhagavatam to Brahma, because Brahma, when he was born from the lotus navel of Garbhodaksha Vishnu, he got an indication from bottom, tapa tapa. That moment he started doing tapasya, but that was bhakti tapasya. Then Lord revealed inside his heart this whole Srimad Bhagavatam in the form of Chatushloki. The Lord appeared in front of him. That was the first shake hand. Then he revealed 4 shlokas of Bhagavatam. And then Brahma expanded that 4 shlokas into this whole 18,000 verses of Srimad Bhagavatam. That is the history of Srimad Bhagavatam. So here, Tejavari Madam Yata Minimiyo. It seems that when Lord appears, Lord has a material form. Avajananti Mamuda Manushan Tanum Ashrita. But only who comes in a disciplic succession, they can understand Supreme Lord as a person. He is a factual basis and he is an eternal abode. So, Srila Prabhupada gives his 7 points on this verse. And Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur, he comments on this verse. He tells, this first verse of Srimad Bhagavatam refers to 5 themes. Supreme Absolute Truth is a transcendental person. This is what Prabhupada is writing here. He is primeval, cognizant, independent, enlightener, bewilderer, factual basis, eternal abode. That is what Prabhupada takes from first aspect of Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur. The second theme what Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur writes is, in his commentary, it also refers to Lord Krishna. Here it is referring to Bhagavan feature. But in the second point, he writes, it specifically refers to Bhagavan Shri Krishna. And here if you see carefully, Tene Brahmarde Adi Kavir. Here he says, when Bhagavan Shri Krishna did the Brahma Vimon Leela, Brahma was thinking that he has kidnapped all the covered boys. But before that only Lord Krishna, according to his Ichcha Shakti, he had replaced all covered boys. How can Brahma touch Krishna's associates? He cannot touch. Before that his Shakti completely replicated them with the Maya Arbaka, which Lord Brahma could touch. And then later on, when Brahma came, he just went to take his bird bag. That is what Radha Gopinath Prabhu says in his lecture. Because then he thought, this is a big boss here. If I do something, I'll be fired. Moment he came back, after 1 year, he still saw Krishna along with all the covered boys. And then Brahma went there, where he had hidden all the covered boys. And there you could see complete set of covered boys. Then he came here. Here also he could see complete set of covered boys. Then he was thinking, are these real or are these real? So there is a place called Sei in Vrindavan. There he is into bewilderment, a place there. So then after some time, when with his 4 heads, and he is an intelligent person in the whole universe. Nobody can be more intelligent than Brahma. And he is beyond just 3 dimensions. We work at 3 dimensions. Whatever universe, the maximum dimension the universe can accommodate, Brahma works at the topmost dimension. He could not figure out who is the original covered boy. Then by Krishna, by his causeless mercy, when Brahma bowed down to him in devotion, he revealed, these are not ordinary covered boys. They are Sakshat Bhagavan. That is what Tene Brahmarade Adikavi refers to. In first it refers to Brahma was doing tapa. He revealed Srimad Bhagavatam. Second commentary gives that in Brahma Viman Leela, Lord Krishna revealed Brahma, that they are not Maya Rupaka, they are Sakshat Bhagavan. The third commentary, Vishwanath Chakravarti writes, this refers to Madhurya Ras, the topmost rasa. There are 5 rasas: Shantaras, Dasyaras, Sakyaras, Madhurya Ras. And this verse refers to Madhurya Ras. And who is that sage? Tena Brahma Hridaya Adhikave? He refers to Bharat Muni. There is a Muni called Bharat Muni who is very, very cognizant with this rasa and he has written a lot on it. It refers to him. And then that Damna Svena Sada Nirasya Kuhukam, that refers to Mathura Dham, where he did that pastime. This is the first 3 commentary. The 4th commentary refers to, this verse also defines Radha and Krishna. This verse also refers to Supreme Absolute Truth is Hare Krishna, that is what we chant. So Vishwanath Chakravarti writes that this verse also refers to Radha and Krishna in full manifestation. And that Swarat refers to Srimati Radharani, for which gopi Krishna left all other gopis. This is the 4th commentary. In the last commentary, he writes, Vishwanath Chakravarti, this verse also refers to Bhakti. Bhakti Sanjayate Bhakti. Bhakti is completely independent. If Lord gives Bhakti to the devotee, becomes partial. And then who gives Bhakti to whom? The devotee who is carrying Bhakti in his heart can give Bhakti to others. So in that way, this verse also refers to 5th aspect is Bhakti. So, Bhagavatam ends with Sarva Dharman Parityajya, Bhagavad Gita. But Bhagavatam starts with Sarva Dharman Parityajya. Before we go to 1.3.43, this is the fundamental basics we need to know. That first verse has 5 meanings. First meaning is Supreme Absolute Truth is a person. He is Supreme Bhagavan Krishna. The second commentary. Third commentary is, let's see, just now I spoke after the post lunch. How many of you can recall which is spoken just 1-2 minutes back? What is the third commentary of Vishwanath Chakravarti about this verse? I told first 2. Madhurya Ras. Madhurya Ras. And 4th one? Radha and Krishna are together. 5th one? Bhakti. Yes. Why this is required? Because based on that, the session will proceed. If you miss one link, after that you will find where is the logic. It's like if you skip one floor, you can't go to the 3rd floor.
Please ask questions in the middle.
Yes, if you forget it. So Bhagavad Gita ends with Sarva Dharman Parityajya. Bhagavad Gita. That is the final conclusion of Gita. Whatever religions you are following, Varnashram Dharma, whatever it is you are following, whether it is in Vedas, outside Vedas, any Dharma you are following, Pro Dharma or whatever Dharma, Apara Dharma, you just surrender everything to Krishna's lotus feet. That is the conclusion of Bhagavad Gita. But Bhagavatam starts with that. Dharma prochita kaitavatra paramo nirmat saranam satam vedyam vastam vastu shivatam tapatrayon moolanam Srimad Bhagavatam Mahamune krite kimva parerishvare satya vriddharuddateta kritebi shushrishuvis dakshanat. So for this commentary, Prabhupada gives this statement. Satya hrid avruddate takritebi shushrishuvis dakshanat. Not that after 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, when you sit inside a Bhagavatam, when you open the purpose of Prabhupada, start reading the first shloka, first paragraph, one line, Krishna will immediately appear there. Because why? Krishna swadamano upagate dharma dhyana visaha. So that shloka will come later on because time will go. If I start speaking, time will just pass up like this. So, this is the second shloka of Bhagavatam. What it speaks? What is the meaning of Sarva Dharman Parityajya? All religion which is connected to the body, that has to be rejected. That is what Krishna is saying in Bhagavad Gita. Sarva Dharman Parityajya. The Bhagavatam starts with that. Anything falling short of pleasing Krishna, rejected. Completely out of track. Profounds highest truth. What is that? About Supreme Lord's knowledge about that. Supreme Absolute Truth is Lord Shri Krishna. Understandable by non-envious. There is an entry. There is swiping card required. Person should be non-envious. Otherwise, no entry. We can try to leak Bhagavatam, but it will not be revealed. Distinguishes reality from illusion. Tapatrayon Moolanam. We are in three miseries. Adhyatmic Klesh, Adibhautik Klesh, Adidevik Klesh. But somebody is just sitting inside the Bhagavatam class. Immediately he is freed of the three tapas. That is what this shloka speaks about. Uproots three miseries. Sufficient for God realization. Satya Hrid Avaruddhate Takritibi Shushushuvis Takshanat, and establishes Lord in the heart. So let's go. So the today's topic is Bhagavatam. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, as I spoke on first verse. The first verse can refer to the Supreme Lord, Supreme Absolute Truth, who is transcendental. It can refer to Bhagavan Shri Krishna, second feature. The third feature it can refer to Madhurya Ras. Fourth feature it can refer to Radha and Krishna together. Fifth feature, Bhakti. So all these five features can be divided into these four parts. Okay? The first part, Supreme Lord is transcendental. That refers to the lamp. Because most of the people, when they read the Vedic literature, say for the matter of Ishopanishad, Aranya Upanishad, till the time they don't come to a Bhakti scripture or the Puranas, it's not very easy for them to figure out. Like Prabhupada writes in the purport of Mantra 14, Sambhutim cha vinasham cha, before that, Anyadaur sambhavat, Anyadevaur asambhavat. There Prabhupada writes typical Purvapaksha. The two opponents for accepting Supreme Lord as a person, one thing is Mayavad, second thing is social service. And the whole purport Prabhupada covers that. First he speaks that Yatomat Tatopat, all paths don't lead to the same goal. Yanti Deva Vrata Devan, Pitrani Yanti Pitranvata. After refuting the whole thing for the first half of the purport in the 14th mantra, the second half Prabhupada refutes Manav Seva and Madhav Seva. Manav Seva is not Madhav Seva, but Madhav Seva is Manav Seva. And then Prabhupada reiterates, this knowledge of Sambhutim can be further known from Nectar of Devotion, Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. Therefore, this first verse immediately establishes Supreme Lord as a person. And therefore it is called as Adhyatma Deepam. That comes in first canto, second chapter, third verse. How it completely reveals the Supreme Lord personally in the heart of everyone. This is here personal. Why it is compared to the lamp? Any person takes to Bhagavatam reading, within his heart he can understand that Supreme Lord is a person and he can start working on it. Sambandha, Abhideya, he can start practicing that bhakti process, then prayojan. The second theme, feature of Bhagavatam is it's like a fruit. And I'll come to the shlokas. Each shloka is there for each, yes.
Probably what to be understood from point number 1, show the lamp.
Lamp means when you need a lamp, when there is darkness. For your home you need a lamp. But for a whole country or for a whole world you need sun. That is the difference. The individual level, Bhagavatam can reveal to the individual person that Lord is a person. But for the collective, for the whole masses, for the whole next, full Kali Yuga, the Lord has risen like the sun. So therefore the third feature of Bhagavatam is like a Bhagavatam is like a sun. Third feature. And the last feature is Bhagavatam is like a Mohini Murti. Somebody can say why this Mohini Murti comparison is given here?
Because in verse 1 you said Lord is bewilderer.
Devotees and at the same time not revealing to non-devotees.
Yes. In Mohini Murti incarnation, demons wanted Amrit. They churned, somehow they took the Amrit and they ran away. But devotees, Demigods were there. Lord appeared as Mohini Murti. He just took that form and went to them. And all of them told, collectively they came to Mohini Murti and told, you take this. You can divide it properly. And she was telling, you don't know who am I, who is my master, and I'm just appearing from nowhere, you're trusting me. And everybody was feeling that, she will give to me only. But what Mohini Murti did, she came to the demigods and she gave the Amrit to them. So for this also there is shloka from 12th canto, 12th chapter, the last chapter, 12th verse. We'll come to it. So here, initially from the first verse, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, he spoke about 5 features. Is it not? Lord is transcendental, supreme absolute truth. And he is Bhagavan Shri Krishna, second feature. Third feature, Madhuri Ras. Fourth feature, Radha and Krishna together. Fifth feature, Bhakti. The first refers to the lamp. Lord is supreme absolute truth, is transcendental personality. That is what again Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur writes in the further commentary. The second feature, Bhagavan Shri Krishna, that refers to Supreme Lord is like a sun. Supreme Lord is like a sun. Krishna Swadamo Pagate Dharma Dhyana Visa Kalo Nashta Drishamesha Puranarko Udhanodita. That is the shloka we are supposed to discuss. The third Lord is, the feature is Madhurya Ras, Radha and Krishna together, and Bhakti. This Bhakti has lot of rasa. If you have studied Nectar of Devotion, in the preface and the introduction, there is Bhakti rasa, there is mundane rasa. What is the difference between both Bhakti rasa and mundane rasa?
Mundane is temporary.
There is some specific feature. Prabhupada gives about 2 specific names for. Yes. Chapala Sukha and Bhog and Tag. That is for mundane rasa. But for Bhakti rasa, it is eternal. It increases. Anandam Buddhi Vardhanam. So the third, fourth and fifth feature refers to Bhagavatam as a fruit. When you see a fruit, when you crush it, what comes from the fruit? Juice. If you crush a lemon, what comes from it? The lemon juice. So similarly, third, fourth and fifth is nothing but condensed rasa. So Bhagavatam is compared to the condensed, ripened fruit of Vedic literature. So we'll come to that shloka also. Nikama kalpataror galitam phalam. The last feature is Mohini Murti, that comes in 12th canto, where it speaks about that this Amrit is revealed to Satam and Suram, not to people who are not envious and demonic. So going ahead with our further slides. So lamp, because it destroys nescience by describing absolute truth. Sun, because it destroys misconceptions of demons and gives joy to devotees. Fruit, it reveals Madhurya Ras and pure bhakti. Same points are coming here. Then nectar to devotees hidden from demons. So the first feature is lamp. This shloka is from 2nd chapter, 3rd verse. Yasvanubhavam akilam shrutisharamekam adhyatmadipam atitiristatam tamondam samsarina karunaya purana guhyam tam vyasunum upayami gurum muninam. Because of the Balram font is not here in this, therefore it is coming different. So this is shloka. Yasvanubhava akila shrutisharam ekam adhyatma deepam atitirtirishtam tamondam. So this is glorifying Srimad Bhagavatam as a lamp. Those living entities who are searching for the absolute truth and who are bewildered by the impersonal conception, are not coming to the absolute conception of Supreme Personality of Godhead. for such people are for people in general. Samsarina karunaya purana guhyam. Out of compassion, like our Atmaram Gauram was telling about why this preaching is called essence. Preaching is called essence because it is coming from the compassion. Basically, Lord Krishna appears in one of the Puranas, in Padma Puran, the description of Lord Krishna's appearance in this world comes. So Lord Krishna, when he speaks with Srimati Radharani, out of compassion for these living entities, we have to appear in the material world. So Radharani never agrees, but she puts three conditions. There should be Yamuna river. Second thing should be Govardhan. And what is the third thing? Third condition is the first personality when I appear in this world, I should be able to see is yourself. Now on that three conditions, Srimati Radharani appears in this material world. So basically, the whole purpose of preaching is, Lord comes here, yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata, abhyuttama dharmasya tadatmanam shajamyam, paritranaya sadhunam, vinashaya cha dushkritam, dharma samsthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. So basically, it's for out of pure compassion Lord appears here to reclaim the fallen conditioned souls back home, back to Godhead. But for the same purpose, to make it very very easy, tam vyasa sunum upayami gurum muninam. The sages of Naimisharanya headed by Shaunak Rishi, they are offering obeisances to Sukadeva Goswami, who is son of Vyasadeva, Sukadeva Goswami. Tam vyasa sunum upayami gurum muninam. For out of compassion for the fallen souls who can understand the Supreme Person of Godhead, he has compiled Srimad Bhagavatam. So the third feature of Bhagavatam is like a fruit. So this shloka from first canto, first chapter, third verse. Nigamakalpataror galitam phalam shukamukadam vritadravya samyutam pibata bhagavatam rasamalayam muhuro rasika bhuvi bhavakaha. So it's like Nigamakalpataror. What is Kalpataru? Desire tree. What is Nigama Kalpataru? What is Nigama? Kalpataru is desire tree. Nigama Kalpataru is the desire tree of Vedic literature. Galitam Phalam. If whole Vedic literature can be compared to a tree, the ripened fruit of that tree is Srimad Bhagavatam. You might have heard this shloka from Shankaracharya, na? Sarva Upanishto Gavo Dogda Gopalanandana Parthavatsa Sudhir Bhukta Dugdam Gitamritam Mahat. So Bhagavad Gita is like a milk, but Bhagavatam is compared like a butter. It's a cream of Vedic literature. Nigama Kalpataror Galitam Phalam. In this case, it is given, analogy is given to like a ripened fruit of the tree of Vedic literature. And from whose mouth it is coming? Shukamukad Amrita Dravya Samyutam. Who is speaking it? Sukadeva Goswami. The analogy is very apt because if you go to your VSK farm and if there are some mango trees, and sometimes when mango is ripe, it is tasted by parrot. And many times when I was a childhood, when I used to go with my uncle or grandfather, they used to always pick out these mangoes which were bitten by parrot, and they used to give it to me to eat. And I used to think, these people want to eat nice mangoes and they are giving me this eaten by bird mangoes, and I used to never taste it. And they used to show me, rip off the covering and eat, and then after everybody eats, I'll taste it. Then I understood this mango is really very sweeter than the other mangoes. So here the parrot is Sukadeva Goswami, Srimati Radharani's parrot. Shukamukadam Vritadravya Samyutam. Pibata Bhagavatam Rasamalayam. And it's not just it is coming from Sukadeva Goswami. Sukadeva Goswami is coming in parampara. Prabhupada writes in that purport. He is hearing Bhagavatam from Vasudeva. And Vasudeva got it from Bhagavan Narad Muni. And Narad Muni from Lord Brahma. And Brahma directly from Krishna. Tene Brahma Hridayadika, we saw in the first verse, in the first part. Therefore, Pibata Bhagavatam Rasamalayam. It's a condensed rasa. When you take a milk and boil it, it becomes a body. It is condensed milk. Similarly, Bhagavatam is like, it's a condensed rasa of the whole Vedic literature. Therefore, it's called Galitam Phalam, Shukamukad, Amrita Dravya Samvitam. Pibata Bhagavatam Rasamalayam, Muhuro Rasika Bhuvi Bhavaka. And those who really want to taste, who are fed up from the mundane rasa, and they want alternative, that is Bhakti rasa, for them it can give them lot of shelter. So therefore Bhagavatam is compared to a ripened fruit. And many times because we are not accustomed to it, we don't want to taste it. But what is the solution? Sukadeva Goswami tells to Parikshit Maharaj in 10th canto, 7th chapter, 1st and 2nd verse. By repeatedly hearing Bhagavatam, like Lilananda was making announcement in the morning, like when he went to Niranjan Maharaj, and Niranjan Maharaj told that there are so many cells. If one cell will become Krishna conscious, then one day will become Krishna conscious. Same thing the shloka, 10th canto, 7th chapter, 1st and 2nd verse speaks about that. First thing Bhagavatam does is, it removes arati. Apayiti arati vitrishna. What it does? It completely eradicates arati. And what is arati? Indifference. We become indifferent to the holy name while chanting. We become indifferent to the Bhagavatam. Sometimes we are sitting, but we don't know where our mind is going. But no issue. First thing we should do is we should not get up from the place and go somewhere else. That is the solution. And what will happen in time to come? Apayati arati vitrishna. Trishna is what? Vitrishna is those bad qualities which are in the heart, like lust, anger and greed. That gets completely eradicated. And what happens next? Sattva, it gives sattva. One comes to sattva guna immediately by reading Bhagavatam. And one gets association of a devotees in whose association we can hear Bhagavatam and relish it. This is the benefit of reading Bhagavatam in association. Like morning, Prabhuji was studying. Now Bhakti Shastri course is done. So all of you should go and preach. But along with that time, it's not that we are always going to preach. One weekend will always be there for doing a Bhakti Vaibhav course. Right? If you do on the weekly basis or a weekend basis. And 5 days is always there for you. And 2 hours Bhakti Vaibhav course goes on, a weekend course. But it's always because once you read Bhakti Shastri, if you do, and after that you start preaching, once that taste for reading Bhagavad Gita and Prabhupada book goes off, then it's very difficult for it to get it back. Therefore it should be constant. It's like a relay stick. Relay stick people are always running. 1 round, 2nd round, 3rd round, 4th round. And there will be some devotees who will be always eager to do this thing. Parallelly we should continue, keep on giving also. Taking in, giving out. There should be complete balance of that. Then what will happen is, you will also release Krishna consciousness and others will also get Krishna consciousness. Gaur Krishna Maharaj was giving this shloka, I was hearing his commentary, his lecture. He was giving in Radha Gopinath temple. One devotee asked this question. When we read Prabhupada books, when we hear Bhagavatam, we don't feel taste. And he quoted the shloka, 10th canto, 7th chapter, 1st and 2nd. And he told when there is a magnet, super magnet, and when you bring a coin, the coin coming in the zone of that magnetic radiation, that is like getting attracted to Krishna consciousness. And at some point of time when it comes to threshold zone, it also starts developing magnetic qualities. And after some time it gets attracted to the magnet. And what happens is, this coin is on the surface of this magnet. But some other coin comes, this coin acts like a magnet and attracts the other coin to this magnet. So what is preaching? Preaching means we are trying to practice Krishna consciousness and trying to read Prabhupada books, and we are trying to relish Krishna consciousness, and when we go and share it to others, they get attracted to us. Like this coin was not getting attracted to the magnet, but by coming in close contact with the magnet, it also developed a magnetic field and it's attracting. That is what Srimad Bhagavatam can do with your life. The next part is, Bhagavatam is like Mohini Murti. As all of you told, it gives nectarian ecstasy to saintly devotees and demigods. Adi Madhya Avashaneshu Vairagyakyana Samyutam Hari Leela Katha Varta Amritanandita Satsuram. Amrita Anandita Satsuram. The demigods can relish this nectarian Bhagavatam, not the Asuras. And now coming to the shloka 1343, why this shloka is spoken in the 3rd chapter? Because Bhagavatam starts with a prelude. The sages of Naimisharanya have assembled, like all of you are assembled here. There will be surely some preaching meeting. We have to go to this part and do this program. Mahalingam Prabhu was telling to me, immediately I have to leave Prabhuji after your class. There is a program by Balgovind Prabhu in some other place. So similarly, all these sages had assembled for the ultimate welfare for the people of Kali Yuga. And therefore they had 6 questions. What are the 6 questions? What is the highest good? And what is the highest good? Bhakti. To develop love of God through bhakti. That is the highest good. Second question they asked was, essence of all scriptures. What is the essence of all scriptures? Vedanta Krit, Vedavid, Veda Chaha. To know Krishna. To know Krishna means to develop bhakti to Krishna. That is the answer. Third question was, what is the purpose of Krishna's appearance? As we discussed already at length. Preaching is the essence. To reclaim those souls who are in Sattva Guna. And those who are not in Sattva Guna, increase their Sukriti by which they can come close to Krishna. And fourth question was, describe about the Purusha Avtaras. All these questions are in 1st and 2nd chapter. And answers are in 2nd and 3rd chapter. And that is detailedly discussed in 2nd chapter. 5th question was regarding Leela Avtaras. And that comes in the beginning of 3rd chapter. 1st verse to 23rd verse. Etecham sakulapum sam Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam Indriyari Vakulam Lokam Hridayanti Yuge Yuge. So till that time 5 questions are answered. In 27th I think verse. After that, from 40, 41, 42, 43, the glories of Bhagavatam is spoken. Chakara Muni, that is Vyasadeva has compiled it. Bhagavatam is like Nishreyashaya Lokasya. It is for the ultimate benefit of the living entities. Compiled by Veda Vyasa. And it can reveal Lord to all living entities. In that series, in 42nd and 43rd verse, where did religion take shelter after Krishna's disappearance? When Krishna was present, the whole universe was under his control. Maya cannot play any trick. Once Krishna disappears, then the real Kali Yuga started. So they had a query that Lord Krishna has disappeared from this whole universe. So what is the hope for the people of Kali Yuga? Is there any hope? Because Lord has disappeared? The answer is yes, there is a hope. That is what? Srimad Bhagavatam is a replacement for Lord Shri Krishna. And that is the shloka which I wanted to discuss. So answer for the 6 questions was Bhakti, Savai Pumsa, and that shloka all of you know. And then at the end, Prabhupada writes in his Markine Bhagavata Dharma, how when he's going to Boston, he's writing there, how a living entity who is in Trajagun, Tamagun can come to Satgun and understand Lord by Bhagavatam. He writes the shlokas there. Bhagavan and his expansions, and Bhagavatam. Bhakti, Bhagavan, Bhagavatam. Bhakti is devotional service. Devotional service to whom? Bhagavan. And those who do bhakti, they are called as Bhagavatas, and their history is called as Srimad Bhagavatam in different kalpas. So coming to the conclusion shloka, we have 5 minutes left, so we'll conclude now. So this is a shloka. So all of you can recite together. I'll just recite, then you can recite after me. Krishna sadama damo pagate dharma dhyana abhisaha kalo nishta dashamesha puranarko tunodito Krishna swadamo pagate. Krishna, Bhagavan Sri Krishna, Swadhama, his own Golok Vrindavan abode. Dhamma, abode. Upagate, returned back. Dharma, when Lord comes, along with him what comes? Dharma and Jnana. Dharma Jnana Abhi Saha, along with his energies also disappeared. Dharma and Jnana. So this is a moment Lord disappears, the Kali Yuga starts. So their question was, what is the hope for the people of Kali Yuga? They were doing the sacrifice. But from the sacrifice only the smoke was coming. And then they asked this question to Shaunak Rishi. And then he told, okay, let's ask from Sutta Goswami. Because he was present during that Srimad Bhagavatam and he heard from Sukadeva Goswami. Kalau nashta drishamesha. Those people who have lost vision, it's not that they can't see. If you turn around your whole place, wherever you're staying in particular apartment, you just see your neighbors, different apartments, people who are going vehicle, like morning we're coming from Pune till here. The way people dress, the way people have habits, the purpose of their life is completely lost. Completely they're in the bodily conception of life. We'll conclude with some purpose of Prabhupada, where Prabhupada makes it very clear. Kalau nashta drishamesha. Puranarko dunoditaha. Those people who have lost the vision because of influence of Kali Yuga. And what is that loss of vision? Completely entangled in mode of ignorance and passion. The bodily conception of life. Like a camel eats its own, drinks its own blood, and it is thinking it is a tasty juice of a cactus. So they are themselves, they are spoiling their whole vitality of their whole existence, but they are thinking this is enjoyment. Puranarko dhunodita. For such people to give them vision, Srimad Bhagavatam has arisen on the horizon. So let's go to 17th chapter of Bhagavatam. The concluding two purports we'll try to read. Somebody has mic, they can read. One purport can be read by Prabhuji's side and one purport by Mataji's side. Can you give it to our Anand Raman Prabhu? It's visible, Prabhuji?
Yes.
So Prabhupada will try to speak here what is Kalau Nashta Drishamesha. Yes.
Unfortunately, in the age of Kali, the lower class men without training occupy the post of a ruler by strength of popular votes. And instead of protecting the sufferers, such men create a situation quite intolerable for everyone. Such rulers illegally gratify themselves at the cost of all comforts of the citizens, and thus the chaste Mother Earth cries to see the pitiable condition of her sons, both men and animals. That is the future of the world in the age of Kali, when irreligiosity prevails most prominently, and in the absence of a suitable king to curb irreligious tendencies, educating the people systematically in the teachings of Srimad Bhagavatam will clear up the hazy atmosphere of corruption, bribery, blackmail, etc. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.17.27.
So therefore, even if this Prime Minister is not a devotee, till the time a devotee, qualified devotee doesn't become a Prime Minister, Prabhupada is saying we don't have to worry that, okay, the king is not a devotee, or a diplomat is not a devotee. So what we can do? What we should do is we should try to distribute Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam throughout the whole world. Flood it. And Prabhupada is telling, lamp. Individually, if this Bhagavatam or Bhagavata goes to any personality or in his own individual life, by reading Bhagavatam, government may not put any restrictions, rules and regulations like Parikshit Maharaj. This section of Parikshit Maharaj punishing Kali. Parikshit Maharaj has caught Kali and Kali is about to be killed, and Kali tries his best to escape, but without finding any means to escape, finally he surrenders to Parikshit Maharaj. That is the section. And there Prabhupada is writing, we may not have Parikshit Maharaj right now, but individually in your life, if we can read, then Kali cannot touch us. And Sangya Sakti, Kali Yuge. And along with other devotees, we read it and try to imply it and try to give these teachings to others. That is what preaching is. So Prabhupada is writing, it can clear up the hazy atmosphere of corruption, bribery, blackmail, etc. And last purport of this today's section is a verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 10th canto, 20th chapter, entitled Rainy Season in Vrindavan. I was in two minds whether to take this chapter, presentation on rainy season, because raving very heavily from last 1-2 weeks, and whether I should take this. Then I thought, let me put one section of this into at the end. Yes, somebody from Mataji's side can read.
Srila Prabhupada comments as follows. During the rainy season in the evening, there are many glowworms visible about the tops of trees hither and thither, and they glitter just like lights. But the luminaries of the sky, the stars and the moon, are not visible. Similarly, in the age of Kali, persons who are atheists or miscreants become very prominently visible, whereas persons who are actually following the Vedic principles for spiritual emancipation are practically obscured. This age, Kali Yuga, is compared to the cloudy season of the living entities. In this age, real knowledge is covered by the influence of the material advancement of civilization. The cheap mental speculators, atheists, and manufacturers of so-called religious principles become prominent like the glowworms, whereas persons strictly following the Vedic principles or scriptural injunctions become covered by the clouds of this age. Srimad Bhagavatam 10.20.8.
There is some more part in the purport. One Prabhuji can read. Somebody would like to volunteer?
People should learn to take advantage of the actual luminaries of the sky, the sun, moon and stars, instead of the glowworms and glowworms light. Actually, the glowworms cannot give any light in the darkness of night. As clouds sometimes clear, even in the rainy season, and the moon, stars and sun become visible. So even in this Kali Yuga, there are sometimes advantages. The Vedic movement of Lord Caitanya, the distribution of the chanting of Hare Krishna mantra is understood in this way. People seriously anxious to find real life should take advantage of this moment instead of looking toward the so-called light of mental speculators and atheists. Srimad Bhagavatam 10.20.8.
So Prabhupada is trying to mention here, sometimes when there is rainy season, sometimes the sun will appear. It's not that sun is not there, but sun is not in front of our vision. He gives an analogy in Bhagavad Gita, clouds. So similarly, sometimes when there is atmosphere little nice, the clouds completely uncover themselves and the sun rays come. So the Lord Chaitanya's movement is compared to like that. And Lord Chaitanya's movement is like fortunate situation. And in that, the most fortunate situation is Aradhya Bhagavan Vajesha Tanaya Taddama Vrindavana. Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu, assimilating the essence of the Vedic literature, he made Srimad Bhagavatam as Amala Puran. So this is Lord Chaitanya's movement, the Harinam and Srimad Bhagavatam. This is like a combined 3 types of mercies. Like whenever there is 3 times the bowler takes a wicket, it's called a hat-trick. So we have hat-trick incarnation, the holy name of the Lord, Lord Chaitanya's mercy and Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita. And Prabhupada writes in some other purport, in this purport of 1343, I'll not take much of your time. He does not just speak about Bhagavatam, he speaks about Srimad Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. This refers to. These two literatures are very, very essential. Reading them regularly and trying to study them nicely, and then with that understanding, trying to preach Krishna consciousness. That can attract many, many souls to Krishna's lotus feet. So with this, I'll try to conclude this small presentation. I thought, because Ishopanishad, many times Prabhupada writes, Upanishads indirectly indicate Lord personality, but Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam directly speak about Lord's personality. So I thought that is what inspired me to present this topic. So thank you so much for your patience, attendance on the online platform. Thank you for Lilananda Prabhu for calling us all the way, taking out his time. It's a most fortunate condition here. This Kali Yuga, Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu has come, Bhagavatam has come. All over India it is there, but especially in your VKS, right? Vaishnava Sevakun, VSK. Personality like Lilananda Prabhu and Mataji are there to give amazing help to all of you. I'm hearing about all of you from Prabhuji, Malingam Prabhu. The kind of shelter devotees feel here, it's a very, very fortunate condition. So, with all of your prayers, all of you can bless me that whatever I spoke, I can apply it also in my life and try to really take this very seriously. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki.
Let us thank Sakshat Chit Prabhu with 3 loud Hari Bol. It's like after 18 days of war, when everybody gets up and starts to fight, it's almost the same after eating that sambar and rasam. Sitting up here and trying to listen. But in spite of our condition, Prabhuji has so nicely engrossed all of us in Srimad Bhagavatam. Yeah. Though I'm sure for some moments people went to other planetary systems and it was, no doubt an amazing attempt. Sometimes, I was just walking there, and then I just looked this side, and I could see a saffron, poster on the side, and Prabhuji sitting in between, and the screen also was saffron at one point. It was amazing sight. Immediately I took a picture. And then I was thinking how fortunate we are, right? How fortunate we are in today's age, 2022, sitting in, this completely engrossed materialistic capital of Hyderabad, right? Gachibowli. Financial district. It's called financial district. How fortunate we are. Actually, we are so fortunate that unfortunately we don't know how fortunate we are. Something like that, I don't know. Mixed thoughts. So, with no more delay, let's call His Grace Caitanya Prasad Prabhu. Please come and enlighten us. Let's welcome a 3 loud Hari Bol. Hari Bol. Hari Bol. A quick introduction of Caitanya Prasad Prabhu while Prabhuji settles down. Prabhuji is a B.Tech from Electronics from RV College of Engineering, Bangalore. Prabhuji worked in some prestigious organizations like SanDisk, ST Ericsson as senior software engineer. Prabhuji joined ISKCON Pune in 2012. Prabhuji is serving in college preaching at RVC Bangalore, IIM Bangalore, NIT Trichy. Prabhuji assisted in Mahat Seva congregation preaching and one of the teachers in Bhaktivedanta Vidyashrama, a children training initiative in ISKCON Pune for age 7 to 15. Prabhuji is also coordinator of Bhakti Shastri course from 2016 and teacher of Bhakti Shastras in English, Hindi and Kannada. So any Kannada students here? Okay. So you can attend Kannada class for Prabhuji as well. And before I hand over the mic to Prabhuji, Prabhuji has sadhus come and they sprinkle a seed and then the seed has to sprout. So Prabhuji just sprinkled a Bhakti Vaibhav seed somewhere. Right? Yeah? Yeah.
So after Ishopanishad, Prabhuji had to speak. He was giving Bhagavad Gita. And we are in same team of school book distribution team. And I was waiting for my Ishwar Prishad to get to her. And he was going to start Bhagavad Gita. And he has given all Bhagavad Gita first 6 chapters while traveling in Rajasthan. Traveling 2 hours with me in bus. Coming down. And he has his mobile. He'll join from there, tell me 6:45, make sure that I reach the place. And you'll see sometimes, small girl is coming from behind or somebody is coming from behind. That was the host, Bhakti Charmani disciples there. And I was amazed. I need time where it is fully free for me to prepare. But he was like, whole day school book distribution, at the end of the day, weekly 3 days he was giving Bhagavad Gita for 6 chapters. Hari Bol.
So Krishna told Bhagavad Gita in battlefield. Prabhuji tried to replicate a part of it. Hare Krishna. So let's once again welcome Prabhuji with 3 loud Hari Bol. Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Hari Bol!
Hare Krishna. I thought to do a little kirtan which we all missed in our online classes. Of course, we had prasadam which we also missed it, but now we are having lectures physically from devotees, so thought we will do some kirtan and we will discuss something.
If there is anyone here who hasn't had the prasadam, please go behind. We have fresh rice again we have brought here. So please have prasadam at the last table. Hare Krishna.
Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. नमः ओम विष्णुपादाय कृष्ण कृष्णाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशधारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. Hare Krishna. First of all, thank you very much for giving this opportunity to take your association. I would like to say that this festival I was sitting and hearing, I was so happy hearing from Radheshyam Prabhu, His Grace Vamshivardhan Prabhu, and of course there are many other devotees coming ahead, Sakshit Prabhu of course, and I'm trying to fill the gap. That's all. Sometimes you use the fillers, buffers like that, but actually these are the devotees from whom I have learnt personally, and I just try to repeat. I took this as an opportunity for myself to understand Krishna's words, Bhagavad Gita, and do, if it could benefit few other devotees, I thought it's an extra advantage. It's told that the teacher learns the best. So that could be an impetus for all of you also to teach and share Krishna's message to others. So this has been a very great experience for me, sitting and sharing Krishna consciousness while also trying to be with some students in the college schools like that. So what I was thinking as a topic was, because this is a year of 125th anniversary of appearance of Srila Prabhupada we are celebrating, and I and one more friend of mine, we read a book of Srila Prabhupada, about Srila Prabhupada. You might have heard this book, it's a very famous book. It's called Prabhupada Appreciation. So His Grace Radheshyam Prabhu had told us about this book, and he has also taken classes for us on this book. And this talks about various aspects about Srila Prabhupada. So we thought to, I and my friend, we read it recently. I had read it long back. But this book is explaining us about the several ways by which we can understand and appreciate Srila Prabhupada, his contribution, his personality as such. I would just like to read these topics. This is written by very senior disciple of Srila Prabhupada, who was there from very beginning days, His Holiness Satswarup Das Goswami Maharaj. So he also was personal secretary, also personal servant to Srila Prabhupada, and he has written several of his understandings and realizations in it. So the content says like appreciating Prabhupada's, that is Bhaktivedanta purports, Prabhupada's letters, Prabhupada's lectures, Prabhupada's, appreciating Prabhupada as a person who comes in the parampara, and there are some teachings which we may sometimes misunderstand, which sometimes is called as controversial. So there is also discussion about that. How do we properly understand it? What Prabhupada actually was meaning? What was the time, place, circumstance, and what is the principle behind it? And how we should not land up in conflict while discussing them and while we share Krishna consciousness with others. And also there are many things. What Prabhupada really was pleased with. He told many times many things as this is what pleases me. So like that he has told many aspects, and in this I am trying to share something from Maharaj's what he has written from one of the chapters. So before I go into discussing about Bhaktivedanta purports, this was, I believe, in Mumbai. Srila Prabhupada would use the dictaphone. That's how he would read. He would dictate the message, the purports, and later the tape was sent for transcription after some time. And every time there is a typical way in which that operates. You have to click. You might have seen that videos also. The click, the hits, whatever they call it. And there was a rate in which Prabhupada used to translate, which his personal assistants have many times recorded. If I'm not wrong in recollecting this, it was around 150 or 170. When his health was very good, when he didn't have much disturbance because of any other ongoing ISKCON preaching issues, he would go sometimes to 170, 200, 250 like that. For some period of time, the personal assistant or the personal secretary who collects that dictaphone and sees how many hits did Prabhupada do today, and they were seeing it was very low count, something in say double digits or less than 50. Sometimes it was blank. And Prabhupada, it was not that Prabhupada was not well or something. He was getting up, his schedule every time, any place he would go. Any day, no matter what is the schedule, he was always there at 1 o'clock in front of the literatures and he was translating. So he was there, but the number of hits or the clicks was very less. So the devotee was wondering what is, Prabhupada should be able to progress very fast now. So after several days of this happening, so that devotee went to Prabhupada and he asked it, what was in his mind. And Prabhupada told, why Prabhupada, you are not translating quickly? So Prabhupada had that one big book in which he had commentaries from 12 acharyas, the personal assistants say, and he had the Bengali translation of Bhagavatam like that. So why is that so that you are not translating much? Is there any issue, facilities lacking or something which is troubling you? So that day Prabhupada mentioned, he told, yes, I can translate it very quickly, but to make this message to be understood by the people of this world, I have to choose the right words. So I was waiting for that word, and that made me not write anything ahead. So often we see Prabhupada translated the literatures in Sanskrit, in Bengali, to English. That's one of the famous sayings we say. Though he translated it, it was not just a literal translation which any literate Sahiti would do. It was not just that. And often, sometimes we see some translations who are just linguistic translations. They don't really affect person's consciousness. But what Prabhupada was investing was his consciousness. He was investing his consciousness. He was waiting for the right words. He even told at one interview, the interviewer asked him, so Prabhupada, Swamiji, how do you write these books? How do you write this books? Because he wrote so many. He used to say, we have so many number of books, 70 big books like that. So Prabhupada very naturally he told, Krishna tells, I write it. And that person was really not understanding. Krishna means God, so how God tells and he writes it. So the one who was standing next to him, the devotee, he again asked, the interviewer again asked, so how do you write? He tells, Krishna dictates to me, I write it. So then that devotee was standing next to Prabhupada. He thought to explain, see, Krishna, the devotees are very dear to Krishna. So the Lord inspires them, so then they can translate that into the... No, I did not say that. Krishna tells me and I write it. So Prabhupada told it that my purports are my devotional ecstasies. That was the moment where Prabhupada was with his dear Lord in private, and he had that great compassion for the world. He was not just there for thinking about his own ecstasy, but he was also thinking how this ecstasy could be translated to the people who are stuck, not able to realize what is it. They are lost in the world. So like this, so many things, so many pastimes we hear about Srila Prabhupada. There are so many statements which Prabhupada himself has told about his books. Can anyone say? He has told something about his own books. Like I told, my purports are my devotional ecstasies. So like this, Prabhupada has told many. Any of you can recollect some?
Every purport is a letter. Every purport is a letter. You can write to and from.
Okay. He is addressing the reader personally. This is very great. Thank you. Yes, Prabhupada.
He says, my books will be law books for next.
This is a very great, famous saying. My books will be the law books for the next 10,000 years. Law books means something which actually guide the society. Actually, he told law books for the humanity. One disciple of Srila Prabhupada also says, actually he only makes the humanity in this last stage, because people are not even humans. And he gives the law books and he tells how to lead a human life, and more than that, rise above that human life. So, when we say 10,000 years, we have seen acharyas who have come in the lineage of our parampara. They have written and explained about Krishna and the scriptures like Bhagavatam and many other scriptures at the audience which they have in front. Like we have discussed this many a times, that like a Madhvacharya, one great acharya who comes in our lineage, he is addressing to the people who are in front, who are actually very confused by the philosophies of that age. That is Mayavad, the Advaita, this thing. At the same time, later Baladev Vidyabhushan, yes, and also later Bhaktivinoda Thakur, they are presenting the science of devotional service as science. They are not presenting it as an emotion. They are showing the philosophy. Because that time what was prevalent was Sahajiyaism. So people come, I used the wrong name. Acharyas come and they present that ageless wisdom according to the time, place and circumstances. But Srila Prabhupada is that one acharya, if you see, the time span to which he is addressing is the longest. Just now recently we celebrated yesterday was the ISKCON incorporation, 1966 to 2022. So we can say, and next how many more years these books are going to guide the humanity. So long and he's also addressing the breadth of people. He was not just addressing certain section of society, say, those who understand this particular Vedic way of living. Like there are acharyas who say, okay, if you know the Shastras, this is how you can read my books. There are prerequisites for books. But for Prabhupada's books, actually, there is no prerequisite. Because he starts understanding that people in this age of Kali are very ignorant. Even if we know, we get lost in our understandings also. So Prabhupada, he elevates the reader right from the deep ignorance, and he also presents the great connoisseurs of rasa. So like that, the breadth of people whom he is addressing and the length of duration for which he is addressing is something very, very remarkable. And that makes Srila Prabhupada's books stand out. So thank you, that was law books for next 10,000 years. Yes. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else would like to say what Prabhupada told about his own books? Yes. Okay, I live in my books. Yes. Books are bombs, yeah. It just a matter when it explodes. Huh? In a very positive way. Explode means usually they destruct, but they are going to explode the illusion but construct the devotional career. Yes, someone raised it. Yes, bro, you want?
We are going to take over Europe with these books.
He's from Norway. He's telling Europe. Yes, practically the whole world. Yeah? Anything? Any other statements Prabhupada told? Yes.
When Prabhupada was reading his own books once, he says, I did not write this book,
Yeah.
Krishna has written.
Krishna has written. Yes, yes. That's how we see him relishing his own books. Yeah.
You can see me in
One minute, I think.
Prabhuji, I heard that once he said, even if one page of my book
Yes.
is
Yes.
read by one person, that his life
Will be changed, successful. Yes, this is there in Shrutakirti Prabhu's memory of his book. What's the difficulty? So he says, not one book, not just this book, not this one chapter, not just this one chapter, this one page. Even he goes to one line, one word. So, yes, Prabhupada's books are not just books which are printed on some paper with some ink of some particular color, typeset or something like that. They carry the compassion of the Acharya, which crosses beyond the time, place and situations. There was one more hand here. Okay, you want to say?
Books are basis.
Books are the basis. Yes, books are the basis.
So one must read every day.
One must read every day. How one should read, Prabhupada has told. Yes, read very systematically. That you might have heard it in the very beginning of this course. So like this, there are many. Prabhupada has also told, if you want to know me, read my books. The best of Prabhupada we are going to get in his books. Can you imagine how much time he gave to writing books in the whole day? That itself shows how much, we can get Prabhupada there. Right from morning 1 o'clock up till say 4, 5 o'clock like that. So he was there with his books and he was giving his best there. So there are so many quotes like this. He also told about cram my purports. You just literally mug it up and then repeat them to others, saying that we cram these law codes or some very essential books of our field of knowledge. Like that, one can cram and just recollect, and that will purify one. So like this, there are so many statements of Prabhupada about his own books. But if you also see carefully how Prabhupada has written his purports, I was just telling, it is not just a literal translation of that from one language to the other language, but he has made it very, very relevant for the people of this age. He writes it in his own book, in the first canto. Srila Prabhupada wrote this first canto in Vrindavan. He has not even gotten any clarity about how he will make it to West. And he writes in one of the very famous purports that what he is translating is filled with faults. He is admitting it. He is not professing that these are, I have done the best or like that. That only others told about the books. He himself, what did he tell? He told, Krishna wrote it, Krishna dictated it, and myself, I am presenting, it's filled with faults. But people who understand the situation, they will take the benefit of these books. And he gives an example, very famous example. Suppose when the house is on fire, people who are there, they may not even know the language. But just because they understand the urgency of the situation, they cooperate and they do the needful. So similarly, please learn the techniques of spiritual life. He says that, Grinanti Sadhava, the honest man will accept this techniques of spiritual life, no matter even my presentation is filled with faults. That Srimad Bhagavatam itself says that even if the purports or even if the compositions are composed faultily, honest man, people will accept it because they know it is for the ultimate benefit of the world. So like this, Prabhupada, he himself told about his own works. And Prabhupada's purports were very, very appreciated by even the scholars outside the devotional circles. They told that Prabhupada was not just translating the philosophy, he was also giving a cultural context. He was also translating the culture. In fact, they say that he was transplanting the culture into entirely different soil. We transplant sometime a plant, that time you have to really be ensure because most of the time the plant may not sustain in the other side because the favorable environment here may not be available there. One has to take really a great care for that. But in case of Prabhupada, he really he got the essence of what is the Vedic literature's message. And that essence, he adapted it to time, place and circumstances. Very, very well. So, he was transplanting the culture and he also sowed the devotional seed there so that that can manifest. And with that, the proof we can see. The proof we can see that the culture is spreading. Even in the Western soil, people are able to practice devotional service, understanding this essence. So, Prabhupada's purports are appreciated by everyone, those who really understand what is he presenting, this personality. And I would like to show at the, some purports here, which will help us understand. Can you use this? Yeah. Which will help us understand some glimpses into Prabhupada's way of translating or way of explaining that one philosophical truth in such relevant way. There are many purports. We recently were studying this purport. Radhesham Prabhuji was himself teaching us this purport. This is from the prayers of Lord Brahma. Sorry, not even prayers. This is stealing. Prabhupada could not translate that in verse by verse manner. Please note that this verse chapter was the last chapter which Prabhupada translated. He was at Vrindavan. You know that famous section. Even in fact it's made into a video also. How Prabhupada was lying on the bed and the dictaphone was kept to him next and he was dictating all this. So these are those purports. And what is in his mind? How is he translating it? So the description or what is told is after Brahma got bewildered, means he got really now humbled. Shakshi Prabhu was telling that pastime, Tene Brahmam Hridaya Adi Mohyanti. So after he got humbled, then he understands that Krishna is the Supreme. And that's the time Lord Krishna very mysteriously shows him the Dham in a very different vision of revelation. And here is that shloka which he saw, the Dham, that is Vrindavan, he saw after coming to a humble disposition. So the shloka says that Yatra Naisarga Durvaira Saha Sandramragadaya Mitrani Vachita Vasa Dhrutar Tarshakatikam. So it says that Vrindavan he is now seeing. Vrindavan he has seen earlier, physically Vrindavan. But he is seeing a Vrindavan with a little, actually very striking quality. What is that striking quality? Vrindavan is the abode of the Lord, transcendental abode of the Lord, where there is no hunger, anger or thirst. Though naturally inimical, both human beings and fierce animals live there together in transcendental friendships. Many acharyas have explained the nature of how people in the spiritual world are non-enemies. But Prabhupada goes very nicely in the purport. I would like to read certain section, but I will also ask some devotees to read. Please have the mic with you. So Prabhupada says, the word vana means forest. We are afraid of the forest and we do not wish to go there. But in Vrindavan, Prabhupada was a great lover of Vrindavan. The forest animals are as good as demigods, for they have no envy. Even in this material world, in the forest, the animals live together. And when they go to drink water, they do not attack anyone. Then he explains how actually it is seen in Vrindavan. You read. You can read. Envy. Envy develops. Envy develops.
Yeah. Envy develops because of sense gratification. But in Vrindavana, there is no sense gratification. For the only aim is Krishna's satisfaction. Even in this material world, the animals in Vrindavana are not envious of the sadhus who live there. The sadhus keep cows and supply milk to the tigers, saying, "Come here and take a little milk." Thus, envy and malice are unknown in Vrindavana. That is the difference between Vrindavana and the ordinary world. We are horrified to hear the name of Vana, the forest. But in Vrindavana, there is no such horror. Everyone there is happy by pleasing Krishna. Krishna Kirtana Gana Krishna Kirtana Gana Nartana Paro. Whether a Goswami or a tiger or other ferocious animal, everyone's business is the same, to please Krishna. Even the tigers are also devotees. This is the specific qualification of Vrindavana. In Vrindavana, everyone is happy. The calf is happy, the cat is happy, the dog is happy, the man is happy, everyone. Everyone wants to serve Krishna in a different capacity, and thus there is no envy. One may sometimes think that the monkeys in Vrindavana are envious because they cause mischief and steal food. But in Vrindavana, we find that the monkeys are allowed to take butter, which Krishna himself distributes. Krishna personally demonstrates that everyone has the right to live. This is Vrindavana life. Why should I live and you die? No, that is material life. The inhabitants of Vrindavana think whatever is given by Krishna, let us divide it as prasada and eat. This mentality cannot appear all of a sudden, but it will gradually develop with Krishna consciousness. By sadhana, one can come to this platform.
So Prabhupada is writing, cat is happy, dog is happy, monkeys are happy, even a tiger is also devotee in Vrindavan. And everyone has the right to live. That's Vrindavan life. Why should I live and you die? No. See, usually you see this, no? Usually no author will write like this. Means no, yes. That he's actually speaking. He's not just translating. And please know, where is he here now? Physically, he's on the deathbed. Means he's in the moment of going back to Krishna. You know? So what is he explaining? What is he teaching? So he, out of great kindness, he's addressing, not just addressing the people in front, but all the humanity which is going to come in future. No, that's material life. Inhabitants of Vrindavan think whatever is given by Krishna, let us divide it as prasad and eat. That mentality cannot appear all of a sudden, but it will gradually develop with Krishna consciousness. By sadhana, one can come to this platform. So like this, there are many. Right? As we hear, as we read more, we will be able to appreciate them more. Sometimes it appears that Prabhupada is saying the same principle, and you're not this body, your spirit soul, repetitively. Like in classical music, there are only 7 notes. Those who really, I would not say that, usually every human has that music sense. But those who you can consider one really had a very bad sense of music, they will understand what is this same 7 tones he is repetitively saying. It's boring for them. But the way in which it is told, there is one predominant note, and there is second predominant note, and the way in which you elevate and come, and the way in which you play with them, it produces a very different effect. So sometimes Prabhupada used the same principle, you are not this body, you are spirit soul. But why is he using that principle? How is he building on that? In Bhagavad Gita itself, in the very beginning, Krishna says, I am not this body, I am spirit soul. For establishing that Anatmavad, means basically saying you should tolerate. You should tolerate. Just rise above this reason of compassion. That was the first reason which Arjuna gave. For that, Krishna is telling that. And later, as we go ahead, Krishna will speak the same philosophy. But there he will say the impermanence of fruits for which we work for body. Same principle is told, but what is it leading to? And later, like this, it will come repetitively. Like in the Sangeet. Re, ga, re, ga, re, ga. Sometimes it comes often. But how we come to that note, that's how the feel of the music comes. So why what is principle is told, that we have to understand in the context. And for an uneducated ear, every note seems the same, is it not? And if we do a very superficial reading, a reading which is with a compulsive attitude, and compulsive in the sense, karna hi hai, something like that, or some not reading not with much appreciation to Prabhupada, will make us feel bored or will make us find excuses for not continuing reading. So it is very important to hear about Prabhupada, to read Prabhupada's books. We need to hear about Prabhupada, to read very regularly Prabhupada's books. And there are so many books about Prabhupada. He is that one Acharya whose life practically for that 10 years has been covered, every minute. So many of his disciples have written about him. So many of the videos, so many of the interviews, so many like that are available. We just need to endeavor to hear, develop that appreciation. And then with that appreciation, we are impelled to, he has spent sleepless nights to write. Can't I just spend some minutes in the day to read? I am not sacrificing sleep. No one is asking me to do that. But I can at least read for some minutes of the day or a week, whatever way. But this appreciation is very important. In this 125th anniversary, many efforts are ongoing in the ISKCON world. I am really sure that you are also all doing in some way whatever is possible. So surely there are many ways to offer our gratitude to Prabhupada. But some of the best contributions of Prabhupada, if you want to know me, read my books. So we should put effort to reciprocate with that effort to which he has given to write the books. So there are so many ways to make it easy. To make it easy, we can all have some whatever practicality possible at our level. There are many patterns in which devotees read books. Everything is perfect as long as we are going and closer to Prabhupada's books. It's not about this is good or that's bad or like that. But what is important is coming in touch with the books of Prabhupada. Like, there are methods like every day you read a chapter of Gita and then you read translation purports. Very amazing program. Or devotees come and every day they cover certain number of pages or certain number of minutes or hours they put, they put the regulation like this, or in this particular mass month, I will complete this mass. There's many ways, and all are wonderful as long as we are following it. It's very nice. Unless we follow it, it will only remain on paper. Yeah? Just like Kadi Shakkar. Any way you start eating, it tastes sugar, sweet. So one point is you start tasting it, like that. Another thing is also that as we grow, we can, instead of just reading haphazardly, Maharaj writes in this book, that please read systematically. That will help us develop appreciation. Read systematically. There are many ways, like Prabhupada himself told, read Bhagavatam from the very first canto, or he told in the beginning, like, nectar of instruction is, Prabhupada says, for whom? For whom is nectar of instruction? He says, for engaged. For whom? What kind of people? One who is in the beginning stages, is it not? For neophytes, he says. And nectar of devotion, he says, for whom?
For those who are engaged in the devotional service, they should know it. Prabhupada writes it. Like this, Bhagavatam is like this. There are many ways we can start that sequence, and under guidance you can all surely do it. One way which I personally got benefited is find someone to read with. I usually try to read alone, because that's how I find most connecting to Prabhupada. But I also found that if I read with someone, one devotee at least, if not 2 or 3, then something which is not interesting to me may be interesting to him, and he will help me develop interest in that. Something which I don't like, I am just dragging there, and he's ecstatic there. And he will explain something, and I will draw some appreciation to him. Like that, it can go other way also. And basically, we have someone to be accountable to, is it not? If I'm alone, I know my sincerity. So it's better to have some reading partners. Or I remember Radheshyam Prabhu emphasized so much on accountability groups. We used to have that in ashram. We have. So you all also can try. I'm very sure in the Zoom, the pandemic period, it has been a great blessing. Many of you have done that.
We are having.
Oh, great, wonderful. So that will be really helpful. I've seen devotees have completed, Bhagavatam in this just 1-2 years. I remember someone in Bangalore. Many people tell me. So like this, we can have some devotees to read with, some system to complete the books, some sequence to complete the books, and ensure to read about Prabhupada along with Prabhupada's books. That's very important. It's not just a philosophy which we are learning, but it is the mood. It's the mood or the attitude which Prabhupada wants us to give in those books that we are learning. So at the end, I would like to just show one more very nice shloka. This shloka, with this we will end. This shloka is, this shloka is told by Prithu. You heard today Radheshyam Prabhu was explaining, and Prabhuji also, Vanshodhan Prabhuji also took a discussion on this episode. How Prithu Maharaj is he pleased Lord by sacrificing the sacrifice. After that, the next thing which happens in Bhagavatam is he gets the opportunity to associate with 4 Kumaras, great Bhagavatas, and they come and explain him. Actually, both are elevated in consciousness, but they are sharing. He explains about a devotional service, and after hearing such wonderful explanation about devotional service, he wants to show his gratitude, but he feels, I am so incapable to show anything, and he chants this shloka. Yairidrishi bhagavato gatiratmavada ekantado nigamabhi pratipadita na tushyantadha prakarunen swakritena nityam ko namata pratikaroti vinoda patram. Please read translation.
Hare Krishna. Prithu Maharaj continued, how can such persons who have rendered unlimited service by explaining the path of self-realization in relation to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and whose explanations are given for our enlightenment with complete conviction and Vedic evidence, be repaid except by folded palms containing water for their satisfaction? Such great personalities can be satisfied only by their own activities, which are distributed amongst human society out of their unlimited mercy.
How can such persons who have done the service of explaining about devotional service can be satisfied? How can we ever repay something to them? What we can do, he says, is hold water in your cup palms, and then with that you stand in front of them. That's all you can do. Means what they have given, you hold it. Vinoda patram is mentioned. And Vinoda, in the shloka it says, Vinoda could be explained as Vina Udapatram. Uda means water. Udaka, Uda.
So he is holding water and then he is standing. Means whatever you have done, you have given this water to me, I am holding that, I am standing in front of you. Please be pleased with this only. I cannot give anything for what you have given. What you have given is something which cannot be even fathomed to even give back. Another explanation also says Vinod. Vinod means entertainment, joke. To think to repay what you have done is a joke. It's a joke. That's how it's explained. Prabhupada says this. I'll just show that. Yeah. Please read this. The word Vinodapatram.
The word Vinodapatram can be divided into two words, Vina and Udapatram, or can be understood as one word, Vinodapatram, which means joker. A joker's activity simply arouses laughter, and a person who tries to repay the spiritual master or teacher of the transcendental message of Krishna becomes a laughing stock, just like a joker, because it's not possible to repay such a debt. The best friend and benefactor of all people is one who awakens humanity to its original Krishna consciousness. Hare Krishna.
So to think that, my spiritual master gave me the message and I am repaying back by giving, I will do something, I will pay some material things to him, I will give something, I am also helping him by this way. Actually to say it's a joke. Prabhupada says in that purport, he says it's Vinod. What is, the disciple is always left indebted, he is always rini. That rin cannot be paid back. And that that's wonderful actually, is it not? And with that Rani Bhav, he goes and he gives that message to others. That will some way little please them. Like Krishna told to gopis, Na para ye hum. He told, you be satisfied with your devotion. For many people who rendered devotional service, I gave, Putana I gave something who did not even intend to please me. There are some sadhaka bhaktas, I gave them something. But for gopis, Krishna says, I cannot give anything to you. Please be satisfied with your devotion. He says. And of course, he wants to intensify that by being separated from Krishna. And there is much to explain there. But point is, the only way which we can at least do something which can please them is to give this message. To share the glories of Prabhupada's books, to ourselves read and to inspire and to give these books to others and inspire them to read these books. So that was one secret motive I had, trying to at least understand. At least I will read the books very well if I have to explain others. Is it not? Like suppose you are all having Bhakti Preksha programs or Gita programs. We learn the best, is it not? So then we go and give them others so that they also can take it in a favorable manner. So with this in view, this is the mood in which we share Krishna consciousness. The gratitude is very, very essential, integral in compassion, activities of compassion. So with this, I would like to conclude. I thank everyone for taking to this course so sincerely. And I beg forgiveness if I had spoken something incorrect. Actually, whatever was there was just repetition of what my teachers had taught me. And if you have found something confusing or displeasing, please forgive me. Please pray for us so that we also can take to this message. It's very easy to say, but it's very difficult to follow. But if Vaishnavas are pleased and if they wish well, there is hope. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki.
Prabhu, I have a quick question, Prabhu. Sir, Prabhu, I have a quick question. Prabhu?
Yes.
No. Okay. Prabhu, you have read Prabhupada books in English and also in other languages, right? Kannada language. So do you find any difference or anything? I mean, which one do you recommend? Reading in English still, is there any difference?
Yes. So, what is there in Prabhupada's books is not just translation, but it's also the mood which we discussed. So surely that translation of the very, means the authentic or the very, what do you say, loyal translation of those scriptures in itself are also very transformative. And the scriptures themselves also speak with what attitude we have to approach. For a sincere reader like Prabhupada, here he dictated in English, and we see there are devotees who are, people who are taking devotional service in such countries. Like recently there was a devotee who had come from Spanish, means Latin America, in Pune, and he was telling how he read it in Spanish, and then he was influenced. So that time devotees were translating. And just by adhering to the principles which Prabhupada has so loyally given it, is it not? That itself is also very transformative. We should not undermine the translations of Prabhupada into other languages. At the same time, it is good if you can read Prabhupada's translations directly also. If we are capable of reading English, as we all are, we should make that effort. I also personally feel, this is my personal understanding, that mother tongue has a great effect on touching that part of the heart which other language which is not ours can touch. After starting to, as a matter of service, I had to take some other language. I took up even Hindi first, the Sanskrit, the Hindi, and then to my mother tongue. So some things which were not touched by English were touched. There's so many kirtanas, so many songs we have heard growing with, is it not? That did not make sense that time because we did not have any understanding about it. But now it makes so lot sense. So that is also there. And we should also very put effort to spread Krishna consciousness in all languages. So we read in English and there could be some who cannot, so we can surely do that service of giving the message in that language. So essentially we have to be in touch with Prabhupada's message. What inspires each is different for different. So I would like to leave at that note.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Let us thank Chaitanya Prasad Prabhu with 3 loud Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Definitely this was not a filler the way Prabhuji introduced it, saying that I'm just a filler in between. No, you have completed, you're connected to everything that we are learning, Prabhu. Very, very grateful. And the amount of appreciation Prabhuji has increased for us to read every day. Can't we invest few minutes, at least some time in reading Prabhupada books? Like to acknowledge that some of them here, like Subbarao Prabhu here is conducting a reading club for the last 2 years now. 1.5 years, close to, yeah. So so he reads Bhagavatam and he makes another 30 people along with him read Bhagavatam. So every week 2 times. So we had Bhakti Shastri on Monday, Wednesday and Friday. His was on Thursday and Tuesday. So he was practically all the 5 days he was on the phone every week. And they have reached 7th canto they're completing. 30 of them together. On the phone, it's been only on Zoom all the way. So, amazing endeavor. Sustaining and going on and going on. You can start, lot of people start lot of things, but like Prabhuji is saying, it has to be continued. Otherwise, what is the whole point, right? You're saying, yeah, any way you do it, but it has to be continued. It's all, yeah, and he does it in Telugu. Yeah, and his own mother, his father, and his entire family, he included in that. Bringing outside strangers to Krishna consciousness is one thing, and bringing your own family members is another thing. So he brings all his Pednana, Chinnana, everybody. Taking, yeah. So that's unbelievable. And actually, we had planned 4:30 snack. But if I say that, everybody is going to look at me in a way that I don't know what to say. But just now, it looks like we finished our lunch, right? So I tweaked the plan now. Little change in the plan, with all your permission. Little change in the plan is, we will have one more session now, right? After that, we'll have snack prashadam, which is hardly, I'll not tell what is it, but little bit. Okay, so we'll have that, okay, from 5 to 5:30. And 5:30 to 6:30 we'll have the last session by Anantago Prabhu. And my humble request is, after that if we keep Aarti also and then Prasad also, dinner will be too close, right? So I'm proposing, if you're all okay with it, a loud Hari Bol. Okay? I didn't tell anything. So what did I say? 5 to 5:30 snack, 5:30 to 6:30 last session, and 6:30 to 7:30 nice dancing kirtan. Yeah. We heard amazing kirtan from Sakshi Prabhu just now, and whatever, Prabhuji, you also, please, half an hour, however you want to divide it, but let's kirtan this hall, and we don't have a temple in Gachibowli, but looks like we are converting many buildings into temples now, taking them and using them like a temple. So let's have that kirtan from 6:30 to 7:30, then we'll have Aarti, then Prasad. So maximum by 8:30 we'll be wrapping up. Is it okay? Hari Bol, Hari Bol. So without any more delay, let's welcome Sripad Mahaprabhu to please come. Hare Krishna. Let's welcome Sripad Mahaprabhu. 3 loud Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. So we can say yes. Yes, Prabhu.
10 questions
after that,
10 questions. Maybe Komal Mataji, Acharya, इधर जाएंगे, इधर जाएंगे.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So, one second. Yes, a brief introduction of Sripad Mahaprabhu. Hare Krishna. Prabhuji and Mataji, please settle down. Prabhuji is a M.Tech from Mechanical Engineering from NIT Warangal, and Prabhuji has worked in companies like IBM, and Prabhuji has joined Pune ISKCON in the year 2008. He joined as Brahmachari, served at Mahat Seva, Guest Care, Temple IT Department, Congregational Preaching, Village Preaching in Saswad, Jejuri, Shirwal, etc. Talukas of Pune. Prabhuji is one of the leaders in ISKCON Rajghat Preaching Center, Goshala Temple Farm Community of ISKCON Pune. Teacher of Bhakti Shastri in English, Hindi, Marathi, and for special from Srila Prabhupada 125th celebration, Prabhuji is leading initiative programs in 125 villages around. Right? So let's once again welcome with 3 loud Hari Bols. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. May I humbly request devotees not to walk, not to stand. Please settle down wherever you are. Hare Krishna. Prabhuji's, Mataji's, if you all can hear me. And if somebody is hearing, your neighbor, you can tell them to settle down. Yeah. Okay, so we'll start with a brief 5-minute kirtan. May I request everyone to please settle down. Hare Krishna.
Okay, here.
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare everybody please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Jayo Radha Gopi Vallabh Radha Gopi Vallabh Radhe. Jaya Jagannatha Jagannatha Baladeva Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. श्री हरिनाम संकीर्तन की ओम ज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूपः कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकम्। वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुतापदकमलं श्रीगुरून् वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगणा रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनासहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपादान् सहगणा ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च नमः ॐ विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नाम्ने गौरद्विषे नमः। हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधु जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमोस्तुते। तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा। So, first of all, I would like to thank Lilananda Prabhu and all the devotees who have organized this festival of inspiration, which I feel is actually inspiring me a lot. So, thank you very much for inviting for this program. And in the morning, Radhesham Prabhu was making the point about reviving love, that connection is the point. Through that connection, we can revive our love back. So, I was just having a thought about my connection with all of you. So, Ananda Gopru is a very dear friend of mine, and he told me to take a Bhakti Shastri for all of you. And that is how that connection is established. So, that was one thing. Second thing was, I did my post-graduation from Warangal, NIT Warangal, and that's how I would keep coming regularly to Radha Madan Mohan temple also. So that is how also I am connected with Hyderabad, in this way. And the third thing, which was a great surprise to me today morning, when I reached Lilananda Prabhuji's house, and we saw the beautiful darshan of the deities. So I asked, what is the name of the deity? So he told Radha Gopi Vallabh. And we have the same name at our Vella farm. The big deities are named as Radha Damodar, and the Utsav Murtis are Radha Gopi Vallabh. Haribo. So that's how we can see that how we are all actually part of one big family. Some or other there is always a connection. So that was a short note. Interestingly, another connection which I remembered, that I am going to speak on this book, I Will Build You Temple, the Juhu story. How many of you have got the copy of this book? Very few. And how many of you read it? Okay, only one. So all of you are good candidates for today's class. And even if I speak anything, you will not understand. So anyways, the point is that I am speaking on this book, which is a book describing the story of how the Juhu temple came into the existence. And I was blessed today by the prasad of Juhu, Radha Rasbihari temple, which was brought by Vamshivadan. So many connections are there. Yes. So this is a very interesting book written by His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj, and it is depicting the full story of how the land was acquired and later on how the temple was built. So I have also not yet fully read this book. I have read only the first part of the book, but that is also so interesting. And I purposefully took up this topic so that I will feel once again inspired to continue the reading of the book. So that was yet another reason. So when I started reading this book, a thought passed through my mind that this book is containing so many principles which are directly coming from Srila Prabhupada, be it for book distribution, for life member program, for preaching, or for deity worship, Harinam. So many aspects are covered wherein Srila Prabhupada has directly given some instructions how you can do that, or fund collection, or building a temple, or dealing with opponents who are trying to stop our movement. So all these things are very nicely delineated in this book, or rather we can say the principles which Srila Prabhupada has given directly. At the same time, the story of this land acquiring is so thrilling. So it appears as if some movie is being a movie story is there. It's like that. His Holiness Bhakti Brihad Bhagavad Swami Maharaj, when he was talking about this book, he was mentioning that this is Mahabharata of ISKCON. So we have Mahabharata and Ramayana, wherein we see in Mahabharata especially there is so much politics and this and that. Pandavas are being tried to not allowed to give the rule and all these things. So same thing, similar way, so many things are mentioned in this book about how the opponents, Mr. Nair, was trying to stop from taking up this land. So that way. So that is why this book in one sense is a very big guiding principle for all future to come within ISKCON. And in Gaurang Prabhu, in one of his lecture, he was mentioning that this book is actually a kind of a law book for all the leaders within ISKCON. And they can get all kind of guiding principles from this book. So that is the glory of this book. So just before delving into the topics, if we know the glory, then we feel more excited. So I don't know now what I am going to speak. There is no thorough preparation or something like that. Whatever things have come to my mind. Actually, I had made some notes, but some or other I had lost them long back. So I tried to revive something from that, some remembrance and some going through the book. So we can see in this particular book, there is also mention of how various devotees got connected to ISKCON. Like His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj and His Holiness Lokanath Swami Maharaj, how they got introduced to this movement. That is also mentioned in this book. So basically when this, when the Srila Prabhupada had come back from his long US tour, or rather we can say long world tour, so he started a Pandal program. He organized a Pandal program in Bombay with a desire to establish a center, because he wanted to see that Bombay is such an important city that there should be a temple. And that's how, with that motivation, he started organizing Pandal program. And his disciples, who were all mostly Americans and some other Europeans like that, so they started helping him out to organize this Pandal programs. And when that Cross Maidan Pandal program was organized, so that was the time when both these great personalities came in touch with Srila Prabhupada. And after a few places when Srila Prabhupada went all over the India, then he repeated these kind of programs. In Chennai, in Ahmedabad, I think in Delhi also, and so many places. And he wanted to establish center in all these important places. So when he got they got one of the life member, they gave one apartment to stay in Akash Ganga building. It was somewhere in Juhu only. And that was their center for that time. So they were staying there, and they were executing from that place. They were going to various places in Bombay, preaching people, making life members, performing Harinams, all those things. So every day they would go for Harinam for around 2 hours or so, all these Western devotees. So we can imagine what enthusiasm they must be having. So now Lilananda Prabhu has announced 1 hour dancing kirtan. So that is only half of that time. So that way they were all spiritually very much surcharged, although physically they had a lot of difficulties. Being from Western countries, the climate over here was austere, the water situation was austere, staying situation was austere. Yet, because of being in constant touch with Srila Prabhupada and taking so much of inspiration from him, they were spiritually surcharged and they were ready to do whatever would please Srila Prabhupada. And that's why when this proposal of land came up, so by that time many of his disciples had made life members within the city, and all of them were located in the central Bombay, or what we call today as South Bombay, Malabar Hill and all this area. So that was the place where many of the life members were staying. And I think it was Madhudvisha Swami who came across in touch with Mr. Nair, who was previously sheriff in Bombay and also was having this thing, newspaper of his own, so big man in Bombay. And he proposed that he would like to offer land for Hare Krishna movement at a very bare minimum price. And when that thing came to Srila Prabhupada's notice, then Srila Prabhupada had a talk with him, and he said that the land is of about 200 rupees per yard, but I would just like to offer it to you at throwaway price of 70 rupees per yard. So, and he said that the place is very nice. There are around 140 coconut trees and so many other things. The sea beach is near, So he gave all these things to Srila Prabhupada and told that you can please take up this land for your cause, which is a great cause. So at that time it was mentioned that all the devotees, they did not like very much the way Mr. Nair was, dealing. So they said that, especially Yaduvar Prabhu later on, he said that he immediately felt that this person was fishy, He did not feel like trusting this person. But the offer was quite lucrative. And Srila Prabhupada wanted to have a center in Bombay, and somebody was offering here the land. So then Srila Prabhupada wanted to establish a center on this particular land. So then all these devotees who were his senior disciples, they were discussing among themselves, like Madhudvisha Prabhu, Shyamasundar Prabhu, Tamal Krishna Maharaj. They all did not agree for this proposal. Although Prabhupada wanted it, but they were saying ki, who will come in this part of the Bombay, It is so far away. And all the life members, they are in the central portion of the Bombay. So if we have a center there, that would be more beneficial. Why to have a center over here? That was their argument. So they did not agree. And what was the situation there? They mentioned that Juhu was beyond the suburbs. It was a place where no one went. That was the situation. Then somebody said it was called as a fishing village. So much of smell would come of fishing and all those things. And Madhudvisha Swami would say that the stench was coming from that place was so unbearable, and mosquitoes and cockroaches, they would knock you over. Rats and snakes, mangy dogs, all this thing was there. And then while discussing all this, they mentioned to Srila Prabhupada, and we are Westerners, we can't live like this. So they presented this to Srila Prabhupada. And what was Prabhupada's reply? Prabhupada said, "Don't you want to be purified?" So we get to learn from this that sometimes these physical challenges and austerities, we feel, what is this, But then all that is meant for our purification. And if we take in that understanding, then certainly it doesn't remain any austerity any longer. So just like, again, it's the same point of connection. Once the connection is established, we immediately feel that, oh, all are these my family members. Then we don't have that, feeling that I and we, or they are different, I am different. So similarly, when we take this to the understanding that all these austerities are good for my purification, then they are no longer troublesome. Then we do it happily. So like that, all these devotees were mentioning, but Srila Prabhupada was very much determined. And finally, he wrote a letter to Nair, accepting the offer. And then they had negotiations and all those things. And when this deal was done in this way, that the total land cost would be 14 lakhs. Out of which, when 50,000 rupees are paid, then the devotees can take possession of the land. And within a year, they have to pay another 1.5 lakhs, after which they will get the conveyance deed done. That was the dealing done. And the remaining amounts would be paid in installments. So that was the thing passed. So that is how then the Srila Prabhupada managed and arranged 50,000 rupees to be paid, and then he immediately said to the devotees that you now take possession of the land. But what was that land? It was marshy land, full of grass, and totally uninhabitable. Just like we were mentioning that what were the devotees' remarks about that place. So it was not at all possible to stay there. So then, but because Srila Prabhupada had ordered, so then devotees made arrangements to clear up the land with the help of some laborers and all those things. And then they asked, now Prabhupada, how are we going to stay here? So then Prabhupada said that you can construct a pandal. So make a pandal and stay. But make a permanent type of pandal. Don't make it with cloth, but make with tin sheds. So that way Srila Prabhupada told them to, construct. And then Brahmananda Prabhu was having some idea about making pandals, and then he started this work. So interestingly, we can see that every point in whatever the devotees were doing, Srila Prabhupada had to play some role to correct their mistakes. So here Brahmananda Prabhu, he was moving around in the city to find out the vendor who can provide him all the material required to erect the pandal. So he came across one person, Mr. Bhutar. So this person, when Brahmananda met, before that I would like to say what was the background of Brahmananda Prabhu. So Brahmananda Prabhu before that was preaching in Nairobi. And while he was preaching there, he wanted that Srila Prabhupada should come there also and conduct some big program like he did so many places in India. So that was his desire. And Srila Prabhupada is also a very wise person in that sense. Then he said that, yes, I will come if you arrange my meeting with the president of, Nairobi. So Brahmananda Prabhu tried his level best to make that happen, but it didn't happen. But somehow Srila Prabhupada, being merciful, he agreed to come for the programs. And unfortunately that program didn't go well, and it was not attended by many. So later on Brahmananda recalls that the mistake which I did was, I was preaching to Indian community in Nairobi, and I organized a program in African community. So that's why people from that end did not come to this end. And the pandal structure was also, that time it was not done very well because he alone was struggling. So then Prabhupada once, while there, in one day, he just went inside to the room of Brahmanand Prabhu. And that was quite shocking to Brahmanand Prabhu. That never happened. Whenever Prabhupada wanted to meet somebody, he would send a message and call that devotee to his room. So this was quite unusual, where Prabhupada himself went to that devotee's room, Brahmanand Prabhu's room. And then he said that I need your help, So although the program here is not successful, but you can come to Bombay, Juhu, and help take up this project of building our center on this land. So that is how then Brahmanand Prabhu came here. And interestingly, when Prabhupada returned back, he went on a tour and reached Mayapur for the first international Gaur Purnima festival that was organized there. So from all over the world, Srila Prabhupada had called all the devotees for that first international Gaur Purnima festival. So which was a very, very important festival from the point of view of ISKCON. So when that message was reached to all the devotees, and when Srila Prabhupada was busy in that festival, he suddenly noticed Brahmanand Prabhu is also there. And then Prabhupada called him and said, what are you doing here? The Brahmanand Prabhu said, you have called all the devotees, leaders of ISKCON to this place for this International Gaur Purnima festival. That's why I have come. No, you immediately go to Juhu. You have no work here. So your seva is in Juhu, so you go there. And then he told that you take one more devotee with you and go there. So that's how Brahmanand Prabhu was in Juhu. And then this time of possession came up, and then that time he was supposed to build this pandal. So then he met this Mr. Bhutar, and he said, I need all this material to make the pandal. So then he said, yes, we can provide it. So then he asked, what is the amount that I have to pay? So he said, don't worry, we'll see later. So Brahmanand Prabhu, when he was in Nairobi, mostly he was dealing with Gujarati community there. And all these Gujarati communities were so favorable that they would arrange for all the things free of cost. And having this kind of experience, he felt it's good that Mr. Bhutar is also supporting in this way. And he is not immediately giving us that this is the amount. Maybe he may give some minor amount, he may quote at the end. So that's how he started taking material from him and started the work. And at the end of the thing, then this Mr. Bhutar, he submitted a bill, which was a quite huge amount. And Brahmanand Prabhu was also shocked. So then Brahmanand Prabhu, he immediately went to Srila Prabhupada and he told, this is what has happened. Then Prabhupada told him, you immediately go to Nairobi. You go back there. And then Brahmanand Prabhu says, fortunately that was also the time when devotees were calling me back. So both these things coincided, and then I went back to Nairobi. And the next day this Mr. Bhutar came up for his payment, finding where is Brahmanand. So then Prabhupada said, Brahmanand, he has ran away to Nairobi. Now we will complete the deal. So because he is not there, we will have to recheck the bills. So you give all the bills. So he submitted the bills, which were about 40,000 rupees. And then Prabhupada had also came across one Mr. P.L. Sethi, who was a builder himself. So Prabhupada gave him all these bills. And then this Sethi ji told that all this is rubbish, Actual amount of this total material is 10,000 rupees. And then the next day Srila Prabhupada told him, so we have saw this and this is the amount, you take it. And that fellow had to say nothing because he understood now the Indian man is standing. So, and Swamiji is there, so what can I say? So then he went. And then Prabhupada, so I will read that thing. Yeah, so later Prabhupada commented, Brahmanand made a contract with a man for that camp, 40,000 rupees. I settled up for 10,000 rupees. So our work is going on in India and money is spent. 50% is spoiled by this American brain. What can be done? The Indians, they will loot. They cheat like anything, just like this camp. Brahmananda and Madhudvisha combined together made a contract, 40,000. Then I said, I am not going to pay, you go. So that is how Srila Prabhupada was so pakka in all these kind of dealings, that he did not allow even a single rupee waste, But one thing happened when Srila Prabhupada was in Nairobi. I am just going back and forth, sorry for that. When he was in Nairobi with Brahmanand Prabhu and he explained this idea of building temple in Juhu and all those things. So Brahmanand Prabhu also got involved in the idea of Srila Prabhupada in such a way that he said, Prabhupada, there is one hotel here, Hilton, Nairobi Hilton, something like that. And it is a very special hotel because it is a round building. So if we can construct our guest house also in this way, it will be very attractive. And then Srila Prabhupada went with him to see. And he also understood that for round structure to happen, all the plumbing and electricity connections, they are also a little difficult and a different way. But then Srila Prabhupada is overall happy with this kind of design, and finally now we see in Juhu, we have these towers which are having round circular building. Yeah. So that was there, that came from there. And this regarding Sethiji, which I was mentioning. So there is a very interesting interaction of Srila Prabhupada with Mr. Sethiji. Initially when he was he came in touch with one of our devotees, a disciple of Srila Prabhupada. I think it was Madhudvisha Prabhu only. So he came in touch with Madhudvisha Prabhu, and when he introduced him to Srila Prabhupada made a very wonderful interaction with him. Srila Prabhupada had just come from America and he came to meet Mr. Sethi. So then Prabhupada asked him, what work you do? What business? So then he replied, I am in construction business, constructing buildings and selling them. Then Prabhupada said, what time you get up and what do you do the first? So then Sethi said that he would get up at 7, have a cup of tea and then wash up and go to work. And then Prabhupada asked, and when do you pray to Krishna? When do you chant his name? This is first interaction, we can imagine. And Prabhupada is asking, when do you pray for Krishna? When do you chant his name? So then Sethi replied, not at any time I am praying to Krishna. I am not praying to Krishna. I am only waking up at 7, drinking tea, taking bath, and tending my clothes and going to work. And what was the reply of Srila Prabhupada? Then what is the difference between your life and animal life? To such a big person, But Prabhupada knows how to deal with every person which he interacts with. At some other places, Prabhupada is very soft with people whom he meets. At some places, we find Prabhupada very hard with them. And in all such interactions, the end result is that they come closer to Krishna. So that was the question which Prabhupada asked. You are just like animal, just like pig. Just see the words which Prabhupada is using. The pig is also sleeping, pig is also eating, and pig is also having children. There is no difference between your life and pig's life. You must think of Krishna. This is the purpose of human life. Then Mr. Sethi is very humble. He replies, but I have no satsang. He doesn't fight back, but he humbly replies, I have no satsang, that's why I am doing like that. And no one who can direct me this life to Krishna. Prabhupada said, if you want, I will send my devotees to your house and you do Nagar Sankirtan with them and you will feel the effect. And that is how then Prabhupada literally arranged devotees to go at his house, and then he would join with the Nagar Sankirtan, and eventually he became committed to the mission of Srila Prabhupada. Not in the sense of taking initiation or that way, but a full support in that sense. So he also became a life member, and later on, as this story unfolds, that the Nair, he tries all his ways and means. Actually, this Nair has a very special way of dealing with people. He was continuously doing this with many people like this. He would say that I am having this agreement and we will sell this land, then take the money from the people, and then say that the deed is cancelled because so and so clause is not fulfilled. And then he would also not return the money back. That was his policy. And all this he was doing with his power and connection with the municipal people. So we can understand if he was a owner of a newspaper, so that means he was having all kinds of those kind of connections. So that's why he would always make these arrangements. And in the agreement with ISKCON also, he had put a clause that if charity commissioner gives the permission to build the temple, only then this agreement will be standing true. And the time period for that was 1 year. 6 months or 1 year, something like that. So that is how he had, put some conditions. Although it's not that it was not totally against us, but there was some places wherein he would try to cheat us. That way he would always do. So before selling ISKCON, he had done this for 2 other people. And one of the person was already having some court matter with Mr. Nair about this issue. So as the story went ahead about this land acquisition, so then Nair suddenly he sent a notice that the deed is cancelled because you have not got the permission from charity commissioner. And then again Prabhupada intervened and he read all the deed. He told that you change the lawyers. That was yet another problem. The lawyer which initially was taken by us, he was a very good friend of Mr. Nair. So he was giving all the wrong information to us or wrong inputs to us, our devotees. And finally, he sent the notice that the deed is cancelled because you have not fulfilled. And then by that time, according to guidance of Srila Prabhupada, the devotees had changed the lawyers, and then based on their guidance, they again sent back the notice that no, it's not cancelled based on these points. I'm not going to the details of that, but the story, it goes in this way. And then finally, this Nair, he has this idea that again now he will sell to another person. So then again we can see the brilliance of Srila Prabhupada, that Srila Prabhupada tells this Giriraj Maharaj, who was then the president of that place, that you give a public notice in the newspaper that ISKCON has purchased this land from Mr. Nair and there is some dispute and court case going on. So if anybody wants to purchase a new land from him, they can do so on their own risk. So that is how Srila Prabhupada was shrewd. And as soon as this notice was given, Mr. Nair was infuriated because his plan of selling it to another person was thwarted. Now he cannot do that. So he started shouting at devotees and saying, I have got many complaints against you. Now I will defame you and I will try to remove you from that place. I will burn down your place, this place. All these things he was trying to say. So that time Giriraj Maharaj literally bowed down at his feet, trying to pacify him that he should not do all these things. So we can see that there were not only physical austerities, But so much of these kind of austerities also for devotees like Giriraj Maharaj, where they had to undergo all these situations. Yet another time what happened is, this Nair, he had come to take Giriraj Maharaj to the solicitor, that time the old solicitor was there, Diwanji, who was actually connected with Nair only. So he had come there in the land of Juhu and to take Giriraj Maharaj to meet in the office. And he came and he told Giriraj Maharaj, please sit in the car. So Nair sat on the right side and Giriraj Maharaj had to sit in the middle, because on the left side there was one lady sitting. So Giriraj Maharaj writes in the book that I was not very much wanting to go and sit there, but situation was so intimidating and this person was so big and well known that I had no other option left. I could not say anything. And later on, this lady, she was trying to, entice Maharaj by putting her hands on his legs and all those things. And there, Maharaj writes very wonderful thing, which I will read as it is. He says that I didn't know what was going on, but I was 24 years old and my mind and senses were in a dizzy. I thought I might just give in, but then I considered that when news of incident got out, our position as movement would be weakened and Srila Prabhupada's mission would be compromised. I thought, I can't hurt Srila Prabhupada like this. So even though for myself I was ready to throw caution to the wind, for the sake of Srila Prabhupada, I couldn't. Then I realized how powerful Prabhupada's mercy was, that I actually loved him more than I loved myself. Because I was ready to do something that would hurt me personally, but wasn't prepared to do something that would hurt him. Srila Prabhupada invested so much trust and love in us, his young disciples, and gave us so much responsibility that we wanted to rise to the occasion and not disappoint him. So this is how we can see all these austerities also were there, apart from the physical, discomfort that was there. And then Maharaj further writes that later on he found out that lady was none other than well-known prostitute in that area, who was appointed by Nair purposefully for this purpose only. And we can see that how history repeats itself. This reminds us the story of Haridas Thakur, how he was also in this way attacked by that Nizam or Qazi, whoever he was. But as Maharaj is saying that he was ready to give up all his so-called ideas only for the sake of not hurting Srila Prabhupada. So that is how actually this saves, this understanding will also help us to save from the dangers in this material world. That if we are just ready to stick to the will of our spiritual master, our guiding masters, and then certainly that will help us to always stay on the right path. Yeah. Then another incident which is so much touching. So after this Pandal program in Bombay and then yet another Pandal program in the Juhu land itself, one person comes up and meets Giriraj Maharaj, who was then the temple president, and he gives a letter to him. So that letter is also very interesting. So that boy, a young boy, he says, I have attended all your programs and I understand that it is all attractive and all effective and has power to cleanse hearts of the patitam and remove all dust accumulated for years together. If we carefully hear this letter, we will feel as if, all the words of Prabhupada are there in this letter, So he says, that boy continues in the letter, your wonderful movement, Hare Krishna movement, is meant for purification of hearts and leading the inhabitants of this planet towards the fulfillment of goal of human life, that is back to their natural home, back to Godhead, back to Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Then he continues, I wish to be a pure devotee of Krishna and develop my dormant love for him. I want to be Krishna's servant because a valid life is a life of loving service to Krishna and engage 24 hours a day in his devotional service. But in this troubled age of Kali, it is impossible to be a pure devotee by living in association with worldly, godless people, non-devotees, people who are interested in extracting happiness from matter, which is nothing but impossible. It is simply due to ignorance they are missing the center of seeking pleasure, Krishna. Again, reminding you, this is a letter written by one new boy. In Bombay, Hare Krishna land is the only place where the predominance of mode of goodness is very easily felt. Of course, it is natural because in the Hare Krishna land, Krishna, the reservoir of pleasure, personally resides with his most dear servants, the devotees who are non-different from himself. And the land is just an external manifestation of Vaikuntha Dham, the kingdom of Godhead. I wish to join you and make my life sublime. I know your 4 things which you abstain from, viz. No meat eating, fish or eggs, no illicit sex, life, no intoxication including coffee, tea, pan, etc. and no gambling. Nowadays I am chanting the Maha Mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So I want to know the pre-qualifications and procedure, how you make a new devotee and how he can get admission in your ashram. I expect admission at the earliest moment because, as you know, the moment which is not used in Krishna consciousness is mere vestige. Excuse me if while reading such material words it has created disturbance in your chanting. Thanking you, Hare Krishna, yours obediently, Patil RB. And Giriraj Maharaj writes there further, I was delighted what I read, perceiving how genuine, how humble and gentle and submissive the man was. I waved the letter above my head, announced, hey, we have got a new Bhakta. And later on, this Bhakta became His Holiness Lokanath Swami Maharaj. So further, as I was mentioning, the austerities which Giriraj Maharaj had to undergo. So there were so many devotees who were doing so many sevas there in that place, trying to maintain it as per the order of Srila Prabhupada. So Srila Prabhupada had requested that there should be a nice garden so that we can get our own flowers for the deities. By the way, Srila Prabhupada also installed the deities in that place, although there was no proper construction. Because Prabhupada said, possession is 9/10 of the law. If you have possessed the land, so nobody can throw you out so easily in India. So that's why Srila Prabhupada made that arrangement as early as possible. So then deities are there, so then Prabhupada said flowers also should be there. And he wanted that we grow our own flowers there. And then Naranarayan Prabhu was very expert in that area, so then he requested him to do, and Prabhupada told Giriraj Maharaj that give him all the facilities so that there will be a nice garden. And then that's how he started working. And so many other devotees were working in so many other areas. But as a temple president, he had to see that all the things are fulfilled properly. He means Giriraj Maharaj. So at one part of time, there was a crunch of funds, as usually it happens many times in ISKCON temples. So there was a crunch of funds, and Naranarayan Prabhu, he wanted to purchase many materials for gardening. And that time Giriraj Maharaj was discussing with some devotees and recently joined Raghunath, who later on became Lokanath Maharaj. He was also sitting there. So then there was one more devotee, I forgot the name. So Giriraj Maharaj was there, one devotee was there, and Raghunath was there, Bhakta Raghunath. So that time this Naranarayan, he came and he said that I want to purchase so many things, so please give me money. And Giriraj Maharaj, in a very humble way, he was explaining him the situation and telling him that it is not possible at this moment. At a later point of time, when we have sufficient funds, we can do that. But Naranarayan was already a short-tempered devotee, so he became, angry, and he said, "No, I need it. Prabhupada has told me to do this. How can you stop me from doing this?" So there was some back and forth argument like that. And Giriraj Maharaj, again in a very humble and simple way, he tried to explain him the situation. And not able to control his own anger, Naranarayan literally spat on his face. And Giriraj Maharaj was not at all, agitated by that. So that is yet another glory of Giriraj Maharaj. So he just wiped out his face, and as he did that, he saw that Raghunath, who had just recently joined, he fainted seeing that this kind of behavior of the devotees. So all the attention went towards him to bring him to normalcy, and the issue was postponed. But the point is, we can see what all things were going on in that situation. Not just from the external, agencies of Nair and other things, but within the devotees also so many difficulties were going on. And Prabhupada had to always intervene and try to resolve the situation. So in this way things were going on. So anyways, time is up. I'll just conclude with two anecdotes of how Srila Prabhupada exhibited humility while being with his disciples, dealing with his disciples. So, when Srila Prabhupada was staying at one particular place in Juhu before the land was acquired, Srila Prabhupada was sitting behind the desk and all the devotees were in front of him. And as the devotees entered from another room to take his darshan and hear from him, Yamuna Mataji, she exclaimed, "Prabhupada, you look just like a picture I have seen of your Guru Maharaj looking up from his desk." So any one of you have seen one picture of Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur leaning up from his desk? How many of you have seen that? Okay, very few. So, Back to Godhead magazine. It is there, back on the logo of Back to Godhead magazine. So Yamuna Mataji said like that. So then what was the reply of Prabhupada? That is quite touching. Prabhupada said, "All that glitters is not gold. My Guru Maharaj was like gold. I am like iron." And Giriraj Maharaj further comments, "Of course, we knew that he was pure gold, just like his Guru Maharaj." And then yet another anecdote. Vishakha Mataji once, she wrote an article entitled "Prabhupada, India's National Hero," which was published in the Hare Krishna Monthly publication which was started by Giriraj Maharaj about the updates of Juhud, land. So it was separate than the Back to Godhead. So when this thing was sent to Srila Prabhupada replied, I am very grateful to you for your kind words about me, but I do not think that I have done anything, but I am only delivering the best message as it is. Actually, anyone who is a sincere devotee of Krishna and who is rendering service by preaching his message is to be considered as hero. So, you are all heroes of your country and humanity. Hero means someone whom others want to follow as example of the best type of person. So, you all become like that, perfect examples of Krishna consciousness, heroes and heroines, and preach the message exactly as I have taught it to you, very seriously and being fully convinced, and others will automatically come forward and join us. We shall all be like the one great army of heroes for Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. So the Juhu story is not completed, but the time is over. So that was a plan, so as to induce all of you to have your own copy of this book and read. Hare Krishna. So if any one of you would like to have the copy of this book, we can arrange to send it over here, and maybe some coordinator can be arranged to take the names. This is worth 1,000 rupees, which is nothing as compared to what valuable message the book is giving. So I earnestly request all of you, I am not going to get any commission out of it, but just mentioning because it's really a very wonderful book. Thank you all very much. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. His Shri Radha Ras Bihari ki Jai. His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki Jai.
Tagore Premanande. Wonderful. So, is it available in the Hyderabad temple also? No?
I have not found it.
Yeah.
But Juhu,
Yeah, we can have bulk order. So, in the group we will make a list of how many need this book, and we'll yes, yeah, we'll get it shipped as a bulk. So let us thank Sripad Mahaprabhu Prabhu with three loud and enthusiastic Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. As the festival keeps going, there comes a time, at least I have felt it always, that this festival should not stop. Isn't it? Sometimes it feels like, oh my God, so many more. And then it keeps going and then you're like, only one more lecture left? That's not fair. Just want to keep it going. Right? So that is how Prabhupada has inspired all of us. That is how Krishna inspires all of us. I remember one pastime of Prabhupada. I mean, there are so many pastimes of Prabhupada. Right? Whenever I hear Gaurang Prabhu's lecture, he comes up with new 5 pastimes. I don't know where, Prabhuji hears from. So many, every disciple of Prabhupada, there are some memories of Prabhupada, right? How many of you have watched Memories of Srila Prabhupada on YouTube? Why are you visiting YouTube? That is the only reason you should visit there. I'm telling you. Memories of Srila Prabhupada, you'll find around 300 videos at least. And his disciples are continuously speaking, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. And you just can't switch it off. You can't stop it. It is so nectarian. There are so many incidents, so many different Matajis, Prabhujis. One pastime especially, Prabhuji spoke about the purports of Prabhupada and the engrossed way Prabhupada was, giving us the best. So there was this incident in New York City when Prabhupada was translating in the early, just when after the ISKCON was, he started translating, ISKCON established. He had very few disciples there, and it was a very cold night. It was like almost -20, -25 kind of a night, right? And Prabhupada is sitting in the storefront room, and he's translating, and no servant at that time. So people used to only come to the storefront and go. And Prabhupada didn't even know where anybody stayed. Whoever is coming, he didn't know, where they stay. They used to come and go. Only few people he might knew. So Prabhupada is translating in the mid of the night. around 2 o'clock or something, Prabhupada hears a knock, tap, tap, tap on the door, right? And then Prabhupada goes and opens the door. It's not a glass door, he just opened the door. And there is this girl standing outside, American girl, totally confused, looks, like, she doesn't know why she is there. So Prabhupada is like, what do you want? What do you want? And she's not speaking anything. She's just looking at Prabhupada like this. It's a very strange situation, and Prabhupada is like, he doesn't want to shut off the door either. He wants to know what's going on. So he's trying to ask, what do you want? Why did you come here? And then suddenly she enters into the room, into the temple. And immediately, Prabhupada was kind of standing a little inside. It was very cold outside. So he suddenly came inside. And then Prabhupada looked at her and, like, what do you want? Why are you inside? And then Prabhupada walks outside because it's a little, kind of dicey thing, in mid of the night, one girl entering into the temple, kind of temple at the storefront, and she came inside. So Prabhupada went outside, and the girl also, Prabhupada called you, come outside, I want to ask you. And the girl came outside and the door shut off, right? And it only has one-way entry unless you have a key. And the devotee at that time who hired that place, he only has the key. Because Prabhupada always stays inside. There was never a need for him to come outside. And the door is shut off. 2 o'clock in the night, Prabhupada is standing on the road with minus 20 degrees centigrade, no cold protection, and that girl is standing there. She doesn't have any clue what's going on. And maybe she was, intoxicated, I don't know, LSD or whatever. And then Prabhupada walks. He doesn't know what to do. And then Prabhupada, he kind of remembers that one devotee comes from this side of the road. He just knows this side of the road. That's it. Then he goes there and then he sees the stairs. He goes up and you know what? The girl is following Prabhupada wherever he's going. Prabhupada doesn't know what's going on. And he goes up and he knocks the door, and luckily it happens to be that devotee. Just mid of the night. He doesn't even know what house it is, right? He just knocks the door and the devotee comes out, and then, Swamiji, what are you doing this time of the night? I don't know. This girl came and she made me come out. I'm stuck. The door is shut. So immediately the devotee, you are in so much cold, Swamiji, Immediately brought some coat to Prabhupada. He put on the coat. And then he said, I have the keys, don't worry. He came down and he asked that girl. They both are American. So he asked the girl, what's going on? Why are you here? What do you want? Like that. And the girl had no answer. After some time, the girl was standing like that, and Prabhupada and that disciple, both of them left. And they came to the storefront, 2:33, whatever in the night. And then he opened the storefront, and then he told Prabhupada, I'll stay here because if the girl comes back, I'll handle her. You don't have to worry, Swamiji, you can go. And then Prabhupada goes inside, ons the light, and starts writing back his purports. And the disciple who helped Prabhupada that night, he was telling this memories of Srila Prabhupada, right? He was saying, how is it possible for somebody who is writing Bhaktivedanta purports with so much engrossed, thinking, gets so much disturbed? It's a very disturbing thing. Actually it was a life-threatening situation, right? Nobody in the night. Another half an hour he would have frozen completely, right? No protection. And still he just goes back, sits down, as if nothing happened, and he continues writing the purports. So he's saying how much Prabhupada was unaffected by what's happening in this world, or what all was happening, and how he just continued to write, the purports of Bhaktivedanta. So that memory is so sweet. You can, if you liked this memory that I told, you all should should go to YouTube and say memories of Srila Prabhupada, and you'll have like 200 videos. You will not stop watching them. There are so many pastimes, and I kind of went through everything, but still I'm hearing so many new pastimes. Like Prabhuji today was explaining from this book. It seems like there is no end to Prabhupada's pastimes. It's like eternal, and it's like, really transcendental. So many. And one more thing I personally would like to share is that after reading Prabhupada's books, I don't think many of us have read any books after our graduations, right? Nicely buried all the books back, right? And then Prabhupada books are the books that we started again, right? And personally, after reading Prabhupada books, I don't feel like reading any other book. The language, the way he writes it, the clear, crystal way he just puts forward the point. Just can't get it, I mean, sometimes I even feel bad about myself that I'm not able to appreciate anybody else. Even within ISKCON, when they're giving a book, like it's very difficult to get connected because Prabhupada's way of writing is so different and so, directly hitting the, to the point. And it's so amazing. And today we are celebrating, so many lectures, special lectures. I'm very eager to hear. Since I saw the topic, the Acharya of the Golden Age, I'm very eager to hear from Anantago Prabhu. So let us thank all the Prabhujis here for such a nice, katha that they've been giving, and especially the Nectar of Prabhupada with 3 loud Haribol. Hari. So now we have a half an hour break, right? Half an hour, or rather, I have decreased your time by speaking. Maybe 20 minutes break, right? So we have some snack prasadam here. So please go ahead and honor it, and then right after that, please come back. My humble request is please come back and sit yourself, so we don't have to again and again call, so that we can exactly start at 6:05, right? And then we'll have discourse till 7:10, and that will be the last discourse. And after that, we're going to have 1 hour nice kirtan, right? We'll move away everything. We'll have kirtan, and then we'll have aarti, Gaur aarti. And then we'll also have Pushpabhishekam, we have flower petals for everyone, and then Prasadam, right? So, thank you all. Please go ahead and honor the Prasadam. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
We stop these 2 things, Prabhu? We stop these
I think you can pause it, right?
No, pause it, I don't know. YouTube.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, Malibata.
Pause.
So Prabhuji has been our class teacher, a very, very patient and tolerant class teacher who has seen us through the entire series of Bhakti Shastri. Where are the garlands?
I'll give you. Come in a minute.
Hare Krishna, Hari Bol. Please, please. Poonam Mataji, Dandavat Pranam.
Hare Krishna. The projector starting. Hare Krishna. So all of you, it's like a long time my cherished desire has come true. That to whom I always trouble online, now I am there in front of you to trouble you offline also. So it is my pleasure to be amongst you, that all of you are so sincere practitioner of the devotional life, and I got an opportunity to be there in front of you and be there amongst of you for quite long time. And it was like, I know everyone's, like 48 devotees, their name I know.
But it was like I was checking the close book also sometimes, and I was seeing the registration was there. You can just say me the name, I will tell you the surname. This is like some often time I was doing it like that. So it was like the same. So it was many times it was happening that the names only remaining the names, so better I can see the faces. And I tried to guess it out who is who. And many times 80%, 90% in this whole assembly in the morning time till the afternoon, the devotees were meeting and I was quoting their name. But some devotees' name I couldn't. But maximum time I just quoted the name. I was asking for you in the morning to him, where is our friend? Who was asking the questions many times. So I like the people, those who are asking the questions. So it's like online the faces are different, offline the faces are different. Sometimes the height is not been known. So it was good to be there amongst of you. Very wonderful souls. And it was a challenge for me that when this badge came to me, it was a really challenge because Mahaprabhu personally called me and said that it is so Mahaprabhu called me and said that, Prabhu, will you just take this badge? So, who are these people, Prabhuji? So, these are very loving, and these are my heart, like where I always go. And I am going to Hyderabad, and these guys, these devotees are preaching a lot, and I like this model. And this batch of devotees would like to go for the Bhakti Shastri, and I want somebody who can take them. So it is like whenever the Vaishampuru is calling him, it's like he is personally involved also. So whenever he is involved, then I have to be extra careful for that. And I was having this impression that if I fail somebody, then it will be like the question mark on me, not on you. That is like that. Like the person is like that. Why you failed such person? So it was you was not understanding the pressure I was going through. But it is like you people were saying that it is like we are in pressure. In the morning time, Vaishampuru finished the class and somebody, I feel that Prabhuji was saying that pass karo. Again he was building up the pressure on me. Pass karo. कहाँ पर आपको fail किया है? I never failed you all. Like all the graces were there. So. No, it is not like that. It is not like that. It is not my grace or something. I just gracefully. It was you all. It was you all deserved. You have endeavored a lot, and I was just like the person who was giving the marks as per the persons. And somebody who has got less marks, please don't angry on me. Whatever it is, like the evaluation strategy of the BVRV, I just followed, and whatever the best I can do, I could have done. So now we are starting up. So it is very new topic where first time I am giving this. Generally, in such assembly, like those who are sitting, and the first time I am meeting some people offline, I generally prefer to give the topic which I have well versed. 2-3 times wherever I have given the topic that I actually think that I can give. But now this is a topic the first time I am giving, first time to the Hyderabad audience. So it is my offering. This is my offering to Srila Prabhupada on the day of incorporation of the ISKCON. So this is our founder Acharya, preeminent Acharya of the whole ISKCON. So it is not only ISKCON. I just would like to say that it is the golden age, I will be explaining thoroughly that what exactly I'm just going to tell you. So be there with me, and it is a last session, really a last session. He will not change any plan now. It's like he will not be adding anything or any person after that. So whatever the energy you are having, whatever the energy you have kept it, you please concentrate, because it is the offering to Srila Prabhupada, and all of us can offer this. It's like whenever, now the appearance day of Srila Prabhupada is also there after 1 month, and incorporation day of ISKCON has also happened recently. So this is the thing where we should know what the contribution the Srila Prabhupada is having in our life, in the whole world, in the whole community, and many others. There is one famous song which is expressing the glory of the Caitanya Mahaprabhu. What the work he has done, what the things he has done. And that when I heard that song first time, it was really, the tears were there in the eyes. Yadi gaur na hoito, tabe ki hoito, e mona thari tanderu. What would have happened if the goer has not appeared? Where were we? No chance. That's why many Westerners, till date, the Westerners are, whenever the Gaur Nita is Aarti, whenever the Gaur Nita is singing and their glorification is happening, they are more attentive. In the Mangal Aarti, I have seen many times whenever the Westerners are coming, they Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, because we are Indians, we are knowing that, okay, Krishna and Radha. But this Westerners knows that the Krishna and Radha has been offered to us as a gift. By whom? The Gaura. Radhar Mahima, Prema Rasa Sima, Jagat Janeha Ke. Who would have known? Jagat, not India. India, traditionally we were worshipping Radha and Krishna as one of the gods. But the prominence was not been given. Still now, ISKCON is the organization or one of the organizations which is giving a prominence that we are worshipping other demigods also, we are respecting them, but our heart is for Radha and Krishna, nobody else. And that is because Gaur Nitaya. That is because of Gaur Nitaya. Because they have appeared, they have mentioned the glories of the Radha and Krishna worship. It is not that out of some emotions, okay, Radha and Krishna. Sometimes the devotees ask, sometimes the outsiders ask, whether Radharani married to Krishna, whether it was a legal or it is an illegal affair. But we say that it is legal, illegal, we don't know, but we know one, that Caitanya Mahaprabhu has said that this is the thing we have to do it. This is the offering. This is the gift of the Caitanya Mahaprabhu. We have got the Radha and Krishna worship. How many of us were worshipping the Radha Krishna as the Supreme Personality of God? One of the gods is a Radha Krishna. Just like other demigods were there, we were worshipping the Radha and Krishna, we were offering. But it was not the main object of the worship was like that. So we were actually also becoming the westernized. What to speak about? Then, okay, the Caitanya Mahaprabhu, how many of you came across the name of Lord Chaitanya before coming to ISKCON? Came across the name of Lord Chaitanya before coming to ISKCON. Majority of us were not. Majority of us were not. So who has given the name? So that is, the Prabhupada has given the Gaur has given the Radha and Krishna. So we are not directly approaching. So that's why in our altar also the chain is there. Our spiritual master, Prabhupada, Gaur Nitaya, every temple is having the Gaur Nitaya. ISKCON, I have not seen any temple that where the Gaur-Nitai is not there. Jagannath, Baldev, Subhadra may be there or not, but small deities of the Gaur-Nitai must be there. It is 99.99%. Or else only Mahaprabhu is standing. Gaur-Nitai is not there, but at least Mahaprabhu is standing. So that is, Srila Prabhupada has given Gaur, and that's why the Jayapataka Maharaj has written one poem, which is somewhat similar to this, Yadi Gaur na hoy to. So he offered, in one of the offering of Srila Prabhupada, he sang this also. I heard this in 2004 by Jayapataka Maharaj, or 2002 he was offering, and I was there as a witness, it was like I was one of the audience. So he was singing. So what is this prayer? Yadi Prabhupada na hoito, tabe ki hoito, जीवन बहित किसे, where would have my life have gone, कैसे बीत गया होता मेरा life. निताई गौरेर अपार करुणा के दीत सकल देशे. निताई गौरेर अपार करुणा. What is the apara karuna of Nitai Gaur? This apara karuna Nitai and Gaur has given the Radha and Krishna. So Nitai Gaur set us the process of worshipping Radha and Krishna. So it is a Sankirtan movement. The Sankirtan movement has been given by the Nitai and Gaur. That is, by that we are experiencing the happiness in our devotional life. Some other devotees are also, apart from ISKCON or the Gaudiya Math, or apart from the Gaudiya Sampradaya, they are also worshipping. But that what we are experiencing, if it is, I am not trying to compare with other Sampradayas or anything, but majority of the times whenever we are meeting some other Sampradaya Acharyas or other Sampradaya Gurus also, or other Sampradaya practitioners, they also say that this is a unique process of raising the hands and dancing in front of the Radha and Krishna. This looks very good. It's very good. Isn't it? Very unique way. I have seen, like in my life, I never danced before coming ISKCON. But like that's the first time when I experienced that, the devotees were dancing on the day of Jalmashtami. I was amazed. Why these people are raising the hands and dancing up and down. It's the same experience when Shamanand Prabhu from Jopati was saying that. He was born in a Brahmin family, in Kokanastha Brahmin family, and he says that when I came first time in ISKCON, I felt that below me also the floor is also jumping. So like when I started jumping or when I started dancing, I was not knowing. So this is the effort. This is the effect of this. So Srila Prabhupada, the founder Acharya of the Golden Age, I am having 40 minutes with me.
Oh, no.
6.
It can go anytime.
6:30 it is.
You can go late also. You can go till 8 also. No change in the program, bro. You can go anytime.
Okay. Hare Krishna. Yeah. So, setting the scene for the Srila Prabhupada. There is a setting scene of Caitanya Mahaprabhu also. There is one essay in a Sajjan Doshni by Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, that setting the scene for Lord Chaitanya to appear. And here, in the first time in a Sajjan Doshni, he writes down that how the 4 acharyas were meeting Lord Chaitanya before the Lord Chaitanya's appearance. And they were taking the blessings. And acharyas were saying that when you will be coming and what clay. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says that you can just make a ground for me to come. And I will be taking some principles from your sampradaya. Two principles each from every sampradaya I will be taking. So same way, it's like Loknath Swami Maharaj writes down in his book, My Memories, I feel the name is My Memories of Srila Prabhupada, my Srila Prabhupada. In that, he writes down about one devotee, Atma Tattva Prabhu, that Atma Tattva Prabhu has done a very rigorous survey about the Acharya, the founder Acharya. Read many scriptures, well versed with the Vedic literature, and thousands of notes. He just read it, and then afterwards he made one analogy, that bow analogy. He says that this is the analogy where he was mentioning, it is like the four curves are there in a bow, and the four curves are like the four sampradayas. And the bow will not work unless the string is strung there. So the main string where the Caitanya Mahaprabhu is Adhar for every other sampradaya, even though it's like we have taken two principles from the other sampradayas, but the Caitanya Mahaprabhu is Adhar for every sampradaya. So that's why he is a string. And bow itself will not be useful. There has to be an arrow. So the arrow is, arrow gets a direction whenever there is a feather at the rear of the arrow. It is not for any style the feather is been applied for. No, it is for the direction. So after Caitanya Mahaprabhu, the direction will be there by the six Goswamis. Six Goswamis with their literature, they will be guiding. So the literature, here like even the Janva Mata, after the departure of Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda Prabhu, Janva Mata approached Jiva Goswami and says that the Vrindavan, Mayapur now is in need of Vrindavan. The Jiva Goswami was staying in Vrindavan, and in Mayapur and the area the Janva Mataji was preaching. She was the head of all the Vaishnavas. And she came to meet Jiva Goswami and says that Vrindavan is having the culture of the Gaudiya Vaishnavism now. And Mayapur is like the West Bengal, where the Chalma Bhumi of the Lord Chaitanya is in now danger. Because many Appasampradayas are popping up. And what is the basis that like Lord Chaitanya has said this or not? What is the basis that Lord Chaitanya has wanted to have like this? I am leading it right now, but it is after me, it will be difficult. So better we can set the principles. Please send the literatures. Send the literatures of the Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya, which has been written by the six Goswamis to the Mayapur. So that was been transferred. So we are here. So these are the six Goswamis literatures. By that, we are getting the directions what to do. And then after that, that shaft of the arrow is a Gaudiya mission, is a Gaudiya 64 mathas, where His Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj established it. And that was not enough. Arrow needs a point to hit. Arrow needs a point to hit. And that, the point of the hitting is ISKCON. That is the point of the hitting is ISKCON. 64 mathas, when they were shattering into different pieces, in one of the lecture, Srila Prabhupada says that in front of my eyes I saw that Agun Jalipe. Everything was in front of my eyes, everything was getting destroyed. What to do? So ISKCON has formed. And then ISKCON is on the point note. Those perfectly knowing what is required in the current age, and ISKCON is guiding. That's why Bhaktivedanta purports. Chaitanya Prabhu must have explained you what is the importance of the Bhaktivedanta purports. So the Bhaktivedanta purports, it is not an ordinary thing. It is still, you can just open the Bhaktivedanta purports, it will be guiding. Umabati Swami Maharaj, one of the foremost disciples of Srila Prabhupada, during his lecture in Mayapur in 2005, he was saying that Prabhupada has written everything and Prabhupada is right for everything. He is right for everything. R-I-G-S-T, right for everything. So it is not that Prabhupada has written something and okay, this time it was wrong and no. It is, he has pinpointed every other issues. Why we are suffering? Because we are becoming sense enjoyers. And it is pinpointed. There's Prabhupada lectures, Prabhupada purports, Prabhupada many things like the morning walk. Every time the answers were perfect. So for that we have to read. For that we have to approach Bhaktivedanta purports in such a humble way that you please guide us. Bhaktivedanta purports will guide us. And this ISKCON, that's why it is a proclamation of Srila Prabhupada that 10,000 years the books will remain. So what is the 10,000 years? One should get a question. 10,000 years? 10,000 saal kya hai? So that is a golden age. It is a... Somebody can read this. If you are able to read it, this is like definition and activities of the great founder Acharya of the golden age. A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Somebody can read this if you can able to see.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Some shlokas are there. You can skip that shlokas, but you can read the rest of the thing.
Sure. The founder Acharya is distinguished from all other Acharyas, and his qualities and activities are outlined in the Shastras. Tabhya sarva jana trata sarva sreshta dhruvam dina abhaya pradatham visa diktraya bhutale. Among all Acharyas, certainly he who is the deliverer of all people, who appears in this world for the purpose of removing the fears of the fallen souls, Dina Abhaya, is the most perfect.
Better you can skip the shloka.
He sheds light on the ultimate meaning of the philosophical conclusions spoken by Krishna, who is the speaker of Bhagavad Gita. He also gives perfect purpose to the evidences given by the rishis. He propagates everywhere the meanings and purports of the songs of the previous acharyas. Hare Krishna.
So it is quite these are the definitions which has been given by the Puri Maharaj in glorification of Srila Prabhupada. He has quoted the different shlokas of the scriptures, but where the shlokas are from which scripture it was not been mentioned. I tried my best to find out where from which scripture it was. Golden Age predictions himself, like Srila Prabhupada himself has predicted this golden age. Somebody can read this?
Golden Age predictions. We are living right now in a transitional period since the disappearance of Mahaprabhu, where the tide of the Sankirtana movement is gradually rising and the world is being inundated. The symptoms of Kali Yuga are still present, but the population of pure devotees is increasing. Soon the tide will turn. Inside the golden age, there is an ascending period in which we are living right now, and later a slow decline leading to the remaining years of Kali Yuga, as briefly explained by Srila Prabhupada in his conversation of 13th May 1969 with Allen Ginsberg.
So Prabhupada himself was saying that, so it's like we are in ascending age of the golden age. Not yet started, but ascending. It is like slightly started. In a Bhavishya Puran also, about the Lord Chaitanya's appearance mentioned, and there also it is one mentioned that after the Lord Chaitanya's departure, after the appearance of the Lord Chaitanya, the golden age will start for the 10,000 years. So 500 years back only. Just so that's why Srila Prabhupada used to say that it is just 500 years back, because we can see the whole volume of the years of the Kali Yuga, 4,32,000 years. 500 is nothing. So after the appearance of the Lord Chaitanya, the golden age has started, and it will be for another 10,000 years. Almost we can say we are in ascending age, because just 500 years passed. Just 500 years passed. In some other places, it has been mentioned that we will be seeing also that the Satya Yuga people will be taking birth, will aspire to take birth in this golden age. They will be aspiring to take birth in the golden age. So we are quite lucky. And that's why, if we are lucky, then we have to become more lucky and perfect our life in this golden age only. This is the time where we have to perfect. 9,500 years are remaining more. So it is that sometimes the philosophy in ISKCON is sprouting that, Prabhu, this lifetime nahi hoga, to next lifetime dekhenge, Prabhuji. It's like, all right. Like we sometimes are in a mode of giving up. Prabhu, nahi hoga. Pure devotional service will not be happening. At least we cannot say. The Lord can say, you tried your best, but it is not possible for you this time. Okay. But the person who is appearing for the exam, he should not say that I am just giving up. We should try our best and leave rest on the Lord. Why it is like that? It was like one time I was making the calculation, I explained in one of the class also. That if we, as a devotee, if we just say that, Prabhu, next lifetime, I will try. Not this lifetime. And if I am just practicing, so that's why in the next lifetime, mostly I will be getting the human birth only. What's the problem? I will be getting the human birth, and next time I will be getting. But 9,500 years will pass, and the core Kali Yuga will be more there. So where the devotees will not be there, where our Lilananda will not be there, where our Gachibowli Satsang will not be there, where whatever we are getting the prasadam, it will not be there. We have to aspire, we have to try our best to get the prasadam. Prabhu, kahan par prasadam? And the people in the Ghora Kali Yuga, the people will be asking, what is prasadam? What prasadam you are asking? No, it is not there. So we have to give our best. The calculations are there with me, how it will be. But I will not go with the calculation right now. If somebody is really interested that next lifetime I would like to go, so better we can meet and then we can say that I will be giving my best in this lifetime only. It is up to Krishna to say that whether you pass or not. But we will be giving our best. We cannot say that I will not prepare. I will be preparing my best. Just as you all are preparing for the shloka test as a best. So one of the devotee came to me and says that, Prabhuji, who was that devotee? Raju Shilam Prabhuji. Sorry, I quoted the name without your permission. But in the morning, in the afternoon, he came and said, Prabhuji, this time really difficult. Anybody shlokas, I cannot do it. So I said that you give your best, Prabhuji. Is only I am the examiner. I will just see what the best I can do it for you. But you can give your best. I don't make any adjustment for the passing Prabhuji. But I am just saying that. So whether we can take it or at the end we can just go. You can meet me personally because he is very strict with the schedules. in the morning he said to me that sometimes it is difficult for me to keep up the schedule and I just passed on the sheets. Okay. Yeah. So we can have the questions afterwards, Prabhuji, and my seniors are there. You can ask them more than me. Many people will be saying that golden age. My God, where is the golden age? I am suffering. We are having the issues. We are having the problems. Where is the golden age? Srila Prabhupada in one of the lectures. This one is Lord Jagannath himself is saying that the Mlecchas and the Yavanas, they will be those who have appeared from the Kashyapa Rishi. They will become the Brahmanas. Now, rest of all the sampradayas, you can just see 3 other sampradayas. I have not seen this tradition of offering the Brahmanical thread, but ISKCON is offering. So who has started this? The starting point is His Divine Grace, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur path, but it made it very wide and spread by the A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. The Mlecchas and the Yavanas can also be initiated in the Brahmanical thread. Yeah, ISKCON is a golden age. Predictions continue. Please go on reading.
46 years before the beginning of Kali Yuga, Vishnu Chitta, one of the 12 great Vaishnava saints of the Sri Sampradaya, predicted, there will come a race which will tread the earth with raised hands and vertical tilaka on their foreheads, who will chant the names of Hari. This will destroy the influence of Hari.
Who is that race? Who is that race?
ISKCON.
We are. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Who is doing that? The ISKCON is doing that. So it is about us. It is about ISKCON. It is about the Gaudiya Sampradaya. And ISKCON is the pinpointed arrow of that. The next line, Sripad Ramanujacharya.
Sripada Ramanuja predicted the pure devotion to Sri Hari, devoid of karma and jnana, will grow and grow like a banyan tree, covering the whole world, teaching everyone who takes shelter. Prana Panna Amrita Tarpana, last chapter.
So it was his desire that this is like karma and jnana mishra bhakti. It was all prevailing that time also. But the day will come when one person will make it happen that the pure devotional service, the word will be chanted more and more. I would like to do a pure devotional service. I would like to do a pure devotional service. So the pure devotional service, PDS, was been chanted many times by Srila Prabhupada without jnana and karma. So that is the glory of Srila Prabhupada. He has given this. So this is a golden age predictions about Srila Prabhupada. He is the founder Acharya of ISKCON. ISKCON is doing that. So ISKCON is the golden age and Srila Prabhupada is a golden age Acharya. Yeah, ISKCON's golden age prediction continues.
Sripad Madhvacharya predicted, the real knowledge of the difference between Jiva and Sri Hari and the service of Sri Hari will spread all over the world very shortly. Anumadhva Vijaya, last chapter. Srila Prabhupada wrote, I am not God, you are not God, we are all servants of God, Krishna.
So, Jiva Ishvara Bheda. This is Dvaita philosophy where Madhvacharya is famous for. So the Dvaita philosophy is there included very subtly in Achintya Bheda Bhed. So we are not Ishwaras, but we are the part and parcel of Ishwaras. That has been mentioned by the Srila Prabhupada, by this Achintya Bheda Bhed philosophy. So Achintya Bheda Bhed culminates, or Achintya Bheda Bhed is the epitome of that Dvaita philosophy, where all it is included. Dvaita philosophy stops at this point. Achintya Bheda Bhed continues. So that's why this prediction of Madhvacharya is true for the ISKCON. Yeah. Krishna has taken shelter in the womb of ISKCON. There is one famous statement in the Srimad Bhagavatam 10.2.20. Krishna has taken birth or shelter in the womb of the Krishna consciousness movement. So ISKCON is a Krishna consciousness movement, and Krishna has taken a birth in that. What that mean? Lord Chaitanya has taken a birth. You mean to say that, or Lord Chaitanya has started this movement? What exactly it means that Krishna has taken a birth in this? Anybody would like to give it a try?
The true understanding and the stature, how exactly we have to know Krishna. Rather than being one of the demigods and glorifying him as three personality of Godhead, there is no other organization like ISKCON. That's why English word.
Okay. Yes.
Maybe this sentence means that though Krishna has moved away from this world, he returned back in the form of Krishna consciousness movement, so he is still around.
Any other person would like to?
Krishna and his name are non-different. This explanation is only given in ISKCON.
Yeah, this is like 99% it is true. But Krishna has taken birth in ISKCON means in ISKCON the clarification of the Krishna consciousness movement, where we are not Krishna, we are the servant of Krishna. This is the explanation where Srila Prabhupada has given that here is a Krishna in our organization. Means what? Nobody can become a Krishna. We are the part and parcel of the Krishna. And there is a particular, like the Pancharatrika Vidhi, we are doing it for the Krishna consciousness or for our welfare, to serve them as they are. So the deities are being served in ISKCON. So that's why the deities are knowing, we are knowing what is our relationship with them. We are not them. We are the servant of them. So the Krishna has appeared in ISKCON like this. So the philosophical understanding is there. Everyone knows that we cannot become God. We are the dog of Krishna. when Srila Prabhupada met, or it was a letter exchange between, I will be just having 2-3 more slides. So those who are just thinking that when he will be ending, so it is only 2-3 people. So when Srila Prabhupada met, there is one famous personality, Rajagopal Acharya. That time they used to call as Rajaji. So he was having some issues. He was saying that it is ISKCON, they are getting the glories, they are having the names, where the Krishna's name has to be given in the preference. But the ISKCON is growing, and till the time Srila Prabhupada is there, okay, all right. But after Srila Prabhupada, what will happen to ISKCON? Srila Prabhupada mentions that because Krishna is absolute, Krishna and ISKCON are non-different. Krishna is absolute, and so that's why Krishna and ISKCON are non-different. To identify with Krishna's ISKCON was to identify with Krishna directly. So if somebody is identifying with ISKCON, he has to identify with Krishna over a period of time. If he is just saying that I am only ISKCON's, no, I am ISKCON's, no. ISKCON philosophy says that we are the part and parcel of Krishna. So that person knows that I am the part and parcel of Krishna. So the Krishna, ISKCON, and our relationship is known. Phalena Parichayate. Okay, enough of talking about the Acharyas, founder Acharya. How we can say he is really a founder Acharya, and how he has saved the whole world in the Kali Yuga itself. So it is a Phalena Parichayate. Whether you say that he is a pure devotee or not, we can just see what the impossible things he has done. There is one famous shloka in a Caitanya Charitamrita. I would like to go for that first. लोहा के जावत स्पर्शी हेमत नहीं जानी तावत स्पर्शी मनी केला चिंतित पारी. Sorry, it is very small font for me, so I am not able to read that. So one will not admire that Chintamani unless it is showing some miracles. It is only money. But when we get that money and it happens that okay, by touching some loha, the iron, it has made into the gold, then we say, oh my God, what was I having it? I was having that gem which was touching the iron and was making into the gold. So the same way here in this India, the same gem was there in the form of Srila Prabhupada. Nobody was taking that seriously. When he went to West, that time the Westerners appreciated him more. And they came to know that this person is not there for us to cheat us, but he is our ever well-wisher. So that's why, and they took it very seriously. And Srila Prabhupada said that it is like, it was a mission of Shri Krishna himself. And I went on the order of my spiritual master. And what we are seeing today, this is like the whole samsara of the ISKCON is expanding. So his teachings, his karya, his activities are speaking. It is not that only because he is the ISKCON founder Acharya. No, he is beyond that. He is not only a ISKCON's founder Acharya. ISKCON is doing so many things on the basis of the Bhaktivedanta purports, on the guidelines of the Bhaktivedanta purports. So that's why he is much beyond of that. We cannot restrict him that only for one organization. He is the founder Acharya of the golden age, what the scriptures are mentioning about. And this is because he is a founder Acharya, because Kali Yuga Dharma is a Nama Sankirtana, which has been started by Lord Chaitanya himself, but was been more propagated by A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. The Caitanya Mahaprabhu himself says that I am having only two hands. It is not that he cannot do it, that only I am having two hands and he is helpless. No, it is not that the way it was. But he is saying that everybody should participate and spread. And we know that who has spreaded this mission more effectively. It is our A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada who has done it. So that's why, as one story comes, it's like when Srila Prabhupada was going to Shantipur before departing, before going to the west. He used to go and ask and was praying to the Advaita Acharya to give his mercy to him. And one pujari used to watch him, that this old person is coming, old sannyasi is coming, and he is praying hours together in front of Advaita Acharya in Shantipur. And suddenly, after some time, he stopped coming where he was planning to go to US. And that particular pujari, after some years, after 2-3 years, he saw that group of Westerners are coming to the Mayapur and dancing and chanting the glories of the Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari, Jai Sachinandana Gaura. And he was surprised how these Westerners are coming here. And then one day he asked one of the Vaishnavas and says that, who is your guru? And they showed the back page of the BTG, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. And that pujari said that, I know him, he used to come here in Advaita Acharya's home, in Shantipur. And then he says that he has done it. Whatever the mission of the Panchatattvas, he has spread all over the world. He has done it. So that is the Kali Yuga Dharma, Harinam Sankirtan, who has spread all over the world. The Yoga Sankirtan has been spread by the A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. So the Yoga Dharma was been spread by the Yoga Dharma Acharya, where Golden Age Acharya, the founder Acharya. And the last slide. Somebody can read this.
Hare Krishna. If one is expert in Vedic literature and has still faith in the Supreme Lord, then he is an Uttama Adhikari, a first-class Vaishnava who can deliver the whole world and turn everyone to Krishna consciousness. Chaitanya Charitamritam Madhya Leela 22.65.
That is by Sanatana Goswami. If somebody is practicing and having some understanding about the Vedic knowledge, and if that person is Uttam Adhikari, then he will turn the lives of many. How much effort we can do and we can preach? Unless, if we are not having the Bhaktivedanta purports with us, and we are going into the market and says that, Hare Krishna Mahamantra is the topmost. Unless we are having the literatures which are backed, which has been written by such pure soul, Bhaktivedanta purports. How many Gitas and editions was there till before Bhagavad Gita as it is? How many lives were been changed by such editions? One reporter asked that, why such a new edition, Swamiji? He says that 3 different times the different answer. He says that you will see that. You will see the effect of this. One time he is saying that So many additions are there, but so many lives have not been changed. They are remaining the same. And one time he is answering that, you will see the change. Just wait and watch. And we are saying that now, how many Bhagavad Gitas we are distributing and how many people are changing their lives. How many people are becoming the devotees. On the basis of Bhaktivedanta purports only we are teaching. And that the purports are giving the light for us to preach. If the Bhaktivedanta purports are not there, so actually we are not preaching, we are just the medium. The preacher is Srila Prabhupada, he is still preaching. He is still preaching. And he will be preaching 10,000 years more. So that's why he is the golden age Acharya, because this golden age will be there till 10,000 years. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Jai Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari.
Question, sir.
Question for me only. You can such a part of this.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Prabhu, for reinforcing. So, Prabhuji, in the Kali Yuga is totally 4,30,000 years. But it's always mentioned Ghora Kali is going to start very soon. So, from my mundane logic, I'm unable to connect. I was thinking Ghora Kali is almost at the fag end of Kali Yuga. But we are almost talking in 5,000, just 5,000 years happened, Kali Yuga starts. Another 5,000 years, the consciousness is there and Ghora Kali starts. So what's going to happen to the balance 4,22,000 years?
Hare Krishna. I don't know exactly what will happen, but my desire is that I should not see that. You can just pray that, and I don't want to see that. What will be happening? I don't want to become a witness of that. So you can pray to Radha Gopi Vallabh to offer me that benediction that I don't want to see the whole Kali Yuga. I don't want to become the witness of that.
Prabhuji, why is only 10,000 years predicted to have the bhakti moment? Is there any Shastric connect to say only 10,000 years, or 10,000 years is very prominent, after that it's going to go very, very thin and thin and thin, or doesn't appear?
Now it is 9,500 years only, not 10,000.
So 500 is over.
Yeah, 500 is over. So don't see that 10,000s are there. So 10,000, why it is? I don't know exactly the number, but it is mentioned in the Bhavishya Puran, in such places where Acharyas are giving the commentary. Even Srila Prabhupada has proclaimed that my books will be there for another 10,000 years. Because it is mentioned in the scripture. And why it is mentioned, I don't know exactly. If somebody can tell, why 10,000 only? This is like one devotee asked me, why 64 rounds? Like there is an answer that 1 lakh holy name has been chanted. But why 10,000 years? That we can ask to that person who has written the Bhavishya Purana. I don't know exactly. If anybody can just say why only 10,000 years, Prabhuji, if you know, you please tell me.
Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much.
Wait. Question. Any other questions?
Any other questions to any of our teachers who are here today? Yeah. So Prasad Prabhu has one more question.
He always asks the questions. So that's why
I asked, where is Prasad Prabhu?
Thank you, Prabhu.
The question is not on this session, Prabhu. Morning we had a session from Prabhu. There was a Leela Prabhu has explained like where Arjuna and Krishna and went and seen Vishnu, Mahavishnu. How do you understand that Leela Prabhu? The reason is we say that Krishna and Vishnu are same. So why the desire for Vishnu to see Krishna?
Krishna to see Krishna.
I always try to understand that.
Because even Mahavishnu is an expansion of Krishna. So Krishna is the source of all incarnations, Krishna is the source of all Vishnus. So therefore even Mahavishnu desired to see his master, who is his origin, and therefore he orchestrated the Leela.
So he wanted to differentiate, yes, Krishna is source.
Yes,
That
yes.
is also another reason, could be another reason.
Yes, yes. Krishna is the source.
Prabhuji, I wanted to ask a connected question. Prabhuji, I wanted to ask a connected question. Morning I was thinking so. I was a little surprised to understand why did Arjuna say that how can the death happen, I will make sure it doesn't happen. Arjuna is intelligent and he knows that death is inevitable to everybody. And he was saying this question, how can death happen in a kingdom when Ugrasena was there, and I will make sure that death doesn't happen, I will stop. So I could not connect and understand because Arjuna well understands that death is inevitable to every living being.
But not premature death. Not premature death.
But death is today, it could be any time, no Prabhu. Yes. Today we are not able to explain, somebody passes away within 1 day, somebody passes away at 90 years, it's inevitable. So death is death and nobody can stop, no Prabhu.
But this is Kali Yuga, that was not Kali Yuga.
This untimely death is only in the...
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mataji's? No questions? Yeah, is that the only question?